Welcome back. With all due respect, it's still the economy, stupid. Heading into the midterms, Democrats have got to be feeling a good deal like the crew of the Exxon Valdez. That is, unable to turn a giant ship in time to avoid smashing onto a rock. For Democrats in Congress, that unavoidable rock on the horizon is clearly the midterm election, a little more than 4 months away. Panel, if inflation stays the same or gets worse, will Democrats get blamed at the ballot box? Sergio Lira.
I think so. I think, the predictable pattern has always been in midterms for the other party to win and sweep a lot of the races nationwide. Harris County would probably stay very strongly Democrat. But, there's an interesting pattern. If you look at past elections, prices are always up. But right around September, October, gas prices start going down. Everybody goes, what happened? Well, of course, it's election season. So that's something to look at. And keep in mind that the economy is an EKG. It goes up, down, and we're just a strong, resilient country. And let's have faith. Things will get better.
Bob, I know Republicans were expecting to win, but I would guess you would predict they're going to win really big.
I think it's going to make the 1984 election pale by comparison. We're going to see a big swing both in the Senate and in the House of Representatives. It'll give Republicans a chance to try to show some leadership, and I pray that they can do that. There hasn't been proof historically that they can do that in the past, but we shall see if they can pick that up and do it this time. We need leadership right now. We need to unleash the American industry. The biggest thing we can do to bring down inflation at this point is to reduce fuel prices. And if the president would unleash the American fuel industry, speculators would drop the price of oil overnight because they know what's coming. And that will bring the prices back down dramatically and quickly. Politically, this is the Democrats are in trouble. They know they're in trouble. We're going to talk about CD 34 down in South Texas in a little bit, but I think that's a real bellwether for many reasons, not just the inflation. And it's a disaster pending for what's going on nationally for the Democrats.
Tamara Bell, Sergio said he thought the Democrats would hold on to control here, but there's some big factors here. They got no coattails from Biden. They got Democrats who've, are at the helm with all this inflation. They got no straight ticket voting, and Beto doesn't have the kind of coattails he did in 2018. Your thoughts?
None of that's relevant to what I'm about to say.
Okay.
In March, the election that we just held, which is called the primary, the Republicans in Harris County outvoted the Democrats over 20,000 votes. In 2018, the Democrats outvoted the Republicans by over 10,400. I remember telling one of my dear friends who used to be in one of those county seats, hey, you may need to take a look at this. And I was told, Republicans don't vote the primary. I was like, well, then how they pick their candidates? Yeah, they do vote. This is a concern. That November, the Democrats outvoted the Republicans again by 10,800 votes. Harris County, Democrats, your asses is in trouble. I'm not at all going to say Harris County is going to stay Democrat. And we have some very good Democrats who have been going against the other Democrats, and they've tried to make them pay for doing the right thing. I'm going to tell you again, just because you got a D don't mean you're a devil. Just because you're an R don't mean you're a raging angel. So I'm telling you, this November is going to be a reckoning for Democrats nationwide, not just here, nationwide. Because when you start making it difficult, once again, for people to feed their children, to send their children to school and not be worried about them, this is not the nation we want to be. When you letting people kill people on Monday, get out on Tuesday, kill on Wednesday, get out on Thursday, kill on Friday, get out Saturday, that's not the country that I want.
Wow, we're going to leave it right there. Up next, it's steaming already in the great state of Texas. With demand for power busting records, will the Texas grid meet the challenge of so many long, hot summer days ahead? Welcome back. You know, the Texas power grid is sort of like my 2006 Camry. That is, it will work just fine until it doesn't. Amid a truly smoking June heat wave, demand for electricity this week exceeded 75,000 megawatts, a new record. ERCOT says not to worry, it's got enough electrons to keep the lights on and the AC flowing. Interesting note, wind and solar combined to deliver close to 40% of what we as a state are currently consuming. Panelists, not even officially summer yet. Are any of you worried given the grid's problematic recent history? I'm going to go to you, Marcus Davis. I mean, you say out of the fire into the frying pan, or out of the frying pan into the fire into a different fire here with energy?
I am concerned. I'm greatly concerned, simply because I know how much of a hustle and a scandal and how much of a profit the last debacle was on the backs of Texans. Simply because I am not comfortable with the amount of work that's been done by the Texas legislation in between or since that time. I'm not going to say that there's been zero progress, but not enough to make me feel comfortable that we have a foolproof plan that has been implemented and executed in order to preserve life, liberty, and property, right, through this power grid. I just don't know that we're there yet. So yes, as a business owner, as a homeowner, as a father, I'm deeply concerned.
All right, Holly, I know you keep your eye on this. PUC Commissioner, I believe that's right, Peter Lake, guaranteed the lights would stay on. You believe him?
I'm not sure he chose the right words there, but the grid is doing much better. And in that peak moment, the grid actually had 10,000 megawatts of surplus power. What's interesting, if you look at the trends in those days running up to that peak demand, wind power fell well below its projected production. And that's a problem. But luckily, we still have enough, traditional fuel sources to keep the grid running, and we had that surplus. I believe that they are ready. There's always going to be little glitches and mechanical failures and things like that, but I think they've come a long way into getting that grid ready to handle whatever comes its way.
Bob, you agree with that?
Well, we've seen peak demand come in here because of the rising population of the state of Texas and the growth of business in the state of Texas, but we've also seen an increase in the number of electric cars in Texas. All of that puts additional demand on the system that has not grown proportionally with all of these other demands coming into the system. There's a consequence. Not only are we have more demand on our energy system, which drives up the cost, but you also have less fuel tax being paid because these electric cars don't pay fuel tax. So it hits the state in multiple different ways. We are paying the price because of the high natural gas prices. Again, if we would turn all of this loose, let the fracking go, let all of this unleash, all of these prices drop and things get back to normal. But production we need to ramp up.
Sergio Lira, the cynical political reporter side of me, said, Beto O'Rourke and others were kind of hoping we get in trouble because it's kind of Greg Abbott's Achilles heel. Thoughts?
Yeah, no, I agree. In fact, I hope that the ERCOT and these folks are ready, because if any more lives are lost during this summer and there's a freeze again, I mean the grid goes out, they're going to start pointing fingers at the Republicans and the high-paying executives over there making tons of money, and the folks are going to say no, you guys are wrong, and it's going to have an impact. But by the way, my AC went out on Friday, just like they stated that the highest peak time was Friday at 4:00, and my AC went out and my repair cost doubled. So yeah, definitely this is something that's real, and we don't want any more deaths, but any impact, if it shuts down, it's going to impact Republicans.
Final word to Tamara Bell, 30 seconds.
Yes, let me agree with Sergio. Now, my repair costs went up, and all those quote-unquote warranties worthless. Anyway, everything I said before in the next segment, let the power go out. Everything I said goes out the water, because they're going to blame Greg Abbott. I'm not kidding. Let the power go out in this heat and people die. That'll be They don't have to worry about campaigning. That'll do it.
All right, we're leaving it there. When we come back, a 3-day gathering of the Lone Star State's majority.
The hell out of Beto. And we are going to keep Texas red up and down the entire ballot across the Lone Star State.
Governor Greg Abbott literally engulfed by a crowd of fellow Texas Republicans at this week's GOP state convention. Thousands of delegates from across the Lone Star State descended on the George R. Brown to choose party leadership and formulate the party platform. Among the hot-button issues, parental rights, medical freedom, protecting the Second Amendment, and the troubled Texas border. This year, the number of Hispanic delegates has reportedly increased as Latinos angry over the uncontrolled flow of undocumented immigrants have joined the conservative call for action.
Thousands and thousands of people just coming across the border every day illegally, biting, shipping them all over the country. They're bringing drugs with them.
I think that's a reason why you're starting to see a lot of Hispanics who are really voting on the Republican side now, because they understand, hey, it's impacting me locally. It's impacting, they come across into our yards and they're coming across illegally. It's a problem.
Our good friend, Rice political analyst Mark Jones tells me as long as Republicans capture a third of the Hispanic vote, chances are very, very slim that Democrats can win statewide. Panel, what's your point on that or anything else related to the GOP convention? I'm going to start with you, Sergio Lira. Do you think that Latinos will move across the aisle in significant numbers this year?
Yes, I mean, we just saw that, in South Texas with the win of Mayra Flores. But also keep in mind that investing big money, good messaging. I mean, the Republicans are pouring millions of dollars to move the needle in terms of having folks, vote for a Republican side. And the Democrats need to invest more. They're taking some areas for granted. They're looking at a different strategy. But in the long run, once you lose the seat, it's going to be so hard to get it back. Now, it is an anomaly down there, what happened in South Texas. It's a big anomaly because of the gerrymandering by the Republicans at the State House. There's a better chance of the Democratic nominee Gonzalez to win in November. So they're like, we're going to lose this battle. We're going to win the war down in South Texas.
All right, Holly, what do you make of that?
I agree to some extent with Mr. Lira there, but Yes, it is going to be pretty hard for Flores to win again in November because of the way the district shifted. But it is a strongly Democrat district. If it's gerrymandered in favor of Democrats. It was considered to be a safe seat. But I think you are seeing a strong shift. I know you two were at the convention this week, Greg, and talked to a number of the Hispanic delegates and representatives there. And, you're hearing some interesting stories. You're hearing about families who live down in those border regions who are talking about rising crime, talking about people coming through their property and destroying things. I also heard stories about the hospitals and healthcare systems down there being overwhelmed because of this huge influx of immigrants who are crossing the border in an uncontrolled fashion.
All right, fairly raucous moment occurred Friday when our state's senior United States Senator John Cornyn was on the convention stage, and this happened. Anthony?
And may God continue to bless our great state of Texas.
All right, Bobo. John Cornyn booed off the stage. What do you make of that?
Well, it's not the first time. He hasn't been real popular with the grassroots of the Republican Party for a long time. The senator does a great job as the minority leader, or minority whip, excuse me, in the House, in the Senate. But it doesn't match up with Texas politics. What we're seeing now down in South Texas, you talk about the swing down there, it's a perfect storm for Republicans in what's happening. Not only do you have the illegal immigration problem, which has made a massive shift, but you have the far left wing of the Democrat Party that is pushing social programs that are in direct conflict with the values of the people in the Rio Grande Valley area and in the rest of South Texas. And on top of that, you see the rising prices, inflation, the fact that shelves in McAllen, Texas don't have baby formula on them, but you go across into Reynosa and they do. That tells people that we are in a markedly wrong place, in a wrong direction, and you're going to see a major course correction that's been going on for quite some time now, but it's going to move exponentially this time. All right, we got some results from our Sunday survey. 84% of you believe border control is the biggest issue, 14% the Texas economy, only 2% school safety. Tamara Bell, what do you think of those reactions?
Surprised at the first one, because I'm telling you, they maybe said what they're saying, but I'm telling you, when you at your own house, I'm not talking about the border, that's down there, in your own house, cannot afford to buy meat. You don't want to be vegan. You may need to be vegan, but you can't buy meat. When restaurants who have had lines out the door, down the block, can't even get the minimum to make the day's numbers. People are going to be thinking a whole lot more about the economy, because when it's personal, that's when it hits you. I'm not surprised that what's happening at the border. These people are coming into these people's neighborhood. We reading about it. They live in it. They should feel the way they have a right to feel the way they do, and they should act on it.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Still to come, truly scary news on the southern border with the arrest of suspected terrorists. The worry now, how many have we missed? But up next, Republicans rack up a big special election win in South Texas. Will it be an isolated breakthrough, or is the electoral tide actually turning red near the troubled border? Groundbreaking congressional win for Republicans and a major alert for Democrats. Mexican-born Republican Mayra Flores prevailed in a special election to replace retiring Congressman Filemon Vela. According to reports, the Texas Democratic delegation is furious with the party's congressional campaign chairman for failing to fully fund Flores' opponent. Congressman Vicente Gonzalez unloaded, saying, "I'm not going to sugarcoat it anymore. They have just forgotten about the brown people on the border," end quote. Panel Democrats get another bite at the apple in November when this seat goes up for grabs again in a redrawn district. What's going on, Sergio? 30 seconds.
Well, they're spending a lot of money down there. I mean, the ratio was 5-1. The Republicans spend $1.5 million on this race for a temporary seat, whereas the Democrats only spend about $100,000. That's a 5-1 ratio. A lot of money is poured in. It does make a difference in getting the message out and campaigning, but this is going to be different in November. You know, sometimes South Texas does vote Republican. It did for J.W. Bush, but then it flipped back to Obama and it flipped back to Mr. Biden. So it goes up and down. It depends. And, you know, there's a wave of Republicans spending a lot of money, making a difference. Democrats need to get on the ball. They need to spend money and invest down there.
Holly, can a bunch of more campaign commercials change the reality of what's going on in South Texas? And do the Republicans really have a shot to flip some of those seats?
I do think they have a shot. I think, you know, yes, Mayra Flores is going to have an uphill battle coming up in November, but don't underestimate the momentum that this has created. You have a very positive young candidate, a dynamic candidate that is going out and reaching these communities, reaching them on issues that she understands. And, you know, she's a former Obama voter herself. So now she's flipped and she's bringing a lot of young, energetic people along with her, including those families who are down there struggling with, as, you know, Tamara said, prices and security and crime. All those things are very important. I think we're seeing a lot of momentum down there.
All right. I know Marcus doesn't have a dog in either of these camps. How do you see what's going on in South Texas real quick?
Look, I see it two ways. One, it is the typical way of operating for the Democratic Party to be sorry and apathetic and just unproductive, where you forget about folks and you assume that people are going to be on your side, so you don't put the energy and effort into going into it. They did it in the election that got Donald Trump elected. They've done it to black folks for years, taking them for granted. So it is typical of the Democratic Party. Additionally, it is opportunistic for the GOP. Why? Because I'm starting to see that some of the people in the GOP are coming to their senses, and they're kind of moving away from this extreme right wing, and there's a place for this newness in the GOP. Ask Dan Crenshaw. He'll tell you he got booed at the convention, right?
All
by the right
We're
wing.
going to come back to that in just a second. When we come back, more evidence and more testimony from the January 6th committee. Will the findings torpedo a Trump presidential run in 2024? More testimony and evidence this week before the congressional committee investigating the January 6th sacking of our nation's capital. Most critical, former President Donald Trump's failed effort to force then Vice President Mike Pence to illegally overturn results of the 2020 election. Also, that former President Trump ignored the counsel and findings of nearly all of his advisors, including his Attorney General, and insisted on perpetuating the claim of a stolen election. Panel, the committee also contends former President Trump raised more than $250 million from supporters for his official election defense fund, money that was, in their words, ripped off from donors. What do you think of that, Tamara Bell?
I'm not surprised, okay? The man was in there for 4 years and everybody was straight screaming, the emperor has no clothes, but they act like they couldn't see his naked ass. So that don't surprise me at all. And they still walking around in this ball of confusion. Oh, nobody's watching it. Oh, I mean, nobody's looking at it. This is not no Nielsen ratings. This is about telling the American people the reality of what was going on that people didn't know. I mean, did not know. They had no idea, most of them, how close Pence family came to dying and how his president, I mean, his own president didn't care what was about to happen to him. He only wanted one thing and one thing only, and that's not to get his ass up and back up out the White House. And that's not how this government works. When you lose, your term is up, you're supposed to go. And when you hear the other people who participated, who said they didn't do nothing, look, I'm very interested in with his daughter's testimony, Barr's testimony. I mean, I'm really, really surprised at the things that's coming out. So yes, in my neighborhood, we watching.
All right, Bob Price, rebuttal.
Well, first off, January 6th was probably the worst political event that ever happened in my lifetime. It was a catastrophe, as Marcus says, an attempt to stop a legal process from happening in the United States. It's not an attempt to overthrow the government, but it was certainly an attempt to stop the process of electing the President of the United States. That said, the January 6th Commission is more about theater than it is about fact-finding. When you form a commission and you don't allow the minority party to pick their own representatives to put on the panel, and you handpick a couple of anti-Trump, barely Republicans, and put them in those positions, and that's the only representation of the minority party, you're not going to get to the facts. Nobody's asking the question of why did Nancy Pelosi not accept security for the Capitol building. Nobody's asking any questions about all of that side of the issue. And there's no balance in this whole reporting process, this whole fact-finding process. When you see it being put on primetime television, every major network except Fox News covering it like it's the gospel coming out of Washington, D.C., this is a circus, and it's a kangaroo court that is not going to sit well with the American people.
All right, we'll keep our eyes on it. Still to come. An assessment of public safety in the nation's third largest county. District Attorney Kim Ogg says our community is still immersed in crisis.
Enders leads to exactly what you think it would, more crime. And that this type of public policy should end. Got to maintain public safety. And right now, we're struggling. Houston's in crisis.
Harris County District Attorney Kim Ogg delivering the hard truth about crime in our community. Two alarming realities. Ogg projects more than 14,000 crimes will be committed this year by defendants released on bond for a previous offense. And then there's the backlog of 130,000 criminal cases and just 350 prosecutors to seek justice. Panel Ogg says the families of murder victims will have to wait 4 years to see those accused of killing or injuring their loved ones stand trial. Sergio Lira, take 30 seconds. What's your reaction?
Well, this is a sad situation on both sides. Let's say a person was arrested for murder or a violent crime and they're innocent. So they're going to have to wait 4 or 5 years. They're and their family, and they're just languishing in our jails. Now, the other issue is the ones who cannot afford the 10% bail bond, they're stuck. The ones who can afford 10% bail bonds are out. And those folks and those innocent families that have been murdered, and the 14,000 projected crimes are going to be in hot area spots, not in the aggregate, but in certain neighborhoods. That's where we need to look at it. Folks play with numbers, but when you're dealing with lives and safety in your neighborhood and your home, these are some very important issues. A sad situation.
All right, Holly, is District Attorney Ogg playing with numbers? Sounds pretty straight.
I don't think so at all. We are trying to get some answers about how many of these people are out on bond. One of the questions we have is how many people are out on bond for felon in possession of a weapon, with also some aggravated assault charges, like the suspect in the murder of that 9-year-old girl last week. That guy, he was out on 5 bonds. Some of them were misdemeanors. It's a misdemeanor charge to make a terroristic threat against a family member. So that was one of his bonds, but also felon in possession of a weapon. We just don't know how many of these people are out there and how many of them are ticking time bombs.
Okay, Tamara, take it away. 30 seconds.
She is not messing with any numbers. I'm telling you that what the numbers that she needs, that people need to be worried about, is you don't want to be number next. That's what you don't want to be, number next. You don't want your family member to be number next. This is a truly, truly crisis. Houston, we got a big ass problem, and we've got to get on top of this. I'm not kidding. We have to get on top of this. We can't do nothing about the flooding. We can do something about policies. And most of the time, it means getting them folks up out of there who making them.
All right, we're going to leave it there for right now. Up next, truly frightening news from our porous southern border. Governor Greg Abbott confirming terrorists have crossed the Rio Grande. Okay, you guys, Bob has been warning us about Governor Greg Abbott, who confirmed more than 50 people have been caught on the border this year who are among those named on our nation's terror watch list.
50 people on the terrorist watch list who've been apprehended. What you did not mention is all of those on the terrorist watch list who got away.
Panel, it's hard not to be deeply concerned, if not entirely surprised by this revelation, because Bob Price has been telling us about this for 2 years at least. Bob, take it away.
Longer than that. We've been reporting about people from nations that have ties to terrorism for nearly 8 years coming out of South Texas. It's a very alarming situation. And as Governor Abbott said, it's not just the ones that we're apprehending that we need to be concerned about. It's what Border Patrol calls gotaways. Gotaways are people that we know cross the border or have evidence that cross the border that were not able to be apprehended, either because Border Patrol is overwhelmed babysitting children, or they're paying more money to the cartels and being smuggled past checkpoints with the intent of getting into the United States. More than 1 million people have fallen into that gotaway category. The Texas National Guard tells me when they're conducting brush operations 50 to 80 miles from the Texas border with Mexico, 30% of the people that they're arresting in the brush have criminal backgrounds, and many of those are falling into the suspected terrorist list, the terrorist watch list. So it is a national security problem. We've said for a long time that border security is national security. And when you look at what is happening down there, the 220,000 people that crossed into the United States last month alone, 600,000 in the last 3 months, 600,000 people that were apprehended. It is unsustainable. But it's a direct, deliberate policy by the Biden administration to open up the borders down there, to create this inhumane situation where hundreds and hundreds of people are being killed every week. If you had 20 people drown in a river somewhere, let's say on the Guadalupe River, you would have every police agency in the state trying to figure out how to stop people from drowning down there. We've had dozens and dozens and dozens of people drown just in Eagle Pass, Texas alone.
All right, real quickly, Marcus, does this worry you? And I've got really just 20 seconds.
What worries me is we have this great concern. I agree, the border should be secure and we shouldn't be letting terrorists in. But it is not uncommon in our nation to not do anything about terrorism. You don't believe me? Homeland Security says our #1 terrorist is white supremacy, and we're not doing anything about it. We're talking about January 6th like it was a dust-up, and that was a terrorist attack on our government. So it is not uncommon for us to not do anything about terrorism in this nation, especially the GOP.
All right, well, looks like we got a lot of work to do as a country. Thanks for joining us. The conversation continues on a national level next with Fox News Sunday. And we'll keep talking here with What's Your Point Overtime, streaming on fox26houston.com and on our Facebook page. From all of us here, have a safe and healthy week. Happy Father's Day.
All right, that was the latest from our colleagues over at Fox 26 Houston. As you know, Live Now from Fox is powered by Fox-owned and operated television stations across the country. That's how we're able to bring you up to speed to the most recent news story. Now let's go ahead and recap a story that we first broke for you all just yesterday. Firefighters in Philadelphia, as you can see here, are now mourning the tragic loss of one of their own who was killed in the collapse of a building early on Saturday morning. Now, the fallen officer was a 27 veteran of the fire department. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Siri has more.
The fire broke out around 2 a.m. in the Fairhill community of Philadelphia. It engulfed a small mixed-use building. Firefighters were able to get the fire under control within 15 minutes, but it's after they went inside to inspect the damage that things went terribly wrong. A witness describes the scene.
I'm at every fire scene there is. I'm at every fire scene. My company goes to every single fire. We get referred in by insurance companies to every fire, and this is hands down the worst thing I've ever seen, the scariest thing I've ever seen.
5 firefighters and a city building inspector became trapped in the rubble. Officials say the incident claimed the life of one of those firefighters who had served the department for 27 years.
It's a sad day for the Philadelphia Fire Department. Unfortunately, our department lost a member bravely fighting a fire and then caught in a building collapse after the fire was over.
The other trapped firefighters were freed from the wreckage and taken to the hospital, where they were reported in stable condition. The building inspector was treated and released. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
All right, a huge thank you to Jonathan Seri for bringing us an update to that story. Let's go ahead and take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more nonstop news on the other side. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine. Thank you all so much for joining us on this Sunday, June 19th, also known as Juneteenth. We're going to bring you all a recap of many celebrations taking place across the country. But in the meantime, we do have some top stories that I would like to get into. Let's go ahead.
A bizarre security breach. The Late Show team came to interview 3 House Democrats, including Adam Schiff, but they overstayed their welcome and were busted by U.S. Capitol Police. In a statement, CBS says the production team came to Capitol Hill to do interviews for a comedy segment with Triumph the Insult Comedy Dog, voiced by Robert Smigel. He's also known for his work on Saturday Night Live's TV Funhouse animated shorts. CBS says the interviews were prearranged with congressional offices. Fox has told on Thursday morning they interviewed 1-6 committee members Adam Schiff and Stephanie Murphy, along with Democratic Massachusetts Representative Jake Auchincloss. Auchincloss is not on the committee. Capitol Police shooed the group away from the 1-6 committee hearing area because they did not have proper press credentials. Fox is told they requested credentials weeks ago, but the House Radio TV Gallery denied them credentials because they are comedy and not news. At some point, the group left the House office buildings. But Fox is told the team was then let back into the Longworth House office building by an aide to Auchincloss sometime after 4 p.m. Thursday. Fox is told the aide thought they had more interviews to do. The team remained in the House office buildings unescorted for hours. The group was arrested after the building closed. The arrest came around 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. They were near the office of GOP Colorado Representative Lauren Boebert. Capitol Police say they arrested 7 people and charged them with unlawful entry. In a statement, Capitol Police say, quote, "The building was closed to visitors and these individuals were determined to be part of a group that had been directed by the Capitol Police to leave the building earlier in the day." This comes after the 1-6 committee released a video of GOP Georgia Representative Barry Loudermilk giving what the panel termed as surveillance tours 1 day ahead of the riot last year. Republicans now claim that Democrats have no leg to stand on when it comes to Capitol security.
It's ironic that Democratic staffers, not even members of Congress, Democratic staffers who work for Adam Schiff and others, they're the ones who brought people in that ended up getting arrested by Capitol Police. That's saying something.
One person shown in the video made threats on camera to prominent Democrats the day of the riot, but he was never charged. The 1-6 committee has 2 more hearings next week. Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Taking a live now look from the city that never sleeps, New York, New York. Now, our news partners over at Fox News, they got an exclusive look at NYPD's Transit Enhanced Detection Dog program. Canines are now wearing these tread harnesses, which will better find unconventional explosive devices on the city's public transportation system. Alexis McAdams, she is bringing us the latest from New York City, where she got to watch units take the new tech out for a spin.
The NYPD is the only police department in the world that uses transit-enhanced detection dogs, or TREAD, which makes people on the subway systems feel a little safer and also adds an extra layer of security to the bomb-sniffing dog. Take a look there on your screen. This is the new technology that we're talking about, which was created by the NYPD. The department worked with a private tech company to create a special dog harness equipped with electronics. The sensors inside of that harness enable the canine officer to detect radiation and other chemical or even biological agents that a dog's nose just can't. NYPD Lieutenant John Pappas says the tech advancement was necessary in the fight against terrorism.
International terror organizations like Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and many others were intentionally creating a gap in our detection capability specific to the dog. They were kind of gearing it to avoid detection by a dog. So they started to create unconventional explosive devices.
Each harness has multiple sensors that send readings to a mobile command post in real time. Then the officers can actually track those readings and respond accordingly.
So I can stay in one location, I can track them all over. So if we have a team that's in Brooklyn or a team that was sent to Manhattan, I can pull them up and see where they are at the same time without being on scene and get all the readings and information from them.
The NYPD has shared this new technology with police departments and the military around the world. In New York City, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
Well, there's a new move set by the Biden administration to spend 10 million taxpayer dollars to study the best ways to help people about their ask people about their sexual orientation. Now, this effort comes as many controversies oversee the role of government, schools, and parents when it comes to this issue. Fox News correspondent Phil Keating has more from Miami.
The festivities are well underway for Pride Month. That means parties and gay pride parades, which today include LGBTQ Americans. Count President Biden among those celebrating the month.
The message is simple. Pride is back at the White House.
Counting is what the U.S. Census Bureau has been doing since 1902. It aims for the most exact population data it can get, like numbers, race, gender, and now sexual orientation and gender identity. To get that, the Bureau wants to ask the question as best as possible. So it wants to spend $10 million to find out how to ask the question and get the most honest and accurate numbers. Previous census headcounts did not ask whether someone was gay, straight, lesbian, transgender, or binary. The president of Miami Beach's Gay and Lesbian Chamber of Commerce, the second largest in the country, approves of what the Census Bureau is doing with some cautious hesitation.
If it is really to make our lives better, to create policies within government to help us distribute goods and services more appropriately amongst all of the population bases in the country, great. If it's just going to go sit on a shelf, what's the point?
This also comes at a time of political culture wars, with red state legislatures restricting or banning discussions about sexual orientation and gender identity in schools. Like in Florida, the recent Governor DeSantis versus Disney battle over the so-called Don't Say Gay bill that prohibits such discussion from kindergarten through third grade. In a statement, the Census Bureau said it is committed to collecting accurate data on our nation's people and families. This research can help us measure the growing and diverse LGBTQ population in the United States. The information gained will end up in the Census Bureau's American Community Survey, which comes out annually. In Miami, Phil Keating, Fox News.
The actual day was June 19th, 1865, and it was the black dock workers in Galveston, Texas, who first heard the word that freedom for enslaved had come. There were speeches, sermons, shared meals, mostly held at black churches, the safest places at the time to have such celebrations. Now, the perils and unjust laws and racist social customs that were still great in Texas for the 250,000 enslaved black people just there alone. But the celebrations known as Juneteenth were said to have gone on for 7 days straight. Now, many, many years later, hundreds of years later, Juneteenth has become a federal holiday. Let's go ahead and check in with our news partners at Fox 11 Los Angeles. They're bringing more on the legacy of Juneteenth and how people are choosing to celebrate across the country.
Oh, you can't ever go wrong with some Michael Jackson in the morning. And we're talking about Juneteenth celebrations that are getting underway today as the country marks Freedom Day this upcoming weekend. One way to celebrate is by making sure to support Black-owned businesses. That's what we're talking about this morning. Dr. Lisa, the founder of the Fresh Stalls, is with us this morning with 5 ways to celebrate and support Black businesses. Thank you so much for being here with us on GDC.
My pleasure and honored to be here this morning.
Before we get too much into our conversation about Juneteenth, would you just talk about why you founded the Fresh Stalls and how toys are affecting children? I feel like when I was growing up, it was kind of like an oddity to see dolls or to have a doll that looked like me, and you're really changing that for kids these days.
Absolutely. That's our vision and our mission. And it all started because I saw one little beautiful Black girl say she didn't like playing with black dolls because the skin was nasty. Nasty. And then she literally touched her own hand as indicated her skin was nasty. It broke my heart. I left teaching, left being a professor, and started creating dolls with no experience.
Well, you have done very well to go out on a whim like that.
Well, very happy.
And we love to see it. You know, you have 5 simple ways to support Black-owned businesses like yours. Let's talk about them. So you start with shopping at your favorite Black business this weekend or beyond. Talk about more.
Absolutely. The first thing we have to do is support economically. So visit your Black-owned business and support them. Make a purchase.
And giving high ratings to Black businesses on social media. I think that's a biggie. You know, as time goes on, more and more people, when you're looking online, you'll see like 5 stars or 1 star or no stars, and you kind of pass by some of them if they don't have some good ratings.
Absolutely. And sometimes small Black-owned businesses do not have a marketing budget. So their marketing is primarily going to be on social media. So when you go on and give a 5-star rating and give a comment, like, why do you really enjoy shopping here? What's special and unique about that Black-owned business? Share that on social media. It goes a long way.
It certainly does. The third one is buy your gifts from Black businesses and tell people where you got them from. Don't just, save the information for yourself.
Absolutely. Share the wisdom, right? So yeah, buy gifts for your friends and family. Tell them where you got them and let them know that this is one of your favorite shops and encourage them to also purchase from them.
Yeah, and you also say give friends and family gift cards from Black businesses. A lot of times we do them for major retailers, but forget, there's some small Black-owned businesses we can support this way as well.
Absolutely. That's actually key, because if you give a gift card, your friends and family get to go to that establishment and discover all the amazing things about it for themselves. So it's wonderful to give gifts, but it's even better to give gift cards because then they can meander around with the gift card to buy whatever they want.
Yeah, you just gave me some ideas, actually. We were talking about Father's Day a few minutes ago. I'm like, I'm still needing to buy a gift. That's what I'm going to do. Okay.
I'm a little behind.
Telling on myself here. And then the 5th one, ask the business how you can help support them. We come up with ideas all day, but sometimes they might have something different, right?
Absolutely. And, so ask them. And it's actually a two-way street. I mean, we at the Fresh family, I often encourage our fans to tell us, what do they want? What kind of dolls do they want to see? And they share that information. So likewise, if you're visiting your favorite Black-owned shop, if you know that there's something that can help their business, tell them. They're going to want to know, because you as the customer are the best source of information. It's a partnership between the consumer and the Black-owned business. And together, we make a dramatic, positive impact in our communities. So please continue to share that information about what they can do to be better.
Dr. Williams, we appreciate you sharing with us this morning.
All right, a huge thank you to Fox 11 Los Angeles, bringing us that update and commemoration as we continue to celebrate June 19th, also known as Juneteenth, marking the day that enslaved Blacks found out that they were free in Galveston, Texas. Now, throughout the course of today's show, we will continue to celebrate and commemorate June 19th with a special beginning at 2 p.m. today. So make sure that you all are tuning in for that. But for now, let's go ahead and move right along with a few other top stories that we're paying attention to. Something that is on the minds of many, many Americans these days: rising gas prices, inflation, and consumer costs. Now, the chief executive, President Biden, convened a virtual meeting with some of the world's biggest economies. We're talking China, Germany, Saudi Arabia, and the United Kingdom, as well as the European Union. They were all among those who participated. Egypt also participated, which is hosting the next United Nations Summit on Climate Change, by the way. Now, President Biden repeated his goal to lower gasoline prices that are now averaging a record of just below $5 per gallon. In case you missed his full remarks following that summit, we're going to go ahead and play it out for you all in full, raw and unfiltered. That's what we do here at Live Now from Fox. All right, guys, we'll have President Biden's remarks in just a bit, but House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, she's also among those top lawmakers that are speaking out about rising fuel costs. She recently spoke on the very topic at her weekly press conference. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Promise to our veterans on the burn pits legislation that was being passed. We're very excited about that. This week generally has been about affordability. Affordability at the kitchen table, affordability at the pump, affordability for America's working families. So I'm very proud that as we gather here right now on the floor, we have legislation that will lower food and fuel cost act. The way we will do that is you lower food costs. Do you believe that Russia is one of the big suppliers of fertilizer in the world? The lower supply of fertilizer, the increased price and demand for it has increased food cost. So we are addressing that in the legislation. Competition is so important in the meat packing industry, and it just simply doesn't exist. So that will also lower meat and poultry cost on the shelf, and therefore at the kitchen table. And the lowering cost for the cheaper, cleaner, unleaded 88. This is a very important issue to many of our members in rural America because much of it exists there, and the average reduction at the pump is about 40 cents. So we're very pleased with that legislation. The vote will come up soon. Again, I would tell you what it does, but you can read it here on the sign. Again, we want to break the grip of foreign supply on American kitchen tables. And that applies in fuel as well as fertilizer. And again, many of these meat packing companies are foreign owned. When Putin invaded Ukraine, almost immediately the price at the pump went up. About $2 in not immediate but near immediate range of his invasion. So this largely the price at the pump is about supply. Supply is down, cost is up. The war has contributed enormously to that. But there is also price gouging, and we had legislation that we talked about before that was passed in the Congress addressing price gouging as well as market manipulation. So there's some corporate greed involved in this price at the pump as well, and we are again, taking steps to lower the cost at the pump so that America's working families are not being exploited in that way. The other thing that we did, and that the president is going to sign today, is legislation that will address the exorbitant fees that are paid. And the bill is called the Ocean Shipping Reform Act, which will be signed into law by the president today. The bill cracks down on exorbitant fees charged by international ocean shipping companies to make goods more expensive for America's consumers and small businesses. The bill will lower costs for Americans, as nearly 100 trade organizations recently wrote. It will help ensure U.S. competitiveness and lead to continued economic recovery. So for these and other ways to address the lowering costs, the affordability issue, we then also add the Competes Act, which we are negotiating right now, every day, actually, to hopefully declare our independence from overseas supply, therefore increasing production at home. So whether it's the shipping bill, whether it's issues that relate to lowering costs for farmers, therefore lowering costs for families, whether it's about the price at the pump, whether it's about market manipulation, price gouging, the rest on the part of corporate America. And I don't paint them all with the same brush, but there are those who are engaged in that. All of it is to say, how do we address the inflation issue? We do so by increasing supply at home and doing so in a way that has a direct impact on America's kitchen tables, families at America's kitchen tables. In the negotiations on Competes, we are narrowing it down to where we have our agreement that we can just proceed, and that's been for a while, and now just narrowing further those areas where we have further negotiation is necessary, and we put out the word that we wanted to have from our chairs what they see as the remaining issues to be negotiated. Because this is, again, the Competes Act, the Innovation Act, USICA, whatever you want to call it, is a declaration of American independence. It just says we're going to make more of it in America, whether it's the factors of production or the products themselves. With all of the constraints that COVID has placed. Look, we have the war in Iraq, we have COVID, which has really deterred more product coming into our country, either by design or just by marketplace factors. So there's real reason for us to now just be completely assertive in how we do our research, how we do our development, how we do our education, how we do our Make It in America for our chips. You've heard me say it a million times. 1,000 chips in a car, 2,000 in an electric car. If we don't have chips, we cannot proceed with manufacturing at home. But that's just one industry that is affected by it. When the president was at the State of the Union address, he talked about a unity agenda. He talked about helping our veterans, and this PACT Act will go very far to do that. We have other veterans legislation, but this is so central, so transformative that anyone who's exposed to these burn pits, a burn pit could be as big as a football field or even bigger and have horrible things in it that are carcinogenic if you have served. And so we want to be sure people know that when we ask them to serve and protect and defend our country, that we are there to protect and defend them in every possible exposure to their health and well-being when they come home. And then he talked about mental health. Next week we will have a number of bills on the floor. I'll read some of them to you. Restoring Hope for Mental Health and Well-Being Act, that's coming out of Energy and Commerce. Bobby Scott's committee will have the Mental Health Matters, Education and Labor Mental Health bills, some of them under suspension. So we're pleased about that. So he talked about opioids, which will be included in especially the Energy and Commerce part of that bill. And he talked about cancer. He talked about veterans. He talked about mental health. He talked about cancer, and he talked about opioids. And all of those issues will be addressed in legislation on the floor next week. And we hope much of it to be strongly bipartisan in the way it is passed. Again, we're waiting prayerfully for the Senate negotiations on guns in terms of the writing of the bill. So we feel pretty prepared anytime that they're finished that we will be here to pass that legislation. Any questions? I think the first question should go to our birthday boy. What do you think? Even though he doesn't have on a yellow shirt or anything like that.
Thank you very much.
Happy birthday.
Thank you very much. It's very kind of you. I just want to ask you, you met with the president yesterday, and Senator Schumer, it sounded like you were meeting on reconciliation. Is there any movement on this at all? Or was
Well, reconciliation is a Senate matter.
Right.
Now, we've passed our bill, we've made our views known, and that is a closely held negotiation on the Senate side. I'd suffice to say that we expressed our interest in it, the timing when it would happen, but we did not get into the
there's any
details.
chance? There's any chance it happens in July or anything?
Well, it's alive. I just say that. It's alive. I would say that. There are certain concerns that we have about subsidies in the health care bill and the rest, which may or may not be in the negotiation. But we shall see. But whatever it is, everything that was in the reconciliation bill is great. So if we just have some of it, that'll be very good, and we look forward to that. But I just don't know. As I think you know from the dynamic around here, a Senate negotiation is very close held, as it is on the guns right now, as they write the legislation to match the priorities that they put forth. We hope that the priorities will survive the legislative writing of the bill.
Madam Speaker. Speaker Pelosi, do you believe that Donald Trump committed a crime related to January 6th? And if you do believe that, do you think that the committee should make a criminal referral for Trump, or do you believe it's not their
I
job?
would not answer any questions on January 6th. With all due respect to your question, that January 6th purpose is to seek the truth, to perhaps propose legislation if they see fit that will be sure to contribute to the final goal, which is to make sure that this never happens again. But it's up to the committee as they go forward.
Madam Speaker, you have this piece of legislation on the floor today about fuel costs and food costs, and you have the hearing today. Are you worried that the conversation about this and trying to help the pocketbook of Americans isn't getting through when there's so much attention on the 1-6 committee and everything else, and not as much attention on that? Is that a struggle for Democrats?
No, I mean, we don't just do one thing around here. We take an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. We do that every day. The manifestation of it now is the January 6th committee, and I'm very proud of how they have conducted themselves, but it is they're drawing their conclusions and going forth with their presentation. But we never take our eye off the ball of kitchen table issues for America's working families. In fact, in addition to our oath of office to protect and defend the Constitution, what unifies Democrats the most, while we have our differences in timing and perspective, one thing, what unifies us the most is our concern for America's working families. And that's why when we won in 2018, we said we were going to lower cost, and we're doing that. We're going to increase paychecks, and we did that. And we're going to have cleaner government, which is what we're striving to do. But in the lowering costs, we're still having a struggle on the prescription drug issue. We couldn't get one Republican vote on that, so we're still working on that because that's a big kitchen table issue. But no, we are here to do the job for the American people. It doesn't mean just one piece of the job.
But you had these White House officials come in and talk to the Democratic caucus today about trying to hone that message on the economy.
What did they do?
Hone the message on the economy. The three came in this morning.
Yeah, they made a fine presentation about our shared values, and it was very encouraging to hear. Not that we learned, we know what their values are, and it was. I was very pleased and honored by their presentation about the economy. But just because we're having a presentation, we're always learning more. We're always having a presentation. We're always adding to the agenda what legislation is in furtherance of, again, We're here for the kitchen table, not the boardroom table. Boardroom table, gouge. Boardroom table, exploit. Kitchen table, how do we increase paychecks, lower cost? And again, in terms of our oath of office, clearly you see from the photographs that certain elements of the Republican Party will do anything to stay in power. That's not what we're about. We're hoping that we could get where the People Act enacted.
Madam Speaker,
Yes,
Madam Speaker, Pope St. John Paul II said in Evangelium Vitae that abortion is murder.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, could you start over?
St. John Paul II said in Evangelium Vitae that abortion is murder, and Pope Francis told the Pontifical Academy for Life that abortion is truly murder. Do you agree with Pope Francis and Pope John Paul II that abortion is murder?
What I agree on is that whatever I believe or agree with the popes on is not necessarily what public policy should be in the United States, as people make their own judgments, honor their own responsibilities, and attend to the needs of their families. Next.
Madam Speaker, actually, as far as the abortion case is concerned, there has been a number of attacks on churches, on crisis pregnancy centers. Republicans are going after Democrats for not saying anything, and they're saying that your rhetoric is contributing to these attacks on these crisis pregnancy centers.
Well, let me just say this. A woman has a right to choose, to live up to her responsibility. It's up to her doctor, her family, her husband, her significant other, and her God. This talk of politicizing all of this, I think, is something uniquely American and not right. Other countries, Ireland, Italy, Mexico, have had legislative initiatives to expand a woman's right to choose. Very Catholic countries. I'm a very Catholic person, and I believe in every woman's right to make her own decisions. Any other questions on another subject? I'm not going to tell you that anymore.
I'm wondering, in your meeting with Schumer and the White House last night, did you guys talk about this? And did you get a commitment from Schumer about bringing this to the fore? And what were Biden's comments if we did discuss this?
Well, we weren't discussing this chart. We only got this chart this morning. No, we weren't discussing that chart. But our lowering cost has always been our ongoing theme for the American people. What I would like to say is, though, to point out and remind clearly, needs sometimes reminding. When this president took office, 20 million people were out of work. He created public-private partnerships and the rest, legislation and the rest, 8 million jobs created in the shortest amount of time possible. Wages increased, unemployment reduced. We did much of this with the rescue package, for which we did not get one Republican vote. Not one Republican vote. For the child tax credit, shots in the arm, money in the pockets, people back to work, children back to school safely, without one Republican vote. So whatever it was that we discussed yesterday in that meeting, what we are about is, again, the well-being for America's working families, and we just clearly need to make sure people understand the historic accomplishments of this president. 8 million jobs, unemployment cut in half. The lowest rate of unemployment among veterans, 2.4%, something like that, veterans unemployment. So again, we have to continue our work. We're legislating, and sometimes that takes time because we're striving for as much bipartisanship as possible. It doesn't mean if they don't vote for it that we don't have Republican provisions in legislation, but it does mean that we're going to do the best possible job, the most sustainable job for the American people. So don't expect me to be talking about a conversation that I may have had with the president, but no, we didn't talk about this poster.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Last question. Can I ask about the concept of deficit reduction? That is part of this reconciliation. Manchin, but President as well, has said deficit reduction could help with inflation. Do you buy that argument, and would you be in favor of a reconciliation bill that significantly reduces the deficit going forward?
Absolutely. I'm a PAYGO person. As you know, I have some who oppose me on that score. I always, when people have a suggestion, I say, does it create jobs? Does it create jobs? Does it reduce the deficit? The national debt. I mean, let's go bigger. The national debt. So and we always were. In any of the proposals that we put forth, whether it was 3.5 or 1.75 or whatever it was, we always had the thought that we would be reducing the national debt and all of that. And if you look at the history, it's under Democratic presidents that the national debt has been reduced. The deficit greatly reduced under President Biden. Check that out. And under President Clinton, we had PAYGO instituted for the first time in an overall presidency, a little bit under President George Herbert Walker Bush and the negotiations at Andrews Air Force Base. But as a presidency, Bill Clinton, the last 4 or 5, depending on how you judge it, budgets either in balance or in surplus operationally, taking us to reducing the national debt in a significant way, completely turned around under President Bush. The biggest reversal in how a budget deficit, national debt grows, from on a path to reduce by 5.4 trillion to increasing by 5.4 trillion, an $11 trillion swing. President Obama comes in, first year, he reduces the deficit, which is what contributes to the national debt, by $700 billion. Went from like 1.5 to 500, almost a $1 trillion reduction in the national debt right away under President Obama. So this is a value that we share. And one of for a couple reasons. First of all, it's the right thing to do. But in addition to that, we're just sick and tired of paying debt service, interest on the loan. Well, that's money that could be invested in our children's education and the well-being of the American people, and of course, reducing the national debt. So I'm a PAYGO person, and I think that as we are doing things, there are two ways. Is it an initiative that of its nature will help reduce the debt? And is it legislation that contains within it funding to directly, immediately reduce the national debt?
Any comment on the Loudermilk photos and videos?
What did you think of the
All right, you're streaming live now from Fox. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and right on the other side, we'll have the latest from President Biden. He's speaking on the rising gas and inflation across the country. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome, everyone. Although many of you, including Secretary Blinken, know me better as Shalom Constantino's husband, I am, in fact, Michael Constantino, this year's GLIFA president. GLIFA is the State Department, USAID, and other foreign affairs agencies' official employee organization. We represent over 1,200 LGBTQIA+ employees, family members, and allies working around the world in foreign affairs. We are here today to celebrate Pride, which for us is a particularly special one because this year is also our 30th anniversary. Standing here in this room with Secretary Blinken, Deputy Secretary Sherman, Deputy Secretary McKeown, Special Envoy Stern, the department's senior leadership team, our very special and extremely hardworking GLIFA board, and all of you, really, I am reminded of just how far we've come in our 30 years. The reason why it's so amazing is because 30 years ago, simply speaking the words that you were gay, lesbian, transgender, queer, would have been grounds enough to lose a security clearance and end a career. GLIFA's founders had tremendous courage. They risked their reputations, careers, livelihood, the ability to do what they were passionate about, simply by stating their truth. And asking that they be treated justly and with dignity. In fact, even when I joined the Foreign Service, my dog had more benefits than my husband would have. Yeah. Courage has really defined our organization. It takes real bravery year after year to speak truth to power, to advocate for equal treatment, even in times when leadership is less welcoming of us. Despite obstacles, our story is really one of success. The fact is that so many department leaders over the years have also had tremendous courage. It took real forces of nature to do the right thing, to end discrimination in the security clearance process, to add sexual orientation and gender identity to equal employment opportunity rights, to recognize as official family members our partners, and when it became possible, as our spouses. And now our leadership is showing courage by demanding that the governments of countries where we work follow through on their Vienna Convention obligations and extend to our spouses the same protections that every other spouse receives. They're valiant in their efforts to make the burdensome process of affirming one's authentic gender less onerous. And they are courageous in bringing everyone together in support for our community at events and ceremonies like this one, because visibility matters. On this, the 30th anniversary of our organization, I salute the bravery of those who came before us and those in this room today who are carrying on the tradition and fighting for what's right, what's just. Thank you for fighting for us, fighting with us, and doing what's right. Thank you for being here to celebrate Pride 2022 and GLIFA's 30th anniversary. One of GLIFA's priorities for the new administration was to appoint a special envoy for LGBTQIA+ human rights after that position went vacant for 5 years. That wish was granted by the Biden-Harris administration and in a major way by appointing Jessica Stern to that job. All right. So with that, allow me to pass the floor to Special Envoy Stern. Jessica.
everybody. Can you hear me? Oh, Mike, that was beautiful. Didn't he do a great job? Shouldn't we give him another round of applause? I just have to say, I have been so pleased to work with you and the extraordinary Glypha team on this amazing reception. It feels really good to be back in the Ben Franklin room. You know, for a lot of us from the LGBTQI community, the last time we were here was when then Secretary Kerry launched Randy Berry's position as special envoy. So it takes us back, right? And it means a lot to reclaim this space. Welcome, everyone. What a joy to celebrate Pride in a place of power. Today and throughout Pride Month, we come together to celebrate the progress that we've made to advance the human rights of LGBTQI+ persons internationally, but also to acknowledge that there is so much work still to be done. But I want to begin with gratitude. In the US and around the world, advocates for LGBTQI+ persons sacrificed so much in so many different ways so that I could stand here with you today, an out, proud, queer person. Who has the great pleasure of being one of just 4 special envoys for LGBTQI rights in the world. I'm also one of the highest ranking lesbians. I'll get your number later. No, just kidding, I'm monogamous. But that matters because too often, queer women like me, whether they're trans, whether they're intersex, or whether they're cisgendered, are in danger because of the cruel intersections of sexism and anti-LGBTQI+ hatred. So to everyone who made this position possible, I want to say thank you. And I also want to pledge that intersectionality is a cornerstone of my work. And therefore, I will be fighting bias that targets LGBTQI+ people on any grounds, including race, ethnicity, religion, gender, disability, or any other status. Are you with me? In my role, I spread the administration's message about LGBTQI+ persons globally, and it's quite simple. We see you, our LGBTQI+ friends and neighbors and colleagues. You are our fellow human beings, and we, the US government, will never stop working to ensure that you enjoy the safety, the dignity, and the human rights that every person deserves. As authoritarianism threatens inclusive democracy, and as many LGBTQI+ persons face discrimination, imprisonment, violence, and even death, this message matters more than ever. And it's true, discrimination against LGBTQI people and violence against LGBTQI+ people around the world is pervasive and severe. But I come bearing good news. I've just come back from a trip across 7 countries in Asia and Europe. Sure. And what I want to say is that I saw firsthand that change is afoot in the global struggle for the human rights of LGBTQI+ persons. The crucial thing that I saw is that ambition for the full recognition of the human rights of LGBTQI+ persons in law, in policy, and in society is everywhere. LGBTQI plus human rights defenders, including some of the heroes in the room here today, and crucially, their allies, are pushing for change, and change is coming. In every meeting, I also heard the same steady message. What the United States government says and does makes a difference. When governments make the human rights of LGBTQI plus persons a priority, we can accelerate the pace of change. That's what makes me proud of this administration's deep commitment to LGBTQI plus persons, including the President's memorandum identifying our key lines of effort from February 2021, and the President's new executive order signed on Wednesday. Have you seen it? That's good. As I draw to a close, I want to share a personal story. I was in Lithuania just 2 weeks ago, marching in Baltic Pride. Thank you. There were maybe 17,000 of us, and the march was a huge success. What makes a successful Pride March? Well, there were no protests. There was police protection. And there were people smiling and waving from the sidewalk. And I talked with a 25-year-old who I just can't get out of my head because she had traveled by bus for 8 hours from Estonia to be there. And she said it was the largest Pride she'd ever been to. And when she spoke, she radiated joy because she found her community. So in a moment, I have the great honor of inviting Secretary Blinken to the podium to speak about the importance of human rights of LGBTQI plus persons. But before I do, I want to note something very special happened this week. On Wednesday, he participated in the first ever media roundtable by any U.S. Secretary of State that was devoted exclusively to LGBTQI plus issues. Incredible. We're still taking first steps. But with Secretary Blinken, we have many examples of his commitment to ensuring that LGBTQI plus issues are visible and valued. Mr. Secretary, would you take the floor?
Well, first let me say, I'm just going to drop the microphone and leave it to these two, because who wants to follow that? It is so wonderful to see everyone here. And as Jessica said, there's something wonderful about just being back in this room, in the Ben Franklin room. We haven't had a chance to use it very much because of COVID in recent years, but to see it filled with all of you, to feel the energy in this room that you're bringing to it is a powerful thing. And in some ways, it's very appropriate that we're here with Ben Franklin. He was our nation's first diplomat, as I think all of you know. He charted the Gulf Stream. He pioneered electricity. He authored America's first treaty. He helped forge a new ethos of self-government. And virtually none of this did he do while sober. So I know that's not going to be an issue here tonight. But first, happy Pride, everyone. As you've heard, this is our first in-person Pride reception in far too long. 6 years. And I'm thrilled that we're finally able to do it, because Pride Month is all about love, authenticity, justice, equality, and those are very much worth celebrating. Jessica, thank you for that introduction, but mostly thank you for your tireless efforts already as our special envoy to stand up for the rights of LGBTQI+ persons around the world, to tackle discrimination and violence wherever we find it. We've spent some time together this week. I would not want to be in the way of Jessica Stern. I'm so glad that I'm on her team. And I also want to say a few words about a few other people. Azra Zaya, Azra, are you here somewhere? There. Azra, as I think most of you know, is our Undersecretary of State for Civilian Security, Democracy, and Human Rights. And she is leading our efforts to defend rights around the world, including for LGBTQI+ persons. And Michael, thank you for your extraordinary leadership of LIFA. You've done a remarkable job. We're very, very pleased that you're now off on a mission very soon to Luxembourg. But to you, to everyone from GLIFA's board and membership who is here, thank you. We're here tonight because, first and foremost, Pride Month is about supporting and celebrating LGBTQI+ persons everywhere, including in the workplace. And simply put, we wouldn't be able to do our work without you, and we wouldn't want to. You're dedicated public servants, incredibly talented diplomats, cherished colleagues and teammates. You make our country safer. You make our foreign policy stronger. And we want to do everything we can to make sure that this department, the State Department, always recognizes your worth, supports you and your families, and is a place where you can bring your whole self to work every single day. Now, to do that, we need to be honest about the work it's taken to get where we are today, and you've heard reference to some of it. For a long time, LGBTQI+ people couldn't live openly and still get a State Department security clearance. In contrast, this week and this weekend, diplomatic security agents marched with GLIFA in the DC Pride Parade. That, in and of itself, is a pretty remarkable journey. And it's thanks in large part to GLIFA and to all the people who stood up and fought for America's foreign affairs agencies to be better. That took courage, it took resilience, and it's achieved real results. But, again, as you've heard, there's still a lot of work to do. The work is ongoing. And in a sense, it always will be. We can't ever become complacent in advancing equity in our workplace. And especially now, it is so critical that we reaffirm our shared commitment to an America where all people are treated with equal respect and equal humanity, and where all kids know that they're perfect just the way they are. At the same time, we're also working very closely with GLIFA to see to it that when an LGBTQI+ officer serves overseas, they can do so with their partner. That is a priority for me and for all of us. So we here at State have another responsibility as well. It is our job, and it's quite literally Jessica's job, to stand up for human rights all over the world. And the fact is, again, as you've heard, the human rights of LGBTQI+ persons are vulnerable or actively violated in far too many places. Homosexual status or conduct is still illegal in 70 countries around the world. That's about a third of the world's countries. In some, it's punishable by death. And in too much of the world, being lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, intersex, or simply gender nonconforming means that you're going to be dealing with violence. You're going to be dealing with harassment, targeted by the police or security forces, denied education, denied employment, denied equal access to the justice sector or to health care, experiencing profoundly isolating social exclusion. These are human rights abuses, and the United States fights for human rights. Human rights are indivisible. Whenever one group of people is targeted, all vulnerable groups are less safe. And whenever one group's rights are protected, society as a whole become more free, more prosperous, more secure. This is the inescapable network of mutuality that Dr. Martin Luther King talked about when he said that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. That's why it's not just enough to stand up for LGBTQI rights at home. We have to continue, and we will continue to stand up for equal rights everywhere, in partnership with local activists and local communities. Human rights are also central to our support for democracy around the world, because any system in which some groups are treated as less than, as second-class citizens with fewer rights and protections, is fundamentally flawed. Wednesday, as you heard, President Biden signed an executive order to advance LGBTQI+ equality at home and abroad that includes direction to this department, to the State Department, along with other relevant agencies, to develop a plan to promote an end to the profoundly harmful and medically discredited practice of so-called conversion therapy around the world, and to ensure that our foreign and to ensure that our foreign assistance dollars do not fund it. At the Human Rights Council, we are supporting renewing the mandate of the independent expert on sexual orientation and gender identity for another 3 years, so that this vital work to protect people facing violence and discrimination continues. We'll keep supporting marriage equality and legal recognition for same-sex relationships around the world. And this year, we're celebrating the 10th anniversary of the State Department's Global Equality Fund. With support from Congress, from other countries, private sector partners, we have provided more than $100 million to LGBTQI+ organizations in more than 100 countries. We will continue to find ways to advance this work around the world. And I have a pretty good feeling I can count on everyone in this room to help us do that, because many of you have been pushing us to do more and to do better for a long time. So, as Mike noted at the outset, this is the 30th anniversary of GLIFA's founding. I think probably all of you know the backstory, but for the few of you who don't, David Buss was a Foreign Service officer. He was posted to the Seychelles. David Larson was there with the Peace Corps. They became great friends. Eventually, they fell in love. As a result, David Larson was removed from the Peace Corps for his, quote, inappropriate lifestyle. David Buss learned that the State Department was investigating him because of his sexuality. He also learned that other people at State and USAID were going through the same ordeal. So, the two Davids invited some of their colleagues over for brunch one weekend, back in 1992. They included Brian Dalton, Danny Hall, Jan Kirch, Eric Nelson, John Snyder. That's how GLIFA was born. This story reminds us that powerful moments are often rooted in necessity, but also in love, in friendship, and sometimes brunch. It's a story about who we were, but also who we've become. And I just want to thank everyone who has courageously carried forward that legacy, the legacy that GLIFA's founders began all those years ago. We will continue to march together. Thank you very much.
A CDC advisory panel voting Saturday to recommend COVID vaccines for children under 5, which would make them the last age group to qualify for the shots. The recommendation comes after a separate FDA panel earlier this week gave the thumbs up to vaccinating young kids.
There are 18.7 million children that we just now authorized to get vaccinated.
Pfizer vaccinations would need 3 smaller doses, while Moderna just 2. Both vaccines were shown to produce antibody levels similar to those seen in adults in clinical trials.
These vaccines work remarkably well, and they're remarkably safe. So I can't think of a reason why we shouldn't be immunizing our young children.
Moderna says its vaccine is 51% effective in children 6 through 24 months and 37% effective in kids ages 2 to 5. Pfizer boasts overall 80% effectiveness in children under 5. The last age group to be authorized was kids 5 to 11. So far, getting shots into arms of younger Americans has been a slow process.
Each age range, I think we haven't done as well as the one previous. So, initially the teenagers, we did pretty well.
Doctors say parents will not be charged for the shots, even if they don't have insurance. States could begin providing immunizations as early as next week. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
Oh, you can't ever go wrong with some Michael Jackson in the morning. We're talking about Juneteenth celebrations that are getting underway today as the country marks Freedom Day this upcoming weekend. One way to celebrate is by making sure to support Black-owned businesses. That's what we're talking about this morning. Dr. Lisa, the founder of the Fresh Dolls, is with us this morning with 5 ways to celebrate and support Black businesses. Thank you so much for being here with us on GDC.
My pleasure and honor to be here this morning.
Before we get too much into our conversation about Juneteenth, would you just talk about why you founded the Fresh Dolls and how toys are affecting children? I feel like when I was growing up, it was kind of like an oddity to see dolls or to have a doll that looked like me, and you're really changing that for kids these days.
Absolutely. That's our vision and our mission. And it all started because I saw one little beautiful Black girl say she didn't like playing with black dolls because the skin was nasty. Nasty. And then she literally touched her own hand as indicated her skin was nasty. It broke my heart. I left teaching, left being a professor, and started creating dolls with no experience.
Well, you have done very well to go out on a whim like
very
that.
well, very happy.
And we love to see it. You have 5 simple ways to support Black-owned businesses like yours. Let's talk about them. So you start with shopping at your favorite Black business this weekend or beyond. Talk about more.
Absolutely. The first thing we have to do is support economically. So visit your Black-owned business and support them. Make a purchase.
And giving high ratings to Black businesses on social media. I think that's a biggie, as time goes on. More and more people, when you're looking online, you'll see like 5 stars or 1 star or no stars, and you kind of pass by some of them if they don't have some good ratings.
Absolutely. And sometimes small Black-owned businesses do not have a marketing budget. So their marketing is primarily going to be on social media. So when you go on and give a 5-star rating and give a comment, like, why do you really enjoy shopping here? What's special and unique about that Black-owned business? Share that on social media. It goes a long way.
It certainly does. The third one is buy your gifts from Black businesses and tell people where you got them from. Don't just, save the information for yourself.
Absolutely. Share the wisdom, right? So yeah, buy gifts for your friends and family. Tell them where you got them and let them know that this is one of your favorite shops and encourage them to also purchase from them.
Yeah, and you also say give friends and family gift cards from Black businesses. A lot of times we do them for major retailers, but forget, there's some small Black-owned businesses we can support this way as well.
Absolutely. That's actually key, because if you give a gift card, your friends and family get to go to that establishment and discover all the amazing things about it for themselves. So it's wonderful to give gifts, but it's even better to give gift cards, because then they can meander around with the gift card to buy whatever they want.
Yeah, you just gave me some ideas, actually. We were talking about Father's Day a few minutes ago. I'm like, I'm still needing to buy a gift. That's what I'm going to do. Okay.
I'm a little behind.
Telling on myself here. And then the 5th one, ask the business how you can help support them. We come up with ideas all day, but sometimes they might have something different, right?
Absolutely. And, so ask them. And it's actually a two-way street. I mean, we at the Fresh family, I often encourage our fans to tell us, what do they want? What kind of dolls do they want to see? And they share that information. So likewise, if you're visiting your favorite Black-owned shop, if you know that there's something that could help their business, tell them. They're going to want to know, because you as the customer are the best source of information. It's a partnership between the consumer and the Black-owned business. And together, we make a dramatic, positive impact in our communities. So please continue to share that information about what they can do to be better.
Dr. Williams, we appreciate you sharing with us this morning. Again, Dr. Lisa here with Fresh Dolls. You have really helped to empower, I think, our community in so many different ways, and we appreciate what you're doing.
You're so kind. Thank you.
Take care.
All right, a huge thank you to Fox 11 Los. All right, guys, we'll go to the commercial break a little bit later on in our show. But again, a huge thank you to Fox 11 Los Angeles for bringing us that Juneteenth special, examining ways that you can all support and commemorate June 19th on this Sunday. Now, here's a look at a few other top stories that we are paying very close attention to. We are following the CDC advisory panel that has just recommended Pfizer and Moderna COVID-19 vaccines for children between the ages of 6 months and 5 years old. We're also continuing to track record high gas prices and record high inflation in consumer prices in general as they continue to take a toll. Now, let's get back to New York City Governor Kathy Hochul. As you see here, she on Monday signed a new law expanding legal protections for people seeking and providing abortions in New York. Now, this bill came in response to the anticipated SCOTUS decision that could potentially overturn that landmark 1973 case, Roe versus Wade, which legalized abortion on a national level. So let's go ahead and listen into her full remarks as Kathy Hochul again signs that legislative package to protect abortion rights for those who seek abortion and for abortion providers.
Challenges. Affordable housing will be together and making announcements on NYCHA, finding ways, as Rich talked about, giving people the dignity of a roof over their head. My God, this is the greatest city on the planet. How do we still have people who are anxious about whether they're going to stay? But working with the mayor and HTC, we said, listen, what if we can convert hotels that are not really living up to what they should be doing and let people live in them? People who are homeless or on the verge of being homeless. This is how the mayor and I change people's lives. That's powerful. Childcare, what does that mean? It means, unlike me, when I had a baby a long time ago, I had to leave a job I loved and left our family in different financial circumstances. I had no one to watch my children. I had no family around. I didn't have any ability to find childcare. I know what that struggle is like, and I don't want my daughter or my daughter-in-law with a brand new baby to have to suffer the same way. Everybody should have access to high quality, affordable health care, and that's what the mayor and I are delivering as well. And the jobs we are so excited about. Yes, people, as the mayor often says, don't ever bet against New York City, and I say don't bet against the state of New York either, because you'll be a loser every single time, and we don't want losers. We're not a city or state of losers. We are a city and state of winners, and we are going to win the battle for the hearts and minds and say we are working tirelessly with all of you to give people the reasons to come back and to not just survive, but to thrive. People deserve better than they start. The next generation should always stand on the shoulders of their parents and do better off. And for too long, that once American dream that we say is the New York dream, where we celebrate diversity, we say we honor your stories, and together we are this beautiful melting pot. That is why businesses are now starting to discover us again. They're starting to come back. And that's how we're ready. We are ready to accept that and to regain the exceptionalism and that sense of invincibility that we've always had as New Yorker that powered us through some tough times in the past. We get that back, and there is no stopping us. So relationships in government matter. Relationships matter, and I have some repairing to do even when I went to Albany, People weren't expecting a governor who'd say, here's money on the table. How can we collectively decide to spend it to help lift our constituents up? They were shocked. But that's to call a new day in New York. And working with Mayor Adams, we can get so much more done for people. This is not about our own egos. This is about lifting other people up. And that's why I'm energized and so honored to have the support of Mayor Adams as we go forth with your energy, your boots on the ground, your power unleashed in the next election on June 28th, and then onward to November, where we let then onward to November, when we say to Republicans, at a time when you're trying to take away women's right to make decisions about their bodies, you will not get a stronghold in the state of New York. And when you're trying to take away our rights to protect people from gun violence, we say you will not get a foothold in the state of New York. We will make sure that we show the nation that we can pass laws that are sensible, that stop teenagers from having an AR-15 and slaughtering my neighbors in the city of Buffalo. That will end. But also the day-to-day gun violence, where the guns are coming up from other states, and the mayor and I are unified in this. Don't you dare come to our borders and bring those weapons of destruction and result in the continuation of the violence in our streets. We have turned the corner. We are driving those numbers down, and it's because of a great partnership. I said to the mayor, I will bring my team to work with your team, and together we'll do this. That has not happened before. That is the new day for New York. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. It is 10:23 here on the East Coast, and we do want to get you up to speed with the latest update from our State Department. This is spokesman Ned Price, who gives us weekly updates, sometimes bi-weekly updates on the Biden administration and our government's response to a slew of issues. So I do want to play this out for you in full here on Live Now from Fox. A little bit later on this morning, we'll get you up to speed on all of the top stories, including all of the Juneteenth celebrations that are taking place across the country today. We'll also get you up to speed on the latest vaccination updates when it comes to getting vaccines for your children. 6 months and older children are now able to get vaccinated. We'll get you up to speed with the CDC's latest. And also good news on this Sunday morning. Gas prices have fallen yet again as the national average is now $4.98 a gallon. That's down 2 cents from that $5 historic mark that we hit just days ago. So all of these updates are going to be coming your way. But for now, let's listen back into the State Department's latest update.
Well, you came empty-handed, huh? All right, I just have one very brief one, and then
the voice of God.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I should talk like this. Do you have have you managed to get any more information about these Americans who are have allegedly been captured or detained in Ukraine?
So this is something we've spoken to over the last day. We are limited in terms of what we can say on two fronts. First, in terms of our privacy considerations and some unique considerations that we have as the Department of State, but also because we are limited in terms of what we know at the moment. But I can tell you what we do know and what we can say. We are aware of unconfirmed reports of 2 U.S. citizens captured in Ukraine. We're closely monitoring the situation. We are in contact with Ukrainian authorities as well as with the International Committee of the Red Cross and the families of the 2 reported missing U.S. citizens. Of course, we're not able to offer any more on that front because of privacy considerations. But the broader message, and this is something you've heard from us previously, and it's one we reiterate again today, is that we continue to urge in every way we can American citizens not to travel to Ukraine because of the attendant dangers that is posed by Russia's ongoing aggression. There are many individuals in this country who are well-intentioned and who want to do everything they can to help the people of Ukraine. Of course, we all understand that. There are avenues and ways to channel that energy, to channel those efforts in ways that are constructive and ultimately helpful for the people of Ukraine, and you can find many of those on our website.
Can you just explain, if you can, who it is that you're reaching out to for any information?
Well, we're reaching out to the Ukrainian government to see if
it's not them that has them, if they're being held.
No, of course. We're speaking to the International Committee of the Red Cross. We have discussed this issue broadly with other partners, including our British partners, for instance. If there are other avenues that we feel could shed light on the whereabouts of these 2 reported missing U.S. citizens, we will pursue that.
Well, okay, so you have not spoken to the Russians about this?
As of today, we have not raised this yet with the Russian Federation. If we feel that such outreach through our embassy in Moscow or otherwise would be productive in terms of finding out more information on the whereabouts of these individuals, we won't hesitate to do that.
Okay, can you just what would make you think that it would be productive to reach out to the Russians? Some kind of proof of their captivity?
Of course, we likewise haven't seen anything from the Russians indicating that 2 such individuals are in their custody. If the Russians were to claim that they had such individuals, I assume we would pursue that. If we had reason to believe, credible reason to believe that these individuals were in Russian custody, we would pursue that as appropriate.
So just to put a very fine point on it, at this moment, you don't have credible reason to believe that they are being held by the Russians?
At this moment, we have seen the open press reports, the same reports that you all have seen, but we don't have independent confirmation of their whereabouts. Sean?
To follow up on that, I know you mentioned they don't have confirmation that the Russians have them, but in terms of what the message would be to the Russians, I mean, supposedly, according to the reports from their families, they were volunteering with the Ukrainian military. What would be the expectations of treatment by the Russians? The Geneva Conventions, would that come into play?
Well, the Russians have certain obligations, and members of the Ukrainian armed forces, including volunteers who may be third country nationals incorporated into the armed forces, should be treated as prisoners of war under the Geneva Conventions and afforded the treatment and protections commensurate with that status, including humane treatment and fundamental process and fair trial guarantees. Under the Geneva Convention, POWs are entitled to combatant immunity and cannot be prosecuted for participation in hostilities. Russia's obligations here are very clear. As a party to the Geneva Convention and the first additional protocol, they apply to its detention and treatment of anyone in the armed conflict, regardless of the status that person merits or that Russia purports to recognize of any such individual.
Just to follow up on that, I'm sure you're aware of the case of British nationals recently who were caught up in the fighting there. What's the signal from that in terms of how the Russians are treating foreign fighters there? Is there any cause for concern about how they've treated people caught with the Ukrainian forces?
Well, of course, and we continue, as do our British partners, and we've been in touch with our British partners on specific cases and on the issue more broadly. The Russians have an obligation to afford humane treatment to anyone in their custody as a result of this conflict. Humane treatment and fundamental process and fair trial guarantees. Anyone who is captured on the battlefield, who are members of the Ukrainian armed forces, including, again, volunteers who need not be Ukrainian nationals, who could be third country nationals, should be afforded the full protections of the Geneva Conventions and the laws of armed conflict.
Are they regular army, Ukrainian army soldiers? I mean, the Russians probably say, "Look, these guys are mercenaries."
Again, I can't.
They have very severe and draconian kind of.
Again, I can't comment on specific cases,
Right.
but individuals who are fighting in the effort as part of the Ukrainian armed forces are. They do have these protections. I'll make this point, though. Even if not regarded officially by the Russian Federation as a prisoner of war, any person detained by Russia in connection with the conflict must be afforded fundamental guarantees, including humane treatment and fair trial rights, whether or not the Russians consider them POWs. Anyone who is fighting with Ukraine's armed forces should be treated as a POW. Even if Russia refuses to do that, there are certain fundamental guarantees to which they should be afforded.
Would you warn or caution the Russians not to designate them as mercenaries?
Of course, our message to them is that those members of the Ukrainian armed forces should be treated as POWs. Anyone captured on the battlefield should be afforded these same basic and fundamental guarantees.
Is this the first possible case of detained Americans by the Russians who were fighting in the war, or are there other cases that state is aware of?
There are reports of one additional American whose whereabouts are unknown. I can't speak to the specifics of that case. Unfortunately, we don't know the full details of that case.
To your understanding, was this person fighting with the Ukrainians? This unknown?
Similarly, our understanding was that this individual had traveled to Ukraine to take up arms.
Can you give a time on that? Of when this person was identified as missing?
This has been in recent weeks. Yes, Jenny.
Do you mind if I just do one more?
Sure.
One more in Ukraine. Several European leaders visited Kyiv today, and they voiced support for European Union membership for Ukraine. Obviously, the U.S. isn't part of the European Union, but do you have any stance on this in terms of what this means and what this could mean also potentially for NATO aspirations in the future?
We certainly support Ukraine's European aspirations. Our support since Ukraine's independence has been to help place Ukraine on the path, to help support its European aspirations. We continue to, and to this day, continue to work with Ukraine to realize those aspirations. Obviously, this is a question for the EU, but it is also an aspiration that we fully support.
Can I just go back to I just want to clarify something about when you said about anyone who was captured on the battlefield should be treated as a POW. Does that mean that anyone at all, or anyone who is in uniform because I'd like to, I don't know if there's a comparison to be made. I'm sure you'll say there isn't, but what about the battlefield in Afghanistan, where clearly the United States did not treat enemy combatants as POWs? Are you making a distinction between what's going on in Ukraine and what has happened in Iraq or Afghanistan?
So first, when it comes to Ukraine, again, our position is that members of the Ukrainian armed forces, whether they are Ukrainians or third country nationals, should be treated as prisoners of war under the Geneva Conventions. When it comes to Afghanistan, all U.S. military detention operations conducted at Guantanamo Bay are carried out in accordance with the law of armed conflict, also known as the law of war, or international humanitarian law, including Common Article 3 of the Geneva Conventions of 1949 and all other applicable international and domestic laws. So our position on this has been consistent.
Oh, okay. So those Geneva Conventions allow waterboarding and things like that?
Go on.
No, you can smile and nod, but really?
Matt,
these people were not treated as, and I understand if you're going to make a distinction between those people who may be terrorists or quote unquote enemy combatants, and those who are uniformed members of a military. But are you making that distinction, or are you saying that the U.S. has always treated anyone it's taken prisoner on a battlefield as a prisoner of war?
The policy of the United States has been that all U.S. military detention operations conducted at Guantanamo Bay are carried out in accordance with the law of armed conflict, including the applicable portions of the Geneva Conventions. Now, we have spoken at length. We have spoken at length, not as much during this administration, but certainly during the last administration in which I served, about the ways in which America lost its way in some very notable instances in our pursuit, in our prosecution of the war on terrorism. I'm not here to relitigate that. I think we all
I'm not asking you, but I just want to know. I'm not asking you to relitigate it. I just want to know if you're are you making a distinction between the two, or are you just saying that with some unfortunate exceptions, the U.S. has always hewed to respecting the laws of war?
This has been our policy when it comes to detention operations at Guantanamo Bay.
Do we know for sure whether they were wearing actual Ukrainian army uniforms with insignias and all that stuff, and a rank or anything like
Saeed, as I said, I can't speak to specific cases. Yeah. Jen.
Thank you. Russia, China, and North Korea. In a recent phone call with Russian President Putin, Chinese President Xi Jinping said the Russian war was justified and supported Russia. What is your comment on China's support of the unjustified Russian war?
The alignment and the partnership between China and Russia is something that we've spoken quite a bit about, including in recent weeks. Secretary Blinken noted it during his speech recently on our approach to the PRC. To put it bluntly, we're concerned about China's alignment with Russia. We have noted statements from the PRC claiming that China is neutral, but its behavior, its rhetoric, its actions suggest that it is anything but. It is still investing in close ties with Russia. We've seen this from the earliest days of this conflict, even before this conflict, as Russia amassed its forces along Ukraine's borders. President Xi, on February 4th, about 3 weeks before the invasion began, when it was quite clear what was likely to happen, chose to announce what the PRC and Russia called a quote-unquote no-limits partnership. And in the joint statement that emanated, 5,000 words from the meeting between those two world leaders, they put forward a vision of the world order that is profoundly illiberal, that is profoundly different from the vision of a free and open Indo-Pacific and beyond that the United States and our partners have not only espoused, but have sought to promote and protect. The vision that they put forward is a world in which might makes right, a world in which, contrary to decades of PRC statements regarding the inviolability of state sovereignty, where big states can bully small states, where countries are not able to exercise the discretion to choose their own partnerships, to adopt their own foreign policy, where in many ways coercion is the name of the game. So in key respects, despite what we hear from the PRC, a stance of stated and purported neutrality, the PRC has already made a choice. And more than 3 months now into Russia's invasion of Ukraine, China, despite the atrocities that have been committed, despite the violence, despite the loss of life, despite the global implications, including when it comes to food insecurity, not only in the region, but well beyond, China is still choosing to stand by Russia. It is still echoing Russian propaganda. Very disturbingly, it is echoing and propagating what are very clearly very dangerous Russian lies on many fronts. The PRC and Russia, of course, continue to shirk their obligations as members of the Permanent Five. The fact that the PRC is in many ways still denying the atrocities that have taken place inside Ukraine, the atrocities that we've seen with our own eyes, thanks to the reporting from many of your organizations, I think speaks to the partnership and the choice that the PRC has made. We've seen, of course, the recent phone call between the two leaders. Again, this position of stated neutrality on the part of the PRC is nothing more than a hollow statement. If the PRC actually believed in the principles that it has espoused over the course of many years, including in the UN Security Council over the course of many years, the approach that we would be seeing from the PRC would be markedly different from the approach that we're seeing now.
Do you think China will be willing to support military aid to Russia? Any movement or?
Supporting humanitarian aid to Russia or to Ukraine?
I mean, Russia, not
Russia.
Ukraine.
I would have to defer to the PRC to speak to any humanitarian aid that they should be sending or that they are sending to Russia. We have been calling on the international community to send, of course, humanitarian aid to the people of Ukraine. And just yesterday, you heard from us of an additional $250 million in humanitarian assistance that we are providing for the people of Ukraine. All told, this is about $1 billion in humanitarian assistance that we provided to the people of Ukraine since the start of this conflict on February 24th. This is funding for the basic and fundamental needs of the Ukrainian people: clean water, sanitation, housing, food, nutrition, the basic essentials of daily life that in many ways have been imperiled by what Russia's forces are doing against the country and the people of Ukraine.
North Korea, is there any response to the recent letter sent by the United States to North Korea?
You heard from Secretary Blinken when he was standing next to his South Korean counterpart earlier this week that our approach is to make clear to the DPRK that we harbor no hostile intent. We seek diplomacy and dialogue in order to advance the prospects for the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. You also heard him say we had not heard a response from the DPRK. That was just a few days ago. There's been no change to that.
Thank you.
Now, just going back to what you said about the Chinese policy and the idea this might makes right, and that the Chinese seem to be going on this, following this idea that big states can dominate small states. So, you know, there are a lot of historians which would say that the United States itself has had that same policy particularly towards countries in Latin America. But well, since we're talking about Taiwan in this instance, let's talk about small islands that are off the coast of each country. How exactly would you describe U.S. policy towards Cuba? Is that not a case of what the same thing of what you're accusing the Chinese of doing with Taiwan? And if not, why not?
Matt, I think you can compare what Beijing is doing to Taiwan with clear acts of intimidation, flying sorties into what is clearly if Matt, Are you going back 60 years? Is that where you're going to?
Sure. I could go back longer than
Matt,
longer than
we've
that.
had this we've had this conversation before. I'm here to speak to the Biden administration, not to the Kennedy administration or the Eisenhower administration.
Okay, so let's talk about the Biden administration and its policy towards Cuba, which still has the embargo, right? Is that not a case of a big state trying to dominate a smaller state? Which is exactly the same thing that you're complaining that China's doing?
This is a case of the United States seeking to help advance the democratic aspirations of the people of Cuba. Okay. If you take a look at what we've done, including in recent weeks, we've taken steps that seek to fulfill those aspirations. Family reunification, visa processing, providing support to Cuban entrepreneurs, taking measures of accountability on senior Cuban officials who've been responsible for the repression, including the renewed repression that has followed the July 11th protests. So our approach to Cuba, I think, is the comparison you're trying to make.
I'm not trying to make the comparison. I'm asking you if there is a comparison to make.
So I guess the answer would be no.
You say
yes,
no.
Great.
Fine.
Saeed.
Thank you. I'm going to switch. On the Palestinian issue, the Israeli police won't release findings of internal probe into conduct at the Abbott funeral. Apparently they have a finding and they found that the police probably conducted themselves wrongly, but they will not release it. And in fact, it seems that Haaretz is saying that they have decided not to press any charges against anyone before even the investigation began. Do you have any comment on this?
Well, I'm not aware that we've seen any sort of formal statement regarding the outcome of any investigation, but let me just say this. The footage from the funeral procession, and we said this shortly after the funeral procession, showed disturbing intrusions into what should have been a peaceful procession. We urged respect for the funeral procession, for the mourners, for the family at the time. We made the point at the time that every family deserves to be in a position to lay their loved ones to rest in a manner that is dignified, in a manner that is unimpeded, in a manner that is peaceful. And we've seen media reports that you allude to about the reported conclusion of the Israeli police investigation. We are seeking further information about the investigation and its outcomes if it has in fact been completed. We continue to believe that accountability is an important component of these disturbing events.
Let me ask one more question on the Palestinian issue. Please, yes, please.
When you say you're seeking further information, do you want the Israelis to release it publicly, the report on or to the United States?
We are seeking further information from our Israeli partners. So certainly to us, typically these investigations, the findings of them are released publicly, but that's of course not our call.
But would you like them to release it publicly?
Transparency
and accountability go hand in hand in this case.
I remember you saying that they really have the wherewithal to conduct, a very solid and truthful investigation. You still believe that? You still believe that they have that wherewithal to do it?
Certainly have the capabilities to do it. And we continue to call on the Israelis to do just that, both in the case of the funeral procession and in the underlying event. Of course, the tragic, horrific killing of Shireen Abu Akleh.
Let me ask you about Gaza. It's been 15 years since Gaza became under siege, basically. By land, by sea, by air, all these things. And there are reports that some 800,000 children in Gaza have never known anything but the blockade. Isn't it time to really lift this blockade and allow some humanitarian supplies to go in, allow Gazans to go to school, allow them to go to travel abroad, and so on, allow them to go to the West Bank?
Saeed, when we came into office, we made a point of revitalizing relationships that had completely atrophied or disintegrated over the prior 4 years. 2 of those relationships were with the Palestinian Authority, but also with the Palestinian people. It is important to us that we are in a position to be a humanitarian leader around the world, and that includes for the Palestinian people, and that includes for the Palestinian people in Gaza. We are providing assistance to include shelter, food, relief items, healthcare, as well as mental health and psychological support for those who've experienced trauma. As we do around the world, we'll provide this assistance in the West Bank and Gaza through experienced and trusted independent partners on the ground who distribute directly to people in need. The point we've made consistently when it comes to this conflict and this dynamic is that Israelis and Palestinians alike deserve equal measures of security, of stability, of peace, of freedom, and critically of dignity. And by providing this humanitarian aid, not only is it the right thing to do, but our goal is to help foster the conditions so that we can move towards the prospect of a two-state solution. And of course, no one believes that the time is right now for such substantial movement. No one is confident that now is the right time, that we are going to see progress in the next day or the next couple weeks. But our goal, our charge, has been to try to create those conditions. And part of that has been through the significant humanitarian support that we've provided, including in Gaza. We announced over the course of the last year hundreds of millions of dollars in support, including through UNRWA, a funding source that we've been able to revitalize, and a funding source that is a critical source of subsistence, of survival for many in Gaza.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm certain that many Palestinians are grateful to the restoration of aid to UNRWA, because it really, UNRWA has kept the Palestinians educated and with health care available to them and so on. But deserving something, because you said the Palestinians and the Israelis deserve to be, to have the same opportunities and so on. Deserving something and getting it are two different things. I'm not letting anyone off the hook. Your allies, Egypt, Israel, and even the PA, the Palestinian Authority, have taken part in imposing this blockade on Gaza. I'm asking you, hasn't the time come to lift this blockade?
The time has come to do all we can to support the people, the Palestinian people in Gaza. That's what we are doing, including through our humanitarian assistance. Yes?
On this,
Yep.
please, did the administration ask Israel not to take any steps regarding the settlements before the president's trip to Israel and the West Bank?
Michelle, you have been in this room long enough to know that we have consistently delivered a message, both in public and in private, that encourages both sides, Israelis and Palestinians, to avoid steps that only serve to exacerbate tensions and potentially move us even further away from the prospect of a two-state solution. So that has been a message that we have conveyed nearly since day one of this administration.
Although, isn't it also true that that message has been universally ignored?
Matt, I would not.
By both sides?
Obviously, we have worked closely with both sides to de-escalate tensions. We've done that, including in recent months. We spoke of a period of heightened tensions as the three major religions celebrated their holy days nearly simultaneously. It was during that period. It has been in the week since that we've continued to work very closely. The Secretary has had a number of calls with the Foreign Minister Nypd. He's had a number of calls with President Abbas. As you know, Barbara Leaf was just in Ramallah meeting with President Abbas. Barbara Leaf was just in Israel meeting with our Israeli counterparts as well. So we continue to send that very clear message. Yes?
Yes.
Please.
You said you're encouraging, always you've been saying encouraging both sides to refrain from doing those kind of things. But what if encouraging has been proven years and years is not working?
I'm sorry, I missed the last part of the question.
What if encouraging I mean the Israeli in this case, about the settlement. What if encouragement policy is not working? If there is any alternative?
We continue to believe that a two-state solution is in the best interests of Israel and the Palestinian people. Again, only through a two-state solution can Israel's identity as a Jewish and democratic state be guaranteed, living next to a sovereign, independent state for the Palestinians. That continues to be our long-term goal. Of course, as I said before, it is a long-term goal because the conditions are not right for it at the moment. To your point, we are doing what we can in the moment to de-escalate tensions and to support those underlying conditions, including through our humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian people, so that we can one day, and hopefully one day before too long, get to a point where the time is right to engage in direct talks, to move much more directly towards that two-state solution. Yes?
Thank you, Ned. I have 3 questions on my favorite topic on Iran. So yesterday there was a hearing, classified hearing in Congress where Rob Malley attended and Brett McCart. Senators were, when they came out after the hearing, they were pessimistic. And Marco Rubio said that it's inevitable that Iran will have a nuclear bomb. Do you share this pessimism? And can you just update us on anything regarding potential talks or lack of them on the nuclear issue? That's number 1.
So we do not believe it is inevitable that Iran will have a nuclear weapon, and in fact, President Biden has made a commitment that Iran will never acquire a nuclear weapon. Senator Cardin, coming out of the briefing yesterday, he called it one of the more informative and significant classified briefings that he had experienced. He said, as to the different options that are available, it was very informative. There have been a number of senators, of course, who have voiced their opinions on the question of Iran's nuclear program. The fact is that it's a challenge, and it's an exceedingly difficult challenge where there are few, if any, good options. And we are where we are in large part because of decisions that were made before this administration came into office. We still believe there is the potential to conclude a mutual return to compliance with the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action if Iran were to set aside issues that are extraneous to the JCPOA and to focus on the contours of the agreement that have been on the table for some time now. We're continuing to push for that and to work closely with our European partners towards that end because we continue to believe, as do a number of lawmakers on the Hill, and you heard from several of them yesterday, we continue to believe that it would be profoundly in America's national interest if we were able to return to mutual compliance with the Iran deal, principally because it would require Iran to once again be limited by the strictest, the most intrusive inspections and monitoring regime ever negotiated, and subject to the strict limits that the JCPOA places on Iran's nuclear program. Now, it's an open question if we can get there. There's a lot to suggest we won't be able to, but we are and have been preparing equally for scenarios where there is a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA and the scenario where there is not, and a scenario where we will continue to work closely with our partners and allies, but working with those same partners and allies, we will pursue a different approach that will nonetheless ensure that we're able to live up to the commitment President Biden has made that Iran will never be able to acquire a nuclear weapon.
Okay, I'm not going to ask you about Plan B, because I know the answer. But we have seen widespread protests in Iran, and bringing you back to different administrations that Matt was alluding to. During the Obama administration, there was a green movement. Do you think that this can, be closer to anything that could be harnessed or be interpreted as a protest against the regime, or do you think it's just basically It's just people asking for basic demands, considering what's happening in terms of prices, etc. And will the administration support these protests?
Well, we've seen this dynamic previously in Iran, that they usually start with a approximate cause, and then they expand to take on a broader cause. What we're seeing now is brave Iranians demanding that their government address their legitimate concerns. Iran's government's mismanagement and neglect have left the Iranian people with their most basic needs largely unmet. And we condemn the use of violence against peaceful protesters. We support the human rights of Iranians to peacefully assemble and express themselves without fear of violence or retribution. This is the very same message that we've delivered the world over. The Secretary has made clear as well that we condemn the partial or complete government-imposed internet shutdowns, among other tactics that we've seen the Iranian government attempt to resort to prevent the exercise of freedom of expression online and to restrict the ability of independent journalists to serve the public. As we do around the world, we support the right of peaceful protesters. And since 2014, in this case, the Treasury Department has authorized the provision of a wide range of personal communication software and services to Iranians. This is something that we do around the world to see to it that efforts on the part of governments to stifle the ability of their citizens to communicate, to exercise their fundamental rights to freedom of expression, to freedom of assembly, cannot be trampled. And we'll continue to work with the private sector and the Treasury Department to identify additional measures to support and facilitate the free flow of information inside of Iran.
One last question on Iran. We have seen lately an assassination of many Iranian scientists. That cannot be a coincidence. So do you think this is like part of a containment policy on one of your allies in the face of the much talked about that is the Iran talks are not going anywhere?
I'm just not in a position to comment one way or the other on that, but we have a commitment. It's a commitment we share with many of our allies and partners around the world that Iran will never be able to acquire a nuclear weapon.
Can I just ask you about your choice of a senator that you wanted to quote after that hearing? Was Senator Cardin the only person who you could find who came out of that hearing having been impressed? And the reason I'm asking is because if you don't remember, I'll remind you how he voted on the JCPOA back in 2015. He voted against it.
And that the fact is that there are a number of I don't want to speak to lawmakers, but I will speak to.
Well, do you have anyone else there that you can cite?
I will speak.
Or was he the only one?
And
if he was the only one, you might want to ask your people who gave you that.
No, but
why
Matt,
why choose someone who voted against?
No, but I think that's actually an important point.
Okay.
There are a number of countries, there are a number of world leaders who in 2015 weren't enthusiastic about the JCPOA. But given where we are now, given the awful choices that were made before this administration came into office, there are a number of world leaders, and I don't want to speak for lawmakers, but there may be lawmakers in this country who find the JCPOA as the best alternative to what we have now.
So you think that his comments were indicative of him potentially changing his vote?
Of course not speaking to Senator Cardin
or Senator Menendez or Senator Coons or essentially everyone on the committee except for Senators Van Hollen and Murphy.
Part of our engagement with Congress has been to make very clear, based on the intelligence, the scale of the challenge that we face with Iran's nuclear program. Of course, none of us wishes that we were in this position. We wouldn't be in this position if the last administration had not decided to scrap the JCPOA that was manifestly working according to this building, according to our intelligence community, according to the IAEA. But we don't have the option of going back in time. We do have the option of going back into the JCPOA. If we were to go back into the JCPOA, we would be in a better position vis-a-vis Iran's nuclear program. The fact is, and yesterday the briefers went into more detail, and they have in the past as well, the breakout time has diminished significantly. It can now be measured not in months, not in a year, as it was upon the implementation of the JCPOA in January of 2016, but in weeks or potentially even less. So the options we have, there is no silver bullet, but we do have an option that may still be in the offing. It is still in the offing if Iran decides to come to the table in a way that that sets aside issues that are extraneous to put us in a much more advantageous position when it comes to Iran's nuclear program. Now, one final point on this. Iran's nuclear program is the most proximate challenge and threat we face from Iran, but it, of course, is not the only one. It's ballistic missile program, support for proxies, support for terrorist groups, its exportation of instability throughout the region. All of these things are challenges, threats that we could address much more effectively were the challenge of a nuclear, unconstrained Iranian nuclear program no longer on the table. If we're to set that aside, we would have much more bandwidth and ability to address challenges that are also urgent and important to us and our partners. Yes, Shannon.
On sanctions levied against Russia, there are reports that some administration officials are increasingly questioning their efficacy, whether they're hitting average citizens, farmers in the Kremlin, and whether they're significantly driving up global inflation. Now, does the department still stand by its strategy, and what level of collateral damage is acceptable?
We do still stand by our strategy, and it is a strategy that is not only targeted, it is targeted at the Kremlin, it is targeted at the cronies and support networks behind key decision makers in Russia. It is a strategy that entails not only financial sanctions, but export controls that both in the near term and even more so over the longer term starve Russia of what it needs for its industrial base, for its technological base, for its defense base, and other critical and strategic sectors. I think you can look at a number of metrics that point to the effectiveness of this strategy. I saw a report today from the Russian central bank, the Russian central banker, in which he conceded the point that Russia's economy would not be the same as it was prior to February 24th. Prior to February 24th, we repeatedly made the point, together with our partners and allies, that we would enact measures that were significant and severe if Russia were to go forward with its invasion. Russia has made the choice that it did. We, in turn, followed through on the commitment that we made. Now, there are important carve-outs when it comes to our sanctions as well. We've spoken of the need to maintain a steady global supply of energy. So there are applicable carve-outs there. We have spoken of the imperative of doing everything we can, contrary to what Vladimir Putin is doing, to combat this challenge, this growing challenge of food insecurity. It is President Putin whose forces are destroying grain silos, who have destroyed ships at sea carrying grain and foodstuffs, who have destroyed agricultural fields and crops, and who are now continuing to enact a blockade that is preventing Ukrainian ships laden with 20 or more tons of grain from leaving port and going to destinations around the world. That is what Vladimir Putin is doing. What we have done is to ensure that all of our sanctions have applicable carve-outs so that fertilizer and food is not subject to any of the measures that we have put in place. We'll continue. This is an urgent challenge for us to see to it that the impacts of Russia's war in Ukraine are that we do as much as we can to address them. Our goal is to make these measures, the financial sanctions, the export controls, the other applicable measures, as painful for the Kremlin, for key decision makers, while we do everything we can to dilute the costs, not only here at home, but to other countries, to other people around the world. Yes?
Yes, on a follow-up on Iran.
You just said
you believe that it's hopeful that they return to the JCPOA if Iran come back to the table. The question, what are you doing to bring Iran back to the table? We have seen that you just today imposed some sanction on Iranian petrochemical networks. What are you doing to bring Iran? And is there a deadline for that deal? Is there a deadline that if that deal is not being signed, then there's no meaning to go through?
There is a deadline. The deadline is the day upon which the benefits of returning to the JCPOA are outweighed and outgained by the advancements that Iran continues to make in its nuclear program. The reason we are pursuing a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA is because it continues to be in the national security interests of the United States and in the collective interests of our international allies and partners as well. That won't always be the case, and it won't always be the case precisely because Iran is continuing to take steps that would be otherwise prohibited under the JCPOA, spinning advanced centrifuges, stockpiling levels of uranium, stockpiling heavy water, doing everything that, were it to once again be subject to the strict limitations of the JCPOA, would be off the table. What we're doing to entice Iran, we have made very clear that we have a genuine intent to return to the JCPOA as long as Iran does so. We have worked together with our European allies and also with the original P5+1 partners, and that of course includes Russia and China, for 15 months now on these negotiations. The negotiations have in many ways culminated in the contours of an agreement that could be signed and could be implemented in short order if Iran made the decision to do so. It is up to Iran to decide if it wants to return to compliance or not. If Iran chooses not to do so, if it chooses to continue to raise issues that are extraneous to the JCPOA, we have other options that are available to us. These are other options that we've discussed with our allies and partners over the course of many months, and we'll pursue them.
We are talking.
If you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We were just listening back into the latest update from the State Department spokesman, Ned Price. He is touching on a slew of topics, from the latest on the situation in Iran to the latest on the situation on the ground in Ukraine, as we have now officially hit the 116-day mark of that conflict in Ukraine. We'll continue to listen in here, but we're actually going to switch gears and head out live to New York. I do want to bring up a live image of the Big Apple on this Sunday morning. If you are joining us from New York City, be sure to give us a shout out on Twitter. And we also are covering the latest top stories when it comes to New York City. I do want to bring in our Fox 5 in New York's Morgan Mackay. She joins us live from the Fox 5 New York newsroom. And there is a new update when it comes to abortion rights in the state of New York. Morgan, welcome into the show, and what is the latest?
Opinion was first leaked, showing that Roe versus Wade could possibly be overturned. The state legislature here in New York acted almost immediately. Governor Kathy Hochul on Monday signed a package of bills that they say will help protect reproductive health rights.
When our rights are under attack, here's what we do. We stand up and we fight back.
And fighting back is what Governor Kathy Hochul pledges to do as the Supreme Court draws closer to releasing its decision on whether to roll back Roe versus Wade. On Monday, Hochul signed a package of bills aimed at protecting a woman's reproductive rights here in New York.
That's why, with a stroke of a pen, I will say, not here, not in New York, not ever.
Under these new laws, New Yorkers will be able to file lawsuits against people who are trying to limit their reproductive freedom, defends abortion providers from medical malpractice lawsuits, protects women from other states seeking an abortion, and allows abortion providers and patients to keep their addresses confidential for safety reasons.
These bills today will say that we will not aid and abet anyone who wants to criminalize our right to choose.
Hochul also earlier this year set aside $35 million to support abortion providers, bolster security at reproductive health centers, and increase access for women in other states seeking services. But some say these bills haven't gone far enough. Many were looking for a constitutional amendment that would enshrine a woman's right to an abortion in the state's constitution. However, the legislature, controlled by Democrats, couldn't agree on how it should be written.
I have said, put something on my desk. I mean, let's get this done.
Hochul says she stands ready to call lawmakers back up to Albany for a special session if Roe v. Wade is overturned. Reporting from Midtown, I'm Morgan Mackay, Fox 5 News.
And exactly right there. So the state legislature is only in session for about 6 months out of the year. So Governor Kathy Hochul says that she stands ready to call lawmakers back up for a special session if something does happen.
Right, Morgan, and that's exactly it. We are all now on standby for the Supreme Court opinion to be officially published. We've seen protests happen across the country. What are the next steps if this does go through now?
That's a great question. So what's sort of next is what we've been asking Governor Kathy Hochul for a while now. She says she doesn't want to tip her hand just yet. She's kind of waiting to see what the Supreme Court does. And so she says she doesn't want to say something now in case, you know, they try to close that loophole. So she said she has a team of lawyers right now looking at the law, looking at what ways they could possibly create some loopholes so that they could protect it here in New York and move forward with that.
Our Fox 5 team covering it all. Morgan Mackay, thank you so much for the time. I'm sure we'll be touching base as this story progresses because, as we said, we could get that opinion officially published any day now. So thank you again for the time and have a great day.
Thank you for having me.
Always. And we do want to hand it back out live to a look at the Big Apple today. Just as Morgan Mackay said, we here on Live Now from Fox, we actually cover the Supreme Court opinion days in full. Those opinions are beginning to be published at 10 a.m. on various days throughout the week. And as they come in, we bring you the latest information live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show. We do not have a set day on when the Supreme Court will release that opinion on abortion rights that could potentially overturn that historic and landmark Roe versus Wade ruling. But as soon as we get it, you will all be the first to know, which is why you should join us here on Live Now from Fox on the Daily. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. More news on the other side. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. We do want to wish you a happy Sunday. If you are just joining us on the show and just waking up on this Sunday morning, we do want to thank you for choosing to begin your Sunday here with us on the show. And we do want to wish you quite a few holidays today. First and foremost, happy Father's Day to all of the fathers tuning in. And for those of you out there that perhaps your fathers are no longer with you, we are also thinking of you on this day. It is a day to celebrate not only the fathers that are currently still with us, but the ones who have also passed on, to remember all of the good times and share all of those memories with you and all of your families. We do also want to wish you all a happy Juneteenth. For those of you that are celebrating across the country, we are going to be monitoring some of those celebrations right here on Live Now from Fox. We also are anticipating a special production put together by NASA to celebrate Juneteenth. We are just about 40 minutes away from that, so we'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show. We do want to take you out to a live triple box view of all of the top stories that we are monitoring on this Sunday morning, beginning first and foremost with the big one that is affecting all of your wallets. The U.S. national average for a gallon of gas has fallen yet again. $4.98 a gallon. It's down 2 cents from that historic above $5 landmark. So that's a bit of good news to begin this Sunday morning. We also are going to monitor all of the latest business news as we do enter yet another work week, yet another trading a week. President Joe Biden just days ago saying that a recession is not inevitable. We will be keeping an eye on the markets as they are set to reopen in just 24 hours. And we're taking a live now look at the White House. This comes just a day after the CDC officially recommends vaccines for children 6 months and older. The CDC is recommending the Pfizer and Moderna COVID vaccines to be given to infants as young as 6 months through preschoolers. The decision came about after 2 days of meetings that were open to the public. Our Fox News correspondent, Jonathan Siri, he has all of the details on this historic new decision.
CDC advisory panel voting Saturday to recommend COVID vaccines for children under 5, which would make them the last age group to qualify for the shots. The recommendation comes after a separate FDA panel earlier this week gave the thumbs up to vaccinating young kids.
There are 18.7 million children that we just now authorized to get vaccinated.
Pfizer vaccinations would need 3 smaller doses, while Moderna just 2. Both vaccines were shown to produce antibody levels similar to those seen in adults in clinical trials.
These vaccines work remarkably well, and they're remarkably safe. So I can't think of a reason why we shouldn't be immunizing our young children.
Moderna says its vaccine is 51% effective in children 6 through 24 months and 37% effective in kids ages 2 to 5. Pfizer boasts overall 80% effectiveness in children under 5. The last age group to be authorized was kids 5 to 11. So far, getting shots into arms of younger Americans has been a slow process.
Each age range, I think we haven't done as well as the one previous. So, initially the teenagers, we did pretty well.
Doctors say parents will not be charged for the shots, even if they don't have insurance. States could begin providing immunizations as early as next week. In Atlanta, Jonathan Siri, Fox News.
And from Atlanta out to the White House we go, where we are continuing to keep you up to date on the latest when it comes to gas prices in this country. We can confirm that gas has fallen yet again. $4.98 a gallon is the new national average. And this comes as record high gas prices and rising inflation continue to take a toll on President Joe Biden in the polls. His approval rating dropping below 40% as Americans pay more and more for absolutely everything. Our Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson, he has more on this from the White House.
President Biden fell off his bicycle while going for a ride Saturday morning in Rehoboth Beach. He appeared to be unharmed. He got up rather quickly, spoke to locals and some other spectators. The press was there to capture it. Many economists say the economy won't recover as quickly.
I'm using every lever available to me to bring down prices for the American people. These actions are part of our transition to a clean and secure long-term energy future. And the good news is climate security and energy security go hand in hand.
As the price of gasoline has skyrocketed, Biden's poll numbers have plummeted. His approval rating has sunk to just 39%, with nearly half of Americans strongly disapproving of his job performance. According to a new USA Today Suffolk poll, only 16% of Americans strongly approve of the president. And a new Fox News poll shows half the country blames the Biden administration for the spike in gas prices. About 3 in 10 Americans blame Putin. About 13% blame both Biden and Putin. With gas prices spiking and a trip to Saudi Arabia planned next month, many Americans want Biden to call for more ramped-up oil production here in the United States. Biden responded to the criticism.
I've contacted them with my team to ask what their plans are and to give any suggestions they have. They have over 9,000 leases. 9,000. They can drill so the hell won't have it, but they're not doing it.
According to the Oil and Gas Journal, U.S. oil production in the month of May was about 20 million barrels per day. That's within 3% of the all-time high set in January of 2020 before the pandemic, meaning, according to the oil industry, they're already pumping at about max capacity. At the White House, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
Thank you, Lucas, for that update. Stubbornly high gas prices and inflation have left Americans feeling agitated, and the Biden administration is scrambling for solutions. Our Fox News correspondent, Madeline Rivera, she has more on how soon the relief will come.
With gas prices spiking, President Biden says there's never been a more crucial time to pivot towards clean energy. But the president has also overseen the largest release of U.S. oil reserves in American history, a move he defended to try and blunt costs for Americans.
I'm using every lever available to me to bring down prices for the American people. But the critical point is that these actions are part of our transition to a clean and secure and long-term energy future.
It's not the only tool the Biden administration is considering, as it reportedly also weighs the idea of issuing rebate cards to help frustrated Americans pay for gas, although no final decision has been made.
Right now, until you have a better plan in place, you need to do something for the people.
The national average gas price has dropped since Tuesday after reaching new peaks for 18 consecutive days. Still, few people are feeling relief. Some even say the president should boost more domestic oil production.
So I think just really drilling in America and just where we have our oil and stuff instead of having to get it from so far away, especially with everything that's going on right now in Ukraine, in Russia, it's a lot, it's tough. So we need to get the oil here.
The president is expected to head to Saudi Arabia next month, a decision that has sparked criticism from both sides of the aisle. But the White House insists the trip is aimed at building better relations and not a plea for the region to pump more oil. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And speaking of the nation's capital, disturbing testimony from the House panel investigating last year's riot at the Capitol gripped Washington last week. But the hearings are far from over. Our congressional correspondent Chad Pergram has more.
Another wave of hearings soon. Tuesday, a look at pressure Trump allies applied to state legislatures to send alternate slates of electors to Washington. Still, the most dramatic testimony so far came from those who advised former Vice President Mike Pence. Former federal judge Michael Ludig didn't mince words about threats to the electoral system.
Donald Trump and his allies and supporters are a clear and present danger to American democracy.
Trump confidant John Eastman engineered a scheme which hinged on Vice President Pence rejecting slates of electoral ballots as he presided over certification of the Electoral College on January 6th. But Pence's counsel testified that Eastman apparently wanted two sets of rules, one for everyone else and a special set for former President Trump.
He said, absolutely. Al Gore did not have a basis to do it in 2000. Kamala Harris shouldn't be able to do it in 2024, but I think you should do it today.
Ludig warned that an effort by Pence to tilt the scale toward Mr. Trump would plunge the country into what he termed a revolution. The 1-6 committee hearings are consuming summertime viewing hours reminiscent of the Watergate hearings in the summer of 1973 and Iran-Contra hearings in the summer of 1987.
We're definitely trending there. We're more doing this for the historical record, that when we look back, the way we look back at Watergate,
and Iran-Contra.
As Michael Ludig left Capitol Hill, he had a word of warning as the hearings proceed.
God is watching us.
1-6 Committee Chairman Benny Thompson isn't ruling out future referrals to the Justice Department for criminal prosecutions, including that of former President Trump. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Thank you, Chad, for that update. We do want to let you know that we have been covering the January 6th hearings from the very beginning in full, live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show. And those will resume on Tuesday at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. A bizarre security breach at the U.S. Capitol complex results in 7 arrests of members of a production team tied with The Late Show with Stephen Colbert on CBS. Our congressional correspondent, Chad Pergram, he also has the details about that investigation. Let's take a listen.
The Late Show team came to interview 3 House Democrats, including Adam Schiff, but they overstayed their welcome and were busted by U.S. Capitol Police. In a statement, CBS says the production team came to Capitol Hill to do interviews for a comedy segment with Triumph the Insult Comedy Dog, voiced by Robert Smigel. He's also known for his work on Saturday Night Live's TV Funhouse animated shorts. CBS says the interviews were prearranged with congressional offices. Fox is told on Thursday morning they interviewed 1-6 committee members Adam Schiff and Stephanie Murphy, along with Democratic Massachusetts Representative Jake Auchincloss. Auchincloss is not on the committee. Capitol Police shooed the group away from the 1-6 committee hearing area because they did not have proper press credentials. Fox is told they requested credentials weeks ago, but the House Radio TV Gallery denied them credentials because they are comedy and not news. At some point, the group left the House office buildings. But Fox is told the team was then let back into the Longworth House office building by an aide to Auchincloss sometime after 4 p.m. Thursday. Fox is told the aide thought they had more interviews to do. The team remained in the House office buildings unescorted for hours. The group was arrested after the building closed. The arrest came around 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. They were near the office of GOP Colorado Representative Lauren Boebert. Capitol Police say they arrested 7 people and charged them with unlawful entry. In a statement, Capitol Police say, quote, "The building was closed to visitors and these individuals were determined to be part of a group that had been directed by the Capitol Police to leave the building earlier in the day." This comes after the 1-6 committee released a video of GOP Georgia Representative Barry Loudermilk giving what the panel termed as surveillance tours 1 day ahead of the riot last year. Republicans now claim that Democrats have no leg to stand on when it comes to Capitol security.
It's ironic that Democratic staffers, not even members of Congress, Democratic staffers who work for Adam Schiff and others, they're the ones who brought people in that ended up getting arrested by Capitol Police. That's saying something.
One person shown in the video made threats on camera to prominent Democrats the day of the riot, but he was never charged. The 1-6 committee has 2 more hearings next week. Chad Pergram, Fox News.
And as Chad said, those hearings are set to resume on Tuesday at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. We are going to switch gears entirely because we are getting in a live feed into our newsroom right now from São Paulo, Brazil. That is what is occurring here, and I do want to lower this audio for you because it is full party mode in Brazil on this Sunday morning. We can confirm that thousands are marching here in a gay pride parade in this city. I do want to bring up this locator for you for those of you perhaps that are tuning in without a whole lot of volume. You know exactly what it is that you are listening into, but this is actually billed as the largest gay pride parade in the world, with thousands rallying and marching in the country's most populated city, demanding their rights be respected and calling on their fellow citizens to show support and acceptance. I do want to let us listen in here to and take in the sights of this gay pride parade currently occurring, so I'll let you listen in here. what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We get in live events happening all over the world, and we are able to take you there live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show. So we'll continue to keep an eye on this event as it does progress. We do seem to be very much within the crowds here. You're seeing a ton of flags being flown, obviously loud music playing. The streets are filled. Thousands are participating in this event. Once again, it is billed as the largest gay pride event in the world. And so we'll continue to monitor this on this Sunday morning. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. More news on the other side.
Eu me sinto, quando ele me abraça, eu me sinto um zagueiro, sabe?
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. We were just in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and now we're going to head out live to Ukraine, to Kyiv, to give you the latest update. This is a video that we're getting into our newsroom, and we do want to provide you the latest information that has come out of the war in Ukraine. We can report that a NATO chief has said that this war could potentially last years. Ukraine's attempts to join the European Union, though, has received a big boost. On Friday, the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said members of the bloc believe Ukraine should be formally considered for candidacy in the wake of Russia's invasion. We actually have her remarks here to play back in full, so I do want to let you listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Nation to live up to European values and standards. Ukraine, before the war, had already embarked on its way towards the European Union. For 8 years now, it had already been gradually moving closer to our union. As you know, we have the association agreement since 2016, and with that, Ukraine has already implemented roughly 70% of the EU acquis, that is the rules, the standards, and the norms. Ukraine is taking part in important EU programs like, for example, the Horizon program or the Erasmus program. Ukraine has a very robust parliamentary presidential democracy. It has a very well-functioning administration, public administration that has kept and is keeping the country running during this war. We know that because we work very closely with the Ukrainian administration. We know that the decentralization reform that the country has adopted is a success because we see the performance of the regions and of the municipalities even under the stress test of this war now. And the administration's modernization reform is ongoing. Ukraine has a very vibrant and active civil society. This is good. Ukraine has an electoral system that has proven to be fair and free, as considered by ODIHR. Ukraine has an education system that is well developed. We know and admire the digital skills of this country and the digital infrastructure that is in place. And if we look at the economy, of course, we have to look at the economy before the war. And there, Ukraine has shown a sound level of deficit of only 2% and a public debt below 50%. This is good too. So Ukraine has already taken important steps on the path to becoming a fully functioning market economy. This is important because, of course, Ukraine has to be capable of integrating into the EU single market. You know that we are working on integrating Ukraine deeper into the single market, for example, in the transport sector, where we have the transport agreement, or we integrate the energy systems further. You might recall that even after the beginning of the war, the Ukraine electric grid has been coupled to the European Union's ones. All these steps are in a very good direction. At the same time, we of course know that further work has to be done. On the rule of law, for example, Ukraine has come far. It has come far in setting up the necessary institutions for the judiciary to function effectively, and the necessary institutions on the vetting of prosecutors. The focus should now be on speeding up the selection of judges of the Constitutional Court, as well as the members of the High Council of Justice. On anti-corruption, Ukraine also has come far in setting up the necessary anti-corruption bodies. So the focus should now be on the appointment of the new head of the anti-corruption prosecutors and the new director of the Anti-Corruption Investigation Bureau. In other words, the anti-corruption bodies are in place. Now they have to become fully operational. On oligarchs, Ukraine has adopted a bold law against oligarchs, the de-oligarchization law. And in fact, it is the only country of the Eastern Partnership that has done so. This is good. Now here, too, it is on implementation. We want to see results on the ground. On fundamental rights, Ukraine has achieved to comply with 80% of the recommendation of the Venice Commission. What remains to be done is the adoption of the law on national minorities. So in sum, a lot has been achieved, but of course, important work remains. I have discussed all this with President Zelensky and Prime Minister Shmyhal when I was in Kiev around about 10 days ago, and I got a very telling reply by President Zelensky. He said, you know, even if we would not apply for European membership, these are all reforms that are necessary and that are good for the country, and we would have to do them anyway because it's for Ukrainian democracy. Of course, we know that not everything can be achieved as long as a war rages in the country, but many of these issues can nevertheless already be addressed. So, to conclude on Ukraine, we have one clear message, and that is, yes, Ukraine deserves European perspective. Yes, Ukraine should be welcomed as a candidate country. This is on the understanding that good work has been done, but important work also remains to be done. The entire process is merits-based. So it goes by the book, and therefore progress depends entirely on Ukraine. It is Ukraine that has it in their hands, and what could be better to shape your own future. Turning to Moldova, our assessment goes broadly into the same direction as for Ukraine. We therefore also recommend that Council grants Moldova the European perspective and candidate status, on the understanding that the country will carry out a number of further important reforms. In the recent past, Moldova has taken a decisive step towards reforms with a clear mandate from its citizens. It is on a real pro-reform, anti-corruption and European path for the first time since independence. Of course, Moldova still has a long way to go. Its economy and public administration in particular require major improvements, but provided that the country's leaders stay on course, we believe that the country has the potential to live up to the requirements. On Georgia, Georgia shares the same aspirations and potential as Ukraine and Moldova. Its application has strength, in particular, the market orientation of its economy with a strong private sector. To succeed, the country must now come together politically to design a clear path towards structural reform and the European Union, a path that concretely sets out the necessary reforms, brings on board civil society, and benefits from broad political support. This is why we recommend to Council to grant the European perspective and to come back and assess how Georgia meets the number of conditions before granting its candidate status. So finally, to conclude, on these three opinions, we did a thorough assessment, and this is laid out in the now public three opinions. This is a very solid basis of facts and evidence to move forward. And building on this basis of evidence is, of course, a historic and a political momentum. And we all know that Ukrainians are ready to die for the European perspective. We want them to live with us the European dream. Thank you so much for the moment.
Thank you very much. Mrs. President, Commissioner, you now have the floor.
Thank you. Just to complement what the President has just explained to you, as you have seen in the midst of these very turbulent times, three of our partner countries have decided to send a very clear message to us and to the world. Ukraine, Moldova and Georgia want to join the European Union. They have expressed very clearly and loudly their own will, which is that they consider the European Union and membership in the European Union to be the most important and most reliable tool for their own peace, stability and prosperity long term. Now it is for Europe to show that this is a reality. So it is obvious that in this new geopolitical context, Europe has also reassessed the importance of its own unity and the importance of the enlargement policy. We have treated these applications very seriously, but not as business as usual. We have been working very hard, and we have done our utmost to deliver as fast as we can and respond to the Council, which has asked the Commission very quickly after the applications were received to come up with an opinion, because this is the first step of any process, that the Commission prepares an opinion on the applicant countries. We have made a rigorous and robust assessment. You will see in the documents that we have been applying the exact same methodology as we have been doing in previous cases, and we are relying on the criteria that are well established, the so-called Copenhagen criteria, supplemented in Madrid 1995, which are, first of all, a political criteria, meaning how the country ensures democracy, the rule of law, protection of human rights and minorities. The second criteria is the economic criteria, to assess whether there is a functioning market economy capable of resisting competitive pressures within the European Union. And third, the so-called acquis criteria, meaning the capability of applying our legislation, the EU law, as is on the ground. On the political criteria, I think the President has already explained everything to you, so I don't want to repeat that. And I think my task here would be to explain to you a bit this construction that we put forward, meaning European perspective, candidate status with conditions, and conditions to obtain candidate status. For Moldova, I think it is very clear what needs also to deliver on the judiciary, meaning to ensure the independence, integrity, efficiency, and accountability and transparency of the judiciary through the establishment of asset verification and effective democratic oversight. Of course, we have appointments to be made in the Supreme Council of Magistracy and so on. The third big area of delivery would be the fight against corruption, because we need proactive and efficient investigations. We need a credible track record to be established. The fourth is organised crime, where we need increased cooperation with the regional, with us, the European Union, and with our international partners to see to it that we have asset recovery, especially after the bank fraud that we have seen in the country, and we need delivery on the priorities set out by the Financial Action Task Force, also known as FATF. And finally, on fundamental rights, we need better involvement of the civil society, protection of human rights, particularly when it comes to the vulnerable groups, and the fight against violence against women. For Georgia, we are setting out also a comprehensive list of priorities on the basis of which we should be able to deliver a proposal for candidate status. On democracy, we would like to see the end of a political polarization that has characterized the country. And we need the cooperation of all political parties in the country and the delivery of the agreement that was reached with the facilitation of the European Union. This also relates to the judicial reform, because that agreement also covered that. And we need also progress on the fight against corruption, where the independence of the anti-corruption agency would have to be ensured. Fourth, we need to step up the fight against organised crime. We need rigorous investigations, prosecutions, and a credible track record again here. And finally, on fundamental rights, we need to guarantee the freedom and professional and pluralistic and independent media environment for the journalists in the country. So in conclusion, I think today is the day when we're making a proposal, and we do hope that next week the Council will follow fully our proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now go to your questions, and I give the floor to Ketevan.
Thank you very much for giving the floor. Good morning, Madam President and Mr. Commissioner. It's a very emotional day for all of us, and I want to use this chance and congratulate my colleagues from Moldova and from Ukraine. I represent the country, and you know that a majority of Georgian people wants to be with you in this organization and to be part of European family. And we hope that this day will come sooner than later. Can you tell us about time frame? We just heard these conditions for Georgia. Is there any time frame for fulfillment these conditions? And also, what is your main message, Madam President, for Georgian people? They are now very, very carefully listening to you, what you will tell them about our European future.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. So, first of all, it is a huge step forward for Georgia to get the European perspective. This is a big achievement. And the door is wide open. It is up to Georgia now to take the necessary steps to move forward, to come together, the whole country on the political side, and to show very clearly that you want to get active. And this also determines, of course, the time frame. It's up to you. The sooner you deliver, the sooner there's progress. And therefore, it is in the hands of Georgia to really speed up and be clear and move forward through the open door.
Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Dmitry Shkupko, National News Agency of Ukraine. Madam President, as there are a lot of speculations around that decision, I mean, could you specify, is that decision related to the fact that Ukraine now is in a war, or it is just because it's have its own merits to obtain that candidate status? And the second question, if I may, you have a positive decision both for Ukraine and Moldova. Does it mean that the two countries will be considered in the same basket like it was for a while with Albania and North Macedonia? Thank you.
I think my answer for your first question answers immediately also the second question. This whole process, that's very important, is merits-based. It's done by the books. There have to be, and if you look into the communication, they are have detailed out what needs to be done. And therefore, Ukraine has achieved a lot. If you look at the progress in the last 8 years, the reforms that have been done, the improvements that have been done, the work that has been done together with us shows that there has been really progress. So merits-based, Ukraine is now recommended not only to have the European perspective, but also the candidate status. And of course, we all know more work needs to be done, but there too it's detailed out. It's very clear. You know exactly what is necessary. And as I said, I think the country itself wants to do these reforms because it benefits from these reforms. So completely merits-based, and each of the three applicants decides themselves whether they want to move forward and how fast they want to move forward.
Thank you. Thomas.
Thanks a lot. Thomas Kutschka, Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung. First, two questions to the President. Just to clarify, when you say further improvements, reforms need to be made, I understand you to mean that they need to be made before accession negotiations can be opened up. Could you please clarify that? Or does it mean need to be made to obtain a full candidate status? And then the second question, there has been a report from the European Court of Auditors last fall that had a devastating analysis of what they called grand corruption in Ukraine. And in fact, they were talking not about progress, but about the country moving backwards. That referred mainly to the time frame between 2016 and 2019. In your assessment, has Ukraine overcome all these shortfalls that had been analyzed in the report? And is the Commission able to measure that? Because that's the other point the court made, that the Commission wasn't even able to measure progress. And one question, if I may? Yes, very quickly to the Commissioner. There have been many rumors that the questionnaires in Ukraine have in fact more or less been filled out by EU officials and not by the government itself. Could you please clarify that? Thanks.
So, the recommendation is clear. The recommendation is European perspective and candidate status. And we understand that the countries will do further reforms before they can move on. And move on depends on how they perform. There's a very clear process in our methodology. And the overall methodology has been reformed, I think, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. And there we got this dynamic into the methodology for all the countries that are applicants for European membership. That is, if you can move on faster with clusters that are summarized, but you can also fall back, so there is a reversibility in the overall process, if you do not perform but backslide. And this goes for all the countries that are applying for EU membership. I think this is something very important and beautiful in the process itself, because it shows that it's the country itself that has it in its hand, whether they progress rapidly or whether there's a stagnation or whether there's a backsliding. On the topic of corruption, it is a topic, it is an issue. We've always been working on it. And indeed, the people of Ukraine elected their government just because they wanted the fight against corruption. We have, of course, seen that over time, and mainly in the last years, there was progress in fighting corruption. If you look, for example, at Transparency International over the next 6 years, yes, Ukraine is starting from a low level. But what is important is the trajectory. And the trajectory is positive, so they are gaining ground on fighting corruption. That is important. You see also that indeed there was a dip in 2019, but then they progressed again. And you have other countries that in this table are backsliding and are losing ground on corruption. One more point on corruption. What is so important? It's the digitalization of processes. Because the less you have person-to-person contacts, and the more you have digitized, the better you can fight corruption. And we've discussed that intensively when I was in Kiev with President Zelensky and Prime Minister Shmyhal. Prime Minister Shmyhal has very...
If you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We were just listening into the latest update from the European Union Commission President Ursula von der Leyen on Ukraine getting potentially EU candidate status. We have officially hit the noon mark here on the East Coast, and as promised, today on Live Now from Fox, we are monitoring all of the live events happening around the country in celebration of Juneteenth. We are going to head out live, raw, and unfiltered to this Juneteenth event being put on by NASA. This is supposed to be a pretty spectacular production here, so we do want to send you out to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
I'm going to start with a question, and I'm going to throw it out and would like for everyone to have an opportunity to give a response. Describe to us a picture of who you thought you would be as a student or young child. What were you studying, and what type of person did you think you could be? We'll start with Stephanie.
Well, when I was in middle school, I was very fortunate that my parents were very supportive and education was very important to them. And I was given a school assignment in a career awareness class to interview somebody that worked in an interesting career field, and I was interested in astronomy at the time. And after talking to a local area astronomy professor, I was fascinated by his work. I thought that that would be an excellent way to contribute to being a STEM professional.
When I was a really young kid, probably 6th grade, my mother gave me this age-inappropriate, non-OSHA certified chemistry set. And I mixed these two dissimilar chemicals and created the most incredible explosion in my mother's living room. I burned a hole in her carpet. And my mother she was small, but she had the power to knock me off the... But it was that moment that I realized that I could be a chemist because I'd already done it. All I needed was a lab coat and goggles. So chemistry was something that I learned at an early age, and I love sports. But I never saw myself going into the NFL because I don't know, for whatever reason. But I did see myself as a scientist. So STEM was always something that was very critical to me.
It's funny. I think it all starts with chemistry because my mother was a chemistry teacher. And as I got older, the chemistry set kept getting bigger and bigger. I didn't burn a hole in her carpet, thank God, because I might not be here if that happened. But that was always interesting to me. And I grew up in Baltimore during a time when Apollo was big, so I just kept seeing these larger and larger rockets being designed. And it just, design always interested me, and I always thought I was going to be a design engineer. That's what I was going to be.
So as a kid, I didn't really know who I thought I would be when I grew up. I just kind of, did my thing and, did my work. And one day, when I was about 9 years old, my twin sister and I, we brought home our report cards. And back then you had a report card and you had a row of all your grades and you could see immediately, okay, you had all A's or B's or whatever. And, Janet and I, we were pretty obedient kids, and we knew that if we brought home anything less than an A, our mother was not going to be happy. And yeah, she knew how to throw a shoe or whatever to make sure you stayed in line. But, one day we brought our report cards home, and my older brother goes, wow, you guys can probably become aerospace engineers or even an astronaut. And my 9-year-old brain said, well, they'll never pick me to be an astronaut, but I can definitely become an aerospace engineer. And so at 9, I had set my sights on becoming an engineer, an aerospace engineer. I didn't even know what it was.
I guess the first version of who I saw, that I could become was my father. My father was a police officer in Pomona, where I grew up. And so I just really was blown away by the way people responded to him, and so I looked up to him, but other people clearly did. And so I wanted to be a police officer like my father. I also looked up to Marcus Allen, Los Angeles Raiders running back, and I wanted to be like Marcus Allen. So sports were important. My father and his influence were important. And then I saw a shuttle launch on TV and thought I would love to control that thing and drive one of those. And so the interest in tinkering and machines and speed and power and sports, and also just wanting to be a good person like my father, those things all wove together and in one way or another led to me being here.
So I was listening to the others talk about what inspired them, and what inspired me was what inspired a lot of American kids back in the 60s. I grew up watching the space program. I learned very early that I liked science and science fiction, so I always like to say that I was an original Star Trek fan, and so that got me exposed to space on television. But in real life, I watched the program develop, the Mercury program, Gemini program, Apollo program. And in 1969, when I turned 13 years old, I watched Neil and Buzz Aldrin land on the moon, and I said, I want to follow in their footsteps.
Here, men from the planet Earth, first step foot upon the moon, July 1969, AD.
And as I looked around at NASA, to the point that we're talking about race, I didn't see anybody who looked like me. I didn't see any women. In fact, the first people that they selected to be the creme de la creme, the top astronauts were white guys, all white guys. And so I remember saying to myself, even though I don't see anybody who looks like me, I'm still not going to let that deter me from deciding on what I wanted to do.
Did race ever play a role in the idea of who you could be?
Did race ever play a factor? I would say one major area where race played a factor was in high school. So as I'm kind of starting to develop this plan on how do I become those things, and I knew college was in my path, but I didn't have any, neither of my parents went to college. So, we were having to figure this out together. And the Naval Academy came to my house and said, do you want to play football at Annapolis? And I was like, nope, no thank you. And West Point came, said the same thing. And I said, nope. And Annapolis actually came back and says, would you like to wrestle? And that was really my main sport. I love football. I wanted to be like Marcus Allen, but I was a better wrestler. And you want to come grapple at Annapolis? And I said, no, thank you. And so I don't know if any of you have seen the movie Boys in the Hood, but the father in that movie is Furious Howes. And the conversation that he has with his son is something very similar to how I felt. It was that there wasn't a place for me in the military. And so I go to college, I go off to college, and one of my mentors, I'm in his office waiting for him to come in. He's one of the few black faculty members at my university. And he comes into the room, and as he steps in, he is in this full regalia, the black suit with the gold around the wrists and the hat. And I was like, wow, sir, when did you enlist? And he said, I'm actually an officer in the Navy Reserves. Boom. The next version of what I could become. And that, to me, was, there's so many lessons I pulled from that. But the power of exposure and seeing yourself in something.
Hello, everyone. Victor Glover here, checking in during my 6-month mission aboard the International Space Station.
When we were growing up in the 60s, it was interesting to see some of the greatest feats of humankind on the television, little black and white television, but turn the channel and see some of the greatest challenges that we had in the United States at the time. So, watching Martin Luther King at the same time we're going to the moon, it was incredible. Talking to my mom, and who was a teacher, who said, would always ask us, what do you want to do when you grow up? What do you want to do when you grow up? And kind of pushing us. And I remember going to her and saying, Mom, I know what I want to be. I want to be an astronaut. And she said, that's nice. And started to turn around, but then again she turned back. She said, but if that's what you want to do, you can be and do anything that you want.
Good time.
As a kid, I became interested in airplanes, and I liked making model airplanes and reading books on airplanes, and I was fascinated by airplanes, and so that proved to be what I find later on to be my passion.
You know, I don't know if I had a vision of who I wanted to be when I was younger, but I will tell you this. I think I was born to be an engineer, and I think specifically I was born to be an electrical engineer.
I remember being in, I think it was 7th grade. We had this assignment before we could take off early to go to recesses. You had to write down where you saw yourself in, I don't know, 10, 15, 25 years. And I simply wrote down on my little assignment sheet that I want to be able to look up from where I was working and see the curvature of the Earth from space. And I plunked that down on the desk and headed off to recess.
My mother was my main inspiration. They discovered art when I was in preschool, and she had me in every art class that ever was. And she got me a library card when I was 4, and we had conversations, and she would talk about astronomy and orbital mechanics and space.
I grew up in the segregated South, so I am a son of the South, if you will. Blacks and whites went to separate schools and had separate facilities and everything. But in the mid-50s or so, there were lots of programs on television that talked about life in the military and actually promoted the military. So that's where I saw the Naval Academy. I fell in love with the uniforms more than anything else, and the beauty of what's called the Yard. It's the campus of the U.S. Naval Academy. And it didn't hurt that all the pretty girls from all over the Northeast came there on the weekends looking for husbands.
You sort of assume that astronauts never had hard times. Yes, I've had hard times too.
At some point in everybody's life, they're going to have that moment where they're going to have to step off the ledge. They're going to have to just make that push out into the void. And it's always, always, always going to be a extreme gut check.
But I think the important thing is to keep your goal in mind. And my goal was to succeed and eventually become an astronaut, and to be patient enough in order to hang in there. In other words, don't quit.
Don't ever let anybody tell you that you can't do something, and always have an alternative plan if things in your life kind of go awry.
You never learn a damn thing with your successes. And so the idea of failure is probably the best thing that can happen to people who want lasting success. Because on the next time around, you think your way through a better way, a more creative way to get through to your success. And then it forces you to be creative.
Well, I feel very honored to be the first black astronaut to fly in space. And in that role, one of the things that I wanted to do is not only be a role model for African Americans on the ground, but also be a leader in helping pull other Black astronauts into space with me.
It is hugely important to see people who look like you and who can inspire you, especially in fields that you want, because it shows you, I mean, right there, the people that are there that you can touch, that you can feel, that you can reach out to, that you can talk to, that, you know, if they can do it, then there's a chance for me to do it too.
When I was first thinking about becoming an astronaut, I asked my father, can Black people become astronauts? Remember, this is just a few years after the Civil Rights Act of '64 had been passed, and there was still a lot of segregation. It didn't go away overnight. And he looked at me, he says, not only can you be an astronaut, there have been people, Black people. There was at least one Black pilot who was selected to be an astronaut. But the fact that he had gone out there and had blazed that trail meant to me as a 5-year-old boy that there was no limit. Nobody's going to stand in my way. The only way I was not going to become an astronaut is if I decided not to become an astronaut. And I needed that role model out there to inspire me.
I have a connection to all the African American astronauts because in some way either we were in the office together and so we share experiences from that, or they came before me and I met them, and it's just a small sorority/fraternity, and we try to support each other, and we get together every once in a while and talk, and so it's a great group to be a part of, and I appreciate each and every one of them.
And the heroes themselves.
I want to frame this as this is all about you guys because you are our future. And again, he said, ask us anything, but the transparency and the authenticity is so important that you guys go back because you're the leaders.
What would the next big culture shift, what would you like to see? What would you want it to be?
When I think about what Elon Musk is doing and Jeff Bezos, these billionaires are spending a lot of money on these new platforms that's going to enable us to have that life, to have that economy in space. But then when I go to our communities, our Black and brown communities, and see what the kids are doing and seeing whether they're prepared for that future, that's when I'm going to go, oh, we got a lot of work to do. Because if we're not there, and we're going to be stuck on Earth, right? They're going to leave us behind. So my vision is that we don't get left behind as a people.
I got to tell a quick story. So yesterday, I was in National Car Rental, getting my car, and this little lady was right here. I was like, hey, she saw my NASA shirt on. She said, NASA, oh, is there this thing tomorrow at Space Center Houston? I'm like, yeah, are you coming? Oh, no, I didn't fill out the application. I didn't do it. I said, and she was supposed to be off yesterday, right? Mm-hmm. She was there, I was there, and she is here today. Because she was supposed to be here today to hear this. Chemistry major, gonna rule the world one day, maybe be Elon Musk too. You don't know, right?
Right.
But this is where it starts.
Like, we're talking a lot about what we see for the future and like shaping a lot of the stuff for the future. And there's so many schools, so many elementary schools that don't have a lot of funds and et cetera, but people like you come in and they talk and then my life has changed. Now I'm an astronaut. That's crazy. For me, I've always wanted to be a scientist. I've always wanted to work like in NASA. I've always wanted to do, this has been my entire life. Like when I was 2 years old, I drew a permanent marker on the wall. All of my friends, they were all astronauts, et cetera. And I've always known what I wanted to do with myself. So it was beautiful that I felt like the universe came in with the confirmation, like, hey, well, you're a little bit nervous about starting classes back up, but here goes Leland. And he comes in with all this positivity and like, yeah, you should do it. And I did.
Honestly, coming from places where I came from, I never see anybody aspire to work for NASA to be an astronaut or to be in these fields. So seeing people, these heroes, reaching these heights, it lets me know, hey, you know what, I can do this. It's possible.
I often find myself, sometimes having a lack of motivation. I often tell myself I can't do something if something gets too difficult, or if I just get frustrated, or if I fail too many times at something. So I often just see myself kind of like almost giving up. So it's all like, for y'all to be in such, leadership and strong positions, accomplish so much within y'all time, like, how do y'all stay motivated?
So one thing that I think about, which can kind of seem like a burden at times, but it can also be the power to keep going. Like, I love thinking about the civil rights era, and like the fact that when you see them getting off those buses, going to the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom, say the whole title, they had bags in their hands. They didn't make those sandwiches. There was a party making sandwiches, and then there was a different group of people that took the sandwiches to the people, and then there was a different group of people directing them to get on the buses. They were organized, right? And that work was done so you could sit in this seat. And when you think about that, our legacy runs from the very beginning up to you right now. It's your job to keep it on. And sometimes that can seem like a burden, but it's also a privilege. We are connected to all that. We come from greatness.
What are the emotions that come to your mind when you think about Juneteenth and the role that you play today?
Oh, wow. So Juneteenth is a way that we honor the fact that right here, not far from us, after the Emancipation Proclamation was signed, we had slaves that were still enslaved. And it was 2 years after that process that they were able to actually attain the freedom. And so Juneteenth is now received a lot of attention, but it was something that wasn't widely celebrated. And so, one, I'm encouraged to know that it's become something that is gaining national and maybe even global attention. But it also is a reminder that, we have come a long way, but we have a long way to go. The person who started the Journal of Negro History and then started Negro History Week, which is what we now celebrate as Black History Month. When he started it, he wrote in the journal, he said, we need not celebrate Negro history. We celebrate the Negro in history. What we need is history void of racial, gender, and religious bias, because it's our story, all of our stories. And so I'm just encouraged that we have a chance now to be a part of telling that story.
So, Victor, I'm going to ask you, what strategic steps are needed to offer more persons of color in more active roles?
There's a lot of things we could do, and we don't have time. We could take all the time we have today to talk about just what we can do. But one thing that we must do is those of us who are already in this enterprise, we have to go and, it's not just like encouraging you. I love this saying. We say that we have space for you. Listen, we need you. We need you. When the baby boomer generation retires, the science and technology jobs that are going to go away, if you look at the university students in undergrad and graduate school right now, we don't have enough of you in science and tech to fill those jobs. So we need you. It is a national security imperative for you all to become the best you can be so that we can keep doing what we do.
And so we have an audience with students, and I know that they want to hear about your space time. So what was your most challenging time in space? Can you tell us that, Stephanie?
Probably my most challenging time was during the STS-120 mission. We were building the International Space Station, and so we were bringing the Node 2 module to the International Space Station.
Solar array deploy starting on my mark. 3, 2, 1, mark.
And it's a smaller module. It's a connecting module on the end of the U.S. laboratory, but it allows our partner laboratories to have a connection point on the space station, our partners from Europe and Japan. And during that mission, we had installed that module, and it also required reconfiguring the electrical system. So we had to move one of the solar arrays from a central position to the end of the truss on the space station. And in order to do that with the robotic arm, basically have to fold up the solar array, move it with the robotic arm, and then extend it, re-extend it. And during that extension, we had a dynamic event.
Houston Alpha on the big loop. We detected some what appears to be a wraparound or some damage, and we're zoomed in on it on camera 24 right now.
So similar to what you may have heard about Apollo 13, where when we're in space, we have limited resources, we have limited materials, we have to fix whatever happens with what we have on board. Because of this relocation, it was hard for spacewalkers to reach, so we had to do something that we had not practiced before with the robotic arm and the boom sensor system that we used at the time for the orbiter. We hooked those two together, put the spacewalker at the end, and then sent him out to the work site with what we had fabricated on board, these cufflinks to tear across, to drape across the hole, to give the panel system additional rigidity so that we could continue the extension. So I say all that to say we worked together with our mission control team to come up with a solution, but we had to use the resources that we had in hand, do robotics and spacewalking operations that we had not performed before, and rely on each other's and our skills.
It's a good day's work right there.
I'm going to go back a little bit because it ties into the story she just told. And so I go into test pilot school, and we, as a class, have to go to a conference. And at this conference, the keynote speaker is Pam Melroy. And Pam Melroy, who is, I believe, the second female shuttle commander, stands up and tells that story. She tells the story about the cufflinks. They use the cufflinks. And she tells that story. And that's the day I decided, all right, I'm throwing an application in. So I also think it's neat how our stories do link together, like you just said, and I think that that's beautiful, this legacy here that continues to grow and evolve.
I found myself immediately thrown into a leadership situation for which I was unbelievably well prepared, but I didn't know it, because my idea of what I was going to have to do as a leader, as the leader of NASA, the leader of human spaceflight, the leader of science, the leader of space stuff for the whole world. If you've ever heard of, there is something called the imposter syndrome. It's a feeling that people get, I get all the time, that you don't belong where you are. And it's really important for you to recognize that you're suffering from the imposter syndrome, because it is a syndrome. It's not real. You do belong where you are, but you have had people put doubts in your mind for so long. And I had grown up in the segregated South, where I was taught to believe that things like being the NASA administrator or like being the president of the United States were not things to which I should aspire. That's not what black people did. Where I thought I didn't belong, it turned out that not only did I belong, but I tended to, some people will say I excelled.
I mean, if you're really passionate about doing something, what you do, you end up finding out who does it really, really well. And because I had difficulty, because there were a lot of things I didn't know about art, but I had to think my way through it. A tragic story, the guy called me aside and asked me, don't bring any more of those things here. So now I had to be creative. Oh, really? So I went straight to the bank and I borrowed $60,000 and built a foundry. And I didn't know how to build a foundry. So I went to the people who make foundry equipment. And then when I got to the molds, I didn't know how to make a mold. So I went to the people who sold mold material, because I have to do it myself, because the larger community won't do it for me. So I've done that throughout my entire art career. And, if they close a door in my face and I go open it.
I am inspired. I am very hopeful that in the future there will be more women of color in space, to the point where we cannot name the number, right? The number is irrelevant.
As I said, my mother was a librarian, so I grew up loving books and poetry and stuff like that. And my favorite poet is a woman by the name of Nikki Giovanni. She wrote a poem many years ago, and it's called Quilting the Black-Eyed Pea. We are going to Mars. And this was before we started talking about taking trips to Mars, because in it she tells, why black people, why people like me are ideally suited to lead the path to Mars.
Quilting the black-eyed pea, we're going to Mars. We're going to Mars for the same reason Marco Polo rocketed to China, for the same reason Columbus trimmed his sails on the dream of spices, for the very same reason Shackleton was enchanted with penguins, for the reason we fall in love. It's the only adventure.
And that's the way the trip to Mars is going to be. We're going to be holed up in our spaceship, and the first few days we're going to be able to look back at our planet Earth and we'll see this little blue dot. And after a couple of weeks, that little blue dot's going to almost disappear. And there'll come a time somewhere in that 8-month journey when it doesn't make any difference which direction you look. You're not going to know where you're going, and you're not going to know where you came from, because it's all going to look just kind of, woo, it's going to be black.
And also now joining us is Dr. Robert Satcher, and he has logged over 259 hours in space and is currently a doctor in surgical oncology at MD Anderson. So thank you for joining us.
Well, my story is, of course, I grew up in Hampton, Virginia, and there was Langley that was there, and was inspired, to want to try to be an astronaut pretty early on from watching Apollo missions, and of course didn't see anybody that looked like myself during that. It wasn't until the shuttle era, and some of my co-astronauts here that sort of blazed that trail. When I was in college is when I sort of first, thought that I could do it. Had the chance to meet Ron McNair. He also, went to MIT for his graduate studies, and he was there giving a talk. And so that was the first time that I sort of said to myself, I was an undergraduate at MIT, but first time I sort of said, yeah, maybe that's something I could say. That was a very inspirational moment.
We did talk about, the fact that representation matters. And so two of our space heroes that actually sacrificed on behalf of all of us, their spouses are here today, and I want to recognize them. I want to recognize Cheryl McNair, and I also want to introduce Sandy Anderson. She's the spouse of Mike Anderson. So thank you both for being here. And Jeanette, I want to bring you into the conversation.
All right, well, my journey is very similar to everyone's here, but there's always these different nuances. We were talking earlier about, you're going to have things to get through, and I think all of us had similar experiences. And, you grew up in segregated areas, and things happen, but I always focus on how do you handle those things when they do occur, because they're going to occur. There's a verse in the Bible that always says that, in this world, you're going to have tribulation, but take heart. I've overcome the world. And so that just tells me that troubles are going to come. And so how do you handle those? And, having a sense of self and knowing who you are and what you're capable of, and not letting people feed negative energy into your life is hugely important. But also being a proactive person rather than being reactive has been things that I've stood on for my entire career. I'm like a Black female aerospace engineer. There was no one that looked like me in aerospace engineering, but that never even dawned on me until I left there. These are the kind of things that I always love to tell students. There's going to be times when you have to figure out who you are, and it's in those tough times that you actually really realize what you're capable of.
I really appreciate that, because a lot of times, as a person, you get stuck in this place of fear to do something. I don't know if I'm going to fit into this space. I don't know if I should be here. I don't know what I should be doing or how I should be doing it. And you don't do it. you just sit. And it's easy to do that when you don't have people around you, or you're not meeting people who are doing things.
I think you hit the nail on the head right there. It's all about supporting one another. There's enough threats outside of the tent to fill a whole day. So we have to support each other all the time. If we do that, not a whole lot's stop it.
Like, I often limited myself just because, basically like my surroundings. I just thought like the world, like I thought this was my world. And like one thing I'm learning too is how like, you know, a lot of stuff may come up and you may be in a situation where you may not know where you are or you can't even find yourself, but we can't give up. Like, we just can't.
I mean, I always knew I wanted to do more than just be there and watching cars go by and stuff. And, you know, I didn't allow that to, you know, define my imagination in terms of, I mean, I sit there staring up at the sky and imagining what it would be like to go there. So I don't think I've ever said that before, but I, you know, I actually would do that.
Okay, so I told my mom that I was going to do this. I'm going to show her that my notebook, because like that's actually my notebook that I still use for class right now. I'm going to use this as like my motivation to really achieve my goals. Honestly, this really means the world to me. Like, this is like easily one of my most cherished items right now.
There's not always going to be somebody there to cheer you on. And as much as I would love to be that person. You know, break out your cell phone. I'll make a ringtone for you right now. You can play it every day. But that's not reality. And you're going to have to build something that works for you. So that's one of the important parts of learning and getting around groups of people like this that are diverse. You learn and you add another facet. You put another tool in your toolbox.
I always go back to like how my mother, she's very religious for a Christian household, but she always says walk by faith and not by sight, baby. So it's something that I feel like the Black community, we have a hard time with because it's not only what we see, but it's what we're told from other people. So I feel like all of us can do it. I practice it, try to every day because it's just so hard when the world's like telling you you can't, or that's impossible, or are you sure you can do that? But it's just like, I'm not walking by what I see, but what I know I can do by faith.
So I want to ask one of our astronauts to talk about his time doing a spacewalk. So the record holder for a single spaceflight mission of spacewalks is Robert Kirby. Can you tell us about what it's like?
Hello, Beamer.
Oh my gosh, it's an amazing experience, and Bernard can tell you too. You know, so when I first came to the office, shortly after I came into the office, Bernard did his first. So Bernard blazed a trail, and I tell people all the time that's the best way to go. If someone else that blazed a trail and you get to walk down it. so I'm very thankful for that. And then after him, Winston, and so that was a great part of it. But we always had this saying, you know, you train like you fly like you train. And then the first thing they tell you is, but when you go on a spacewalk, something's going to be different than you planned. And it is so true. My very first spacewalk, so I'm out there doing my thing, trying to follow the timeline, and all of a sudden, I am reconfiguring some ammonia lines, and one of the valves that is supposed to automatically close does not, and starts spraying me with anhydrous ammonia. And sure enough, training takes over. And, you know, it's kind of funny because I talked to the flight surgeon later. He goes, during the emergency, actually, your heart rate went down. And it's because, you know, the hard work's really done before you go on the spacewalk, when you're getting ready for it. So when things happen like that and your, you know, front of your suit has an inch or two of ammonia ice on it, and later on you realize that you cannot go back in the spacecraft with this, so you hope that someone has a plan to get it off. And they did. You know, but the lesson learned there is that, you know, it's not actually the act of the event that is hard. It's getting ready for the event. Yep. And that's something I learned from Bernard and other people who told me, look, you have to work hard now so that the actual space flight and the spacewalk is easy. I mean, physically, it was not a big deal. Mentally, I was exhausted afterwards. Right. But worth it.
So we're going to open it up to our students.
Hi,
Hello.
What is your work like when you're not in space or training for a mission?
There's no average day. Some days I have a lot of meetings, but you know, some days I get to go and scuba dive or full pressure dive at the giant pool that we have, 6 million gallons of water where we train for spacewalks. Or right on the other side of that facility, there's an airport, and we go fly our T-38 high-performance aircraft.
One of the biggest things that we have to do is function very well as a team. We go on expeditions where we want to get people to push everyone's limits to see how you act when you're in this heightened state of awareness.
We work hard on leadership and teamwork, and so it involves really just spending time together and being intentional.
My question today for you all is, do you think everyone should have the opportunity to travel to space?
That is a very good question. And the answer to it is yes. Let me fill in the blanks, though. So I think everybody should have the opportunity to go into space. That currently, right now, it's not available for everybody to go. But we have now set the stage for anyone that wants to go into space to go into space. We now have private interests in what's happening in low Earth orbit, particularly in the International Space Station, has opened up all sorts of possibilities. So all of you in this room, I'm just looking at your age group, you have been born in a world where we have been in space, where we lived in space, where we've had people in space 24/7. I grew up, and some of us here that are on the older side grew up, that was not the case. So the possibilities are really endless.
How many of you would like to go to space?
I love it.
Awesome.
Excellent.
Do it. You can do it.
In space, you're away from family and in a new environment. How are you physically and emotionally affected? How do you deal with being homesick?
I haven't even been back on Earth for a year yet, and that's just a sentence that starts with, I haven't been back on Earth is pretty cool. And the isolation is one piece. I live in this pressurized can, a big can in space, because right on the outside it's really hot or really cold and there's no air, right? So the fact that you're isolated doesn't mean that you have to be disconnected. And so the connection to your family is something NASA takes very seriously.
The video just doesn't do it justice. It is pretty amazing, though.
One of the most amazing things about his mission was that Stephanie organized a Zoom call for us, all of the black astronauts, to talk to Victor while he gave us a tour through the space station on an iPad. And he was in space at the same time that, we were coming with the deliberations of George Floyd, and we have all these things that we were thinking about down here on the planet with COVID, but having this connection with our brothers and family and people helped us all get through things.
What boundaries did you have to overcome becoming an astronaut, and what did you ever struggle in school at any moment in time?
I lost my hearing in a training accident. I was completely deaf, and the doctors told me that I would never fly in space. And my hearing started to slowly come back in my right ear, but only in the speaking frequencies. And they said, you're medically disqualified, you won't fly. But I've always believed that if you keep trying, like the little engine that could, I think I can, your mind has a way, I'm not a neuroscientist, but your mind has a way of fixing your body, if you believe in it enough. You need doctors, you need other people, but you have a great stake in helping prepare yourself by the way that you have your outlook.
Bernard, I thought it would be good for you to talk about, having a vision and thinking about where do you want to go in life.
So when I did my spacewalk, I guess it was many years ago, it was the first time that an African-American had done a spacewalk. It had been 30 years since the first time that we had done a spacewalk.
Dr. Harris, tomorrow you're to become the first African American to walk in space. How significant a first for that is for you is that personally?
Well, Brian, you know, for me it really is a personal achievement, a great personal achievement, one that I've looked for a long time. And I think it's kind of ironic that during this month, this is Black History Month, that we're celebrating the contributions that African Americans have made to this country. I have an opportunity to walk outside in space, that is, an EVA. It really, I get emotional when I think about it. And I'd like to dedicate this spacewalk, my first spacewalk as an African American, and as an African American, to all African Americans, to African American achievement.
And so, of course, I got the commensurate call from the president, and that was President Clinton, and he said, you know, Dr. Harris, I want to congratulate you on, you know, being the first African American to walk in space. And I remember preparing, knowing that he was going to call, and I said, what the hell am I going to say to the president? Because everybody's going to hear Mission Control and the rest of the world. And so I said these words that you've probably heard many times before. I said, Mr. President, thank you for the honor of your call. But I have to tell you that I may be the first, but I will not be the last.
Amen. Yeah.
And listening to Bob Kirby now holding the record, that was true. So what can I say to you that will inspire you? And maybe this statement, I believe that there are three things that I know about everybody in this room. Three things. And if you adhere to these three things, you can accomplish whatever you want to do in life. Those three things make it possible for you to do anything. The first thing that I believe, and believe in you, is that I believe that everyone is born multi-potential with the ability to do anything that they want to do in life, anything. You have to figure out what that is. You have to discover that very early, as we all did. Number two, I believe that each and every one of you in this room is multi-talented. But we have something called a brain where we can learn additional talents, and that's what education is all about. So that's really important, right? And the last thing that I believe that's really important for success in life, and that is I believe that each and every one of us were born for a reason. There is something that you are supposed to do, or some things that you are supposed to do in this life. Now, all of those require what? They require an active person, someone thinking, you figuring out who you are, where you are, what position, setting goals, dreaming, finding people to help you along, finding mentors. And so it not only requires inspiration, but aspiration that comes from you.
So when I hear the words "the color of space," it brings to mind probably like a box of crayons, in that, you know, it has every color of the rainbow, as they say, and it's very inclusive. And I think that's the way space should be. It hasn't necessarily been that way in the past, but we are on a new trajectory, and we can change that.
So when I hear the color of space, the first thing that comes to mind is a standing joke between Leland Melvin and myself about when he was going up on his first flight. And because we go down the hall, and I'd raise my fist and I go, "Keep space black, Leland, keep space black." And that went on between us. And when I was in space, I sent an email back to him and said, "So, doing my best to maintain the blackness of space for everybody."
You know, the color of space, it's interesting, the theme of this whole celebration is the color of space. Space is black. It's except for where the stars are, it's the absence of light and the inability to know where you're going. And the people that I consider to be the best qualified to get there are people who look like me, who, in spite of all adversity, in spite of knowing whether they're going to live or die or make it to the next day, persist in being people who are eternal optimists.
I know that you have taken away many, many, many life lessons from these wonderful heroes. I want to thank our panelists. I want to thank the audience for being here and being a part of this very historic occasion.
My takeaway from this experience is don't just assume what you can do, but take that step to see that you can do it. Because a lot of times we think, oh, I can't do this, or we take from our experience or what people say or our surroundings, and we're like, well, I can't do this because of what such said or where I'm from.
When I was in the gift shop, I was looking at all, the NASA shirts, and it was this one shirt that said, failure is not an option. And I said I need it because I need to believe that for myself right now.
And so your friends and family, do they know that you're here?
My parents actually don't know, but they will know when they get back home. To come and meet astronauts, that was like the most exciting thing ever.
It was really inspiring, man. Like, I have so many feelings just because, like, one, you'll meet an astronaut every day.
You certainly don't meet astronauts every day. A really compelling piece about the stories and the journeys that Black Americans have taken, not only in this country, but in the NASA space program, and how they are amongst the absolute best in the business. Some really great insight there as we continue to celebrate Juneteenth across the country. We are monitoring a slew of events happening all around the United States today. So as soon as we do get more images coming into our newsroom, we'll be sure to take you there live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show. Here's a live look at New York City on this Sunday afternoon. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. It is 12:52 here on the East Coast, and we do want to wish you a happy Sunday. If you are just joining us, we are gearing up for yet another week of the January 6th hearings. They are set to resume on Tuesday at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Our very own Chad program breaks down what we've heard thus far in these hearings, and then we will also play back key moments from these hearings last week that will set up and give you quite a bit of perspective as we are just 48 hours away from the next edition of these hearings. Let's take a listen to this recap.
Another wave of hearings soon. Tuesday, a look at pressure Trump allies applied to state legislatures to send alternate slates of electors to Washington. Still, the most dramatic testimony so far came from those who advised former Vice President Mike Pence. Former federal judge Michael Ludig didn't mince words about threats to the electoral system.
Donald Trump and his allies and supporters are a clear and present danger to American democracy.
Trump confidant John Eastman engineered a scheme which hinged on Vice President Pence rejecting slates of electoral ballots as he presided over certification of the Electoral College on January 6th. But Pence's counsel testified that Eastman apparently wanted two sets of rules, one for everyone else and a special set for former President Trump.
He said, absolutely. Al Gore did not have a basis to do it in 2000. Kamala Harris shouldn't be able to do it in 2024, but I think you should do it today.
Ludig warned that an effort by Pence to tilt the scale toward Mr. Trump would plunge the country into what he termed a revolution. The 1-6 committee hearings are consuming summertime viewing hours reminiscent of the Watergate hearings in the summer of 1973 and Iran-Contra hearings in the summer of 1987.
We're definitely trending there. We're more doing this for the historical record, that when we look back, the way we look back at Watergate and Iran-Contra.
As Michael Ludig left Capitol Hill, he had a word of warning as the hearings proceed.
God is watching us.
1-6 Committee Chairman Benny Thompson isn't ruling out future referrals to the Justice Department for criminal prosecutions, including that of former President Trump. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Thank you, Chad, for that update. As promised, I do want to play back some key moments from these hearings. We'll begin to a breakdown of what the day was like for Vice President Mike Pence. Let's take a listen.
Our investigation found that immediately after the president's 2:24 p.m. tweet, the crowds both outside the Capitol and inside the Capitol surged. The crowds inside the Capitol were able to overwhelm the law enforcement presence, and the vice president was quickly evacuated from his ceremonial Senate office to a secure location within the Capitol complex. By 2:24 p.m., the Secret Service had moved Vice President Pence from the Senate chamber to his office across the hall.
The noise from the rioters became audible, at which point we recognized that maybe they had gotten into the building.
Then, President Trump tweeted, "Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify. USA demands the truth."
It was clear that it was escalating and escalating quickly. So then when that tweet, the Mike Pence tweet, was sent out, I remember us saying that that was the last thing that needed to be tweeted at that moment. The situation was already bad, and so it felt like he was pouring gasoline on the fire by tweeting that.
30 seconds later, rioters already inside the Capitol opened the East Rotunda door just down the hall. And just 30 seconds after that, rioters breached the crypt, one floor below the vice president.
The Secret Service couldn't control the situation and do their job of keeping him safe.
At 2:26 p.m., Secret Service rushed Vice President Pence down the stairs.
I think they've been trying to figure out whether they had a clear route to get us to wherever it was that they wanted to move us to.
We moved pretty quickly down the stairs and through various hallways and tunnels to the secure location. Upon arriving there, there was further discussion as to whether or not we were going to leave the Capitol complex or stay where we were.
Vice President Pence and his team ultimately were led to a secure location where they stayed for the next 4.5 hours, barely missing rioters a few feet away. Approximately 40 feet. That's all there was. 40 feet between the vice president and the mob. Mr. Jacob, you were there, seeing that for the first time. Does it surprise you to see how close the mob was to the evacuation route that you took? The 40 feet is the distance from me to you, roughly.
I could hear the din of the rioters in the building while we moved, but I don't think I was aware that they were as close as that.
Make no mistake about the fact that the Vice President's life was in danger. A recent court filing by the Department of Justice explains that a confidential informant from the Proud Boys told the FBI that the Proud Boys would have killed Mike Pence if given a chance. This witness, whom the FBI affidavit refers to as W1, stated that other members of the group talked about things they did that day, and they said that anyone they got their hands on, they would have killed, including Nancy Pelosi. W1 further stated that members of the Proud Boys said that they would have killed Mike Pence if given a chance. We understand that congressional leaders and others were evacuated from the Capitol complex during the attack. We'd like to show you what happened after the Vice President was evacuated from the Senate.
The Select Committee has obtained never-before-seen photos from the National Archives that show Vice President Pence sheltering in a secure underground location as rioters overwhelmed the Capitol. At 4:19 p.m., Vice President Pence is seen looking at a tweet the President had just sent, a tweet asking the rioters to leave the Capitol. After 4.5 hours spent on working to restore order, the Vice President returned to the Senate floor to continue the certification of electors.
So Vice President Pence was a focus of the violent attack. Mr. Jacob, did the Vice President leave the Capitol complex during the attack?
He did not.
Can you please explain why the Vice President refused to leave the Capitol complex?
When we got down to the secure location, Secret Service directed us to get into the cars, which I did, and then I noticed that the Vice President had not. So I got out of the car that I had gotten into, and I understood that the Vice President had refused to get into the car. The head of his Secret Service detail, Tim, had said, "I assure you we're not going to drive out of the building without your permission." And the Vice President had said something to the effect of, "Tim, I know you, I trust you, but you're not the one behind the wheel." And the Vice President did not want to take any chance that the world would see the Vice President of the United States fleeing the United States Capitol. He was determined that we would complete the work that we had set out to do that day, that it was his constitutional duty to see through, and that the rioters who had breached the Capitol would not have the satisfaction of disrupting the proceedings beyond the day on which they were supposed to be completed.
Let me see if I understand this right. You were told to get in the cars, and how many of the Vice President's staff got in the cars while he did not?
Most of us.
During our investigation, we received testimony that while the Vice President was in a secure location within the Capitol complex, he continued the business of government. We understand that the Vice President reached out to congressional leaders, like the Acting Secretary of Defense and others, to check on their safety and to address the growing crisis. In addition, the Vice President's Chief of Staff, Mark Short, made several calls to senior government officials. Here's Mr. Short's testimony regarding his call with Representative Kevin McCarthy.
He indicated that he had had some conversation. I don't recall whether it was with the president or with somebody at the White House, but I think he'd expressed frustration that not taking the circumstance as seriously as they should in that moment.
All right. So Mr. McCarthy indicated he'd been in touch with someone at the White House, and he conveyed to you that they weren't taking this as seriously as they should. You have to answer yes or no.
Yes.
Okay.
While the Vice President made several calls to check on the safety of others, it was his own life that was in great danger. Mr. Jacob, did Donald Trump ever call the Vice President to check on his safety?
He did not.
Mr. Jacob, how did Vice President Pence and Mrs. Pence react to that?
With frustration.
Mr. Jacob, immediately before you and the Vice President were evacuated to a secure location within the Capitol, You hit send on an email to John Eastman explaining why his legal theory about the vice president's role was wrong. You ended your email by stating that, quote, "Thanks to your bullshit, we are now under siege." We'll take a look at that email. Now, Dr. Eastman replied, and this is hard to believe, but his reply back to you was, "The siege is because you and your boss," presumably referring to the Vice President of the United States, "did not do what was necessary to allow this to be aired in a public way so the American people can see for themselves what happened." Mr. Jacob, later that day, you wrote again to Dr. Eastman. Let's show that email on the screen. In that email, you wrote, and I quote, "Did you advise the president that in your professional judgment, the vice president does not have the power to decide things unilaterally?" And you ended that email saying, "It does not appear that the president ever got the memo." Dr. Eastman then replied, "He's been so advised." And he ends his email with, quote, "But you know him, once he gets something in his head, it's hard to get him to change course," close quote. Mr. Jacob, when Dr. Eastman wrote, "Once he gets something in his head, it's hard to get him to change course," did you understand the he in that email to refer to the President of the United States?
I did.
And Mr. Jacob, did you hear from Dr. Eastman further after the riot had been quelled? And if so, what did he ask?
Late that evening, after the joint session had been reconvened, the vice president had given a statement to the nation saying that violence was not going to win, freedom wins, and that the people were going to get back to doing their work. Later that evening, Mr. Eastman emailed me to point out that, in his view, the vice president's speech to the nation violated the Electoral Count Act, that the Electoral Count Act had been violated because the debate on Arizona had not been completed in 2 hours. Of course, it couldn't be since there was an intervening riot of several hours. And that the speeches that the majority and minority leaders had been allowed to make also violated the Electoral Count Act because they hadn't been counted against the debate time. And then he implored me, now that we have established that the Electoral Count Act isn't so sacrosanct as you have made it out to be, I implore you one last time, can the Vice President please do what we've been asking him to do these last 2 days? Suspend the joint session, send it back to the states.
And we'll show you the text of that email, which Dr. Eastman wrote at 11:44 p.m. on January 6th. So after the attack on the Capitol and after law enforcement had secured the Capitol, he still wrote, as you described, quote, "So now that the precedent has been set that the Electoral Count Act is not quite so sacrosanct as was previously claimed, I implore you to consider one more relatively minor violation and adjourn for 10 days to allow the legislatures to finish their investigations." So even after the attack on the Capitol had been quelled, Dr. Eastman requested, in writing no less, that the vice president violate the law by delaying the certification and sending the question back to the states. Is that correct, Mr. Jacob?
It is.
Did you eventually share Dr. Eastman's proposal with Vice President Pence?
Not right at that time, because the vice president was completing the work that it was his duty to do. But a day or two later, back at the White House, I did show him that final email from Mr. Eastman.
And what was Vice President Pence's reaction when you showed him the email where Dr. Eastman, after the attack on the Capitol, still asked that the vice president delay certification and send it back to the states?
He said, "That's rubber room stuff."
I'm sorry, Mr. Wood. He said it's rubber room stuff?
Yes, Congressman.
What did you interpret that to mean?
I understood it to mean that after having seen play out what happens when you convince people that there is a decision to be made in the Capitol legitimately about who is to be the president and the consequences of that, that he was still pushing us to do what he had been asking us to do for the previous 2 days, that was certifiably crazy.
We know that the Vice President did not do what Dr. Eastman requested because he presided over the completion of the counting of electoral votes late in that evening.
The number of electors appointed to vote for President of the United States is 538. Within that whole number, a majority is 270. The votes for President of the United States are as follows. Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware has received 306 votes. Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 232 votes. The whole number of electors appointed to vote for Vice President of the United States is 538. Within that whole number, a majority is 270. The votes for Vice President of the United States are as follows. Kamala D. Harris of the state of California has received 306 votes. Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana has received 232 votes. The announcement of the state of the vote by the President of the Senate shall be deemed a sufficient declaration of the persons elected President and Vice President of the United States, each for the term beginning on the 20th day of January, 2021, and shall be entered together with the list of the votes on the journals of the Senate and the House of Representatives.
Mr. Jacob, did you go to the Vice President's residences on the morning of January 6th?
Yes.
Who else was with you?
Mark Short, Devin O'Malley, our communications director, and Chris Hodgson, our legislative affairs director.
And did the Vice President have a call with the President that morning?
He did.
Were you with the Vice President during the call?
So we had been putting the Vice President had finalized his statement overnight. We were in the process of proofing it so that we could get that out. And we were told that a call had come in from the President. The Vice President stepped out of the room to take that call, and no staff went with him.
The President had several family members with him in the Oval that morning for that call. I'd like to show you what they and others told the Select Committee about that call, along with never-before-seen photographs of the President on that call from the National Archives.
When I got in, somebody called me and said that the family and others were in the Oval, and do I want to come up? So I went upstairs.
And who do you recall being in the Oval Office?
Don Jr., Eric, Laura, Kimberly, I believe Meadows was there. At some point, Ivanka came in.
It wasn't a specific, formal discussion. It was very sort of loose and casual.
So then you said at some point there's a telephone conversation between the President and the Vice President, is that correct?
Yes.
When I entered the office the second time, he was on the telephone with who I later found out to be was the Vice President.
Could you hear the Vice President or only hear the President's end?
Only hear the President's end. But at some point it started off as a calmer tone and everything, and then became heated.
The conversation was pretty heated.
I think till it became somewhat, louder tone. I don't think anyone was paying attention to it initially.
Did you hear any part of the phone call, even if just the end that the President was speaking from?
I did, yes.
All right, and what did you hear?
So as I was dropping off the note, I remember hearing the word wimp. Either he called him a wimp. I don't remember if he said, "You are a wimp, you'll be a wimp." Wimp is the word I remember.
It's also been reported that the President said to the Vice President that something to the effect of, "You don't have the courage to make a hard decision."
Worse, I don't remember exactly either, but something like that, yeah. You're not tough enough to make the call.
It was a different tone than I'd heard him take with the vice president before.
Did Ms. Trump share with you any more details about what had happened, or any details about what had happened in the Oval Office that morning?
That her dad had just had an upsetting conversation with the vice president.
Do you recall anything about her demeanor, either during the meeting or when you encountered her in Dan Scavino's office?
I don't remember specifically. I mean, I think she was uncomfortable over the fact that there was obviously that type of interaction between the two of them.
Something to the effect, the wording's wrong. I made the wrong decision 4 or 5 years ago.
And the word that she relayed to that the president called the vice president, I apologize for being impolite, but do you remember what she said her father called him?
The P word.
Mr. Jacob, how would you describe the demeanor of the vice president following that call with the president?
When he came back into the room, I'd say that he was steely, determined, grim.
Of course, the most dangerous part of what Donald Trump did on January 6th was what he did himself. As will be discussed in detail in a future hearing, our investigation found that early drafts of the January 6th ellipse speech prepared for the president included no mention of the vice president. But the president revised it to include criticism of the vice president and then further ad-libbed. Here is what the president said on January 6th after his call with Vice President Pence.
I hope Mike is going to do the right thing. I hope so. I hope so. Because if Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election. All Vice President Pence has to do is send it back to the states to recertify. And we become president, and you are the happiest people. And I just spoke to Mike. I said, Mike, that doesn't take courage. What takes courage is to do nothing. That takes courage. And then we're stuck with a president who lost the election by a lot, and we have to live with that for 4 more years. We're just not going to let that happen. And Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us. And if he doesn't, that will be a sad day for our country. And they want to recertify their votes. They want to recertify. But the only way that can happen is if Mike Pence agrees to send it back. So I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do. And I hope he doesn't listen to the rhinos and the stupid people that he's listening to.
Of course, we all know what happened next. The president's words had an effect. President Trump's supporters became angry. When the vice president issued his public letter, the crowd at the Capitol erupted in anger. The rioters who had erected makeshift gallows began chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." Testimony in our investigation has made clear what the target of the rioters' ire was: Vice President Mike Pence. Mr. Jacob, did you go to the vice president's residences on the morning of January 6th?
Yes.
Who else was with you?
Mark Short, Devin O'Malley, our communications director, and Chris Hodgson, our legislative affairs director.
And did the vice president have a call with the president that morning?
He did.
Were you with the vice president during the call?
So we had been putting the vice president had finalized his statement overnight. We were in the process of proofing it so that we could get that out. And we were told that a call had come in from the president. The vice president stepped out of the room to take that call, and no staff went with him.
The president had several family members with him in the Oval that morning for that call. I'd like to show you what they and others told the Select Committee about that call, along with never-before-seen photographs of the president on that call from the National Archives.
When I got in, somebody called me and said that the family and others were in the Oval. And do I want to come up? So I went upstairs.
And who do you recall being in the Oval Office?
Don Jr., Eric, Laura, Kimberly, I believe Meadows was there. At some point, Ivanka came in.
It wasn't a specific, formal discussion. It was very sort of loose and casual.
So then you said at some point there's a telephone conversation between the president and the vice president, is that correct?
Yes.
When I entered the office the second time, he was on the telephone with who I later found out to be was the vice president.
Could you hear the vice president or only hear the president's end?
And that was some of the key moments of a testimony that we heard last week from those editions of the January 6 hearings. As we have been reporting, they are set to continue later on this week. And as we have been doing since the very beginning, we will be providing full, live, raw, and unfiltered coverage of them when they resume on Tuesday beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. More news when we get back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. We do want to get you up to speed on all of the top stories on this Sunday afternoon. The CDC is recommending the Pfizer and Moderna vaccine to be given to infants as young as 6 months through preschoolers as well. The decision came about after 2 days of meetings that were open to the public. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky is expected to sign off on the recommendation this weekend. As she did, we can confirm that they have officially been recommended. Our Fox News correspondent Jonathan Seary, he has more details.
A CDC advisory panel voting Saturday to recommend COVID vaccines for children under 5, which would make them the last age group to qualify for the shots. The recommendation comes after a separate FDA panel earlier this week gave the thumbs up to vaccinating young kids.
There are 18.7 million children that we just now authorized to get vaccinated.
Pfizer vaccinations would need 3 smaller doses, while Moderna just 2. Both vaccines were shown to produce antibody levels similar to those seen in adults in clinical trials.
These vaccines work remarkably well, and they're remarkably safe. So I can't think of a reason why we shouldn't be immunizing our young children.
Moderna says its vaccine is 51% effective in children 6 through 24 months and 37% effective in kids ages 2 to 5. Pfizer boasts overall 80% effectiveness in children under 5. The last age group to be authorized was kids 5 to 11. So far, getting shots into arms of younger Americans has been a slow process.
Each age range, I think we haven't done as well as the one previous. So, initially the teenagers, we did pretty well.
Doctors say parents will not be charged for the shots, even if they don't have insurance. States could begin providing immunizations as early as next week. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
Thank you, Jonathan, for that update. We want to continue to get you up to speed on the nation's biggest headlines. We can confirm that the U.S. national average for a gallon of gas has fallen yet again. It is now under 2 cents below that historic $5 a gallon mark. It has fallen to $4.98. Record high gas prices and rising inflation continuing to take a toll on President Joe Biden in the polls. Our Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson has more on this story from the White House.
President Biden fell off his bicycle while going for a ride Saturday morning in Rehoboth Beach. He appeared to be unharmed. He got up rather quickly, spoke to locals and some other spectators. The press was there to capture it. Many economists say the economy won't recover as quickly.
I'm using every lever available to me to bring down prices for the American people. These actions are part of our transition to a clean and secure long-term energy future. And the good news is climate security and energy security go hand in hand.
As the price of gasoline has skyrocketed, Biden's poll numbers have plummeted. His approval rating has sunk to just 39%, with nearly half of Americans strongly disapproving of his job performance. According to a new USA Today Suffolk poll, only 16% of Americans strongly approve of the president. And a new Fox News poll shows half the country blames the Biden administration for the spike in gas prices. About 3 in 10 Americans blame Putin. About 13% blame both Biden and Putin. With gas prices spiking and a trip to Saudi Arabia planned next month, many Americans want Biden to call for more ramped-up oil production here in the United States. Biden responded to the criticism.
I've contacted them with my team has to ask what their plans are and to give any suggestions they have. They have over 9,000 leases. 9,000. They can drill so the hell won't have it, but they're not doing it.
According to the Oil and Gas Journal, U.S. oil production in the month of May was about 20 million barrels per day. That's within 3% of the all-time high set in January of 2020 before the pandemic. Meaning, according to the oil industry, they're already pumping at about max capacity. At the White House, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
Thank you, Lucas, for that update. But many Americans are still asking, how soon will the relief come? Our Fox News correspondent, Madeline Rivera, she has some of those answers from Washington.
With gas prices spiking, President Biden says there's never been a more crucial time to pivot towards clean energy. But the president has also overseen the largest release of U.S. oil reserves in American history, a move he defended to try and blunt costs for Americans.
I'm using every lever available to me to bring down prices for the American people. But the critical point is that these actions are part of our transition to a clean and secure long-term energy future.
It's not the only tool the Biden administration is considering, as it reportedly also weighs the idea of issuing rebate cards to help frustrated Americans pay for gas, although no final decision has been made.
Right now, until you have a better plan in place, you need to do something for the people.
The national average gas price has dropped since Tuesday after reaching new peaks for 18 consecutive days. Still, few people are feeling relief. Some even say the president should boost more domestic oil production.
So I think just really drilling in America and just where we have our oil and stuff instead of having to get it from so far away, especially with everything that's going on right now in Ukraine, in Russia, it's a lot, it's tough. So we need to get the oil here.
The president is expected to head to Saudi Arabia next month, a decision that has sparked criticism from both sides of the aisle. But the White House insists the trip is aimed at building better relations and not a plea for the region to pump more oil. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And we head out to a live look of the nation's capital, a live look at the White House, as we're not only monitoring the latest news stateside, but also the latest news worldwide. The decade-long legal battle of WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange could be nearing a conclusion. The UK government has approved his extradition to the United States. Our Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palcott has more on this story.
We're going to fight this.
The wife of Julian Assange says the WikiLeaks founder will appeal an order extraditing him to the United States to face spying charges. British Home Secretary Priti Patel approved the extradition today, following an April British court ruling. In a statement, the Home Office writes, quote, "It is in our national interest to have a balanced, effective extradition relationship which prevents criminals evading justice and the UK becoming a haven for fugitives." Assange faces trial on more than a dozen charges of espionage and another of computer misuse. American prosecutors allege that in 2010, Assange helped former Army Private Chelsea Manning obtain and publish military records and classified diplomatic cables. Officials say the release of those documents put lives in danger.
This is a political case. It has to be resolved at the highest levels. Let's stop pretending. There is no legality. The only thing on display is illegality.
WikiLeaks condemned the extradition decision, calling it a dark day for press freedom. The organization writing, quote, "Foreign laws now determine the limits of press freedom in this country, and the journalism that won the industry's most prestigious prizes has been deemed an extraditable offense." Lawyers for Assange argue he is entitled to First Amendment protections. Assange has been in a London prison since 2019 after he was arrested for skipping bail during another legal challenge. In London, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
Thank you to Greg for that report. From London out to Ukraine we go, where we want to also get you up to speed on the latest when it comes to the war in Ukraine. We have officially hit day 116. Ukrainian troops have captured a Russian artillery and used it against their enemy. That is the latest on the ground. Ukrainian soldiers here, you're seeing the images on your screens, have taken control of some Russian artillery just days ago after running a Russian 2A65 howitzer. So that is the type of artillery that they were able to get their hands on. The soldiers familiarized themselves with it and in an hour fired back on Russian positions. The howitzer has a range of 18 miles and can fire 5 to 6 rounds a minute. Ukraine's military has upgraded with 13-mile range American howitzers. We did report that was in the latest weapons package to Ukraine, but these that they actually got control of that were once the Russians actually go a longer range, and so it was able to give them yet another element in their fight. This comes on a day where we can report that President Volodymyr Zelensky visited Odessa, that southern port city. The Ukrainian president inspected a building damaged by a Russian missile strike during a visit to Odessa just yesterday. Odessa mayor gave Zelensky a tour of the area. The residential building was hit almost 2 months ago on April 23rd. The Ukrainian leader wrote in his Telegram channel 8 people were killed in this attack, including a 3-month-old baby. Zelensky is calling it a terrible crime for which there are no excuses. We have had our reporters on the ground covering this story for us since the very beginning. Our Fox News correspondent, Steve Harrigan, he has more from Odessa, Ukraine. Let's take a listen.
The Ukrainians are getting pounded in the east as fighting intensifies in Severodonetsk, a strategic city that could be the key to taking the Donbass region. Ukraine suffering heavy casualties on the front lines, and now 3 American citizens, all former service members, are missing after fighting alongside the Ukrainians. There are reports at least 2 have been captured, but neither Moscow nor Washington will confirm that. President Biden urging other Americans not to follow in their footsteps.
I have been briefed. We don't know where they are, but I want to reiterate, Americans should not be going to Ukraine now.
It is not clear how any potential American prisoners would be treated. Moscow has been deeply critical of America's support for Ukraine, and it is possible they could be used as political bargaining chips.
What we will insist on is that they be treated as prisoners of war, but we are dealing with the Russians, and we have to have certainly a frank understanding of how brutal and barbaric they have been.
Meanwhile, on the diplomatic front, the West making a major show of solidarity Friday, formally accepting Ukraine as a candidate for membership in the European Union, prompting Vladimir Putin to claim the EU caved to demands from the United States.
The European Union has completely lost its political sovereignty, and its bureaucratic elite dance to the tune of others.
The British Prime Minister also coming to Kiev to discuss a plan for training Ukrainian troops. In Odessa, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
Thank you to Steve for that update, and we do have more information on the Ukrainian attempt to join the European Union. It has actually received a big boost, as Steve just reported. On Friday, the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said members of the bloc believe Ukraine should be formally considered for candidate status. We do actually have her remarks to play back for you, as this is a major moment as Ukraine continues to gather support from countries all around the world, but primarily the European Union, where it has long attempted to join that union. And so we do want to play back these remarks for you right now here on Live Now from Fox.
Three opinions on the membership applications of Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. We have adopted these opinions after very carefully assessing the merits of each of these applications, the merits on the basis, as you know, of the Copenhagen criteria and the Madrid criteria. You might also know that these are concerning the political criteria, the economic criteria, and the question whether the country, the applicant, has the capacity to thrive in our very competitive internal market. Let me start with Ukraine. The Commission recommends to the Council, first, that Ukraine is given European perspective, and second, that Ukraine is given candidate status. This is, of course, on the understanding that the country will carry out a number of further important reforms. Let me detail out a bit our recommendation. In the view of the Commission, Ukraine has clearly demonstrated the country's aspiration and the country's determination to live up to European values and standards. Ukraine, before the war, had already embarked on its way towards the European Union. For 8 years now, it had already been gradually moving closer to our union. As you know, we have the association agreement since 2016, and with that, Ukraine has already implemented roughly 70% of the EU acquis, that is the rules, the standards, and the norms. Ukraine is taking part in important EU programs, like, for example, the Horizon program or the Erasmus program. Ukraine has a very robust parliamentary presidential democracy. It has a very well-functioning administration, public administration, that has kept and is keeping the country running during this war. We know that because we work very closely with the Ukrainian administration. We know that the decentralization reform that the country has adopted is a success, because we see the performance of the regions and of the municipalities even under the stress test of this war now. And the administration's modernization reform is ongoing. Ukraine has a very vibrant and active civil society. This is good. Ukraine has an electoral system that has proven to be fair and free, as considered by ODIHR. Ukraine has an education system that is well developed. We know and admire the digital skills of this country and the digital infrastructure that is in place. And if we look at the economy, of course, we have to look at the economy before the war. And there, Ukraine has shown a sound level of deficit of only 2% and a public debt below 50%. This is good too. So Ukraine has already taken important steps on the path to becoming a fully functioning market economy. This is important because, of course, Ukraine has to be capable of integrating into the EU single market. You know that we are working on integrating Ukraine deeper into the single market, for example, in the transport sector, where we have the transport agreement, or we integrate the energy systems further. You might recall that even after the beginning of the war, the Ukraine electric grid has been coupled to the European Union's ones. All these steps are in a very good direction. At the same time, we of course know that further work has to be done. On the rule of law, for example, Ukraine has come far. It has come far in setting up the necessary institutions for the judiciary to function effectively, and the necessary institutions on the vetting of prosecutors. The focus should now be on speeding up the selection of judges of the Constitutional Court, as well as the members of the High Council of Justice. On anti-corruption, Ukraine also has come far in setting up the necessary anti-corruption bodies. So the focus should now be on the appointment of the new head of the anti-corruption prosecutors and the new director of the Anti-Corruption Investigation Bureau. In other words, the anti-corruption bodies are in place. Now they have to become fully operational. On oligarchs, Ukraine has adopted a bold law against oligarchs, the de-oligarchization law. And in fact, it is the only country of the Eastern Partnership that has done so. This is good. Now here too, it is on implementation. We want to see results on the ground. On fundamental rights, Ukraine has achieved to comply with 80% of the recommendation of the Venice Commission. What remains to be done is the adoption of the law on national minorities. So in sum, a lot has been achieved, but of course, important work remains. I have discussed all this with President Zelensky and Prime Minister Shmyhal when I was in Kiev around about 10 days ago, and I got a very telling reply by President Zelensky. He said, you know, even if we would not apply for European membership, these are all reforms that are necessary and that are good for the country, and we would have to do them anyway because it's for Ukrainian democracy. Of course, we know that not everything can be achieved as long as a war rages in the country, but many of these issues can nevertheless already be addressed. So, to conclude on Ukraine, we have one clear message, and that is, yes, Ukraine deserves European perspective. Yes, Ukraine should be welcomed as a candidate country. This is on the understanding that good work has been done, but important work also remains to be done. The entire process is merits-based. So it goes by the book, and therefore progress depends entirely on Ukraine. It is Ukraine that has it in their hands, and what could be better to shape your own future. Turning to Moldova, our assessment goes broadly into the same direction as for Ukraine. We therefore also recommend that Council grants Moldova the European perspective and candidate status, on the understanding that the country will carry out a number of further important reforms. In the recent past, Moldova has taken a decisive step towards reforms with a clear mandate from its citizens. It is on a real pro-reform, anti-corruption and European path for the first time since independence. Of course, Moldova still has a long way to go. Its economy and public administration in particular require major improvements, but provided that the country's leaders stay on course, we believe that the country has the potential to live up to the requirements. On Georgia, Georgia shares the same aspirations and potential as Ukraine and Moldova. Its application has strength, in particular, the market orientation of its economy with a strong private sector. To succeed, the country must now come together politically to design a clear path towards structural reform and the European Union, a path that concretely sets out the necessary reforms, brings on board civil society, and benefits from broad political support. This is why we recommend to Council to grant the European perspective and to come back and assess how Georgia meets the number of conditions before granting its candidate status. So finally, to conclude, on these three opinions, we did a thorough assessment, and this is laid out in the now public three opinions. This is a very solid basis of facts and evidence to move forward. And building on this basis of evidence is, of course, a historic and a political momentum. And we all know that Ukrainians are ready to die for the European perspective. We want them to live with us the European dream. Thank you so much for the moment.
Thank you very much, Mrs. President. Commissioner, you now have the floor.
Thank you. Just to complement what the President has just explained to you, as you have seen in the midst of these very turbulent times, 3 of our partner countries have decided to send a very clear message to us and to the world. Ukraine, Moldova and Georgia want to join the European Union. They have expressed very clearly and loudly their own will, which is that they consider the European Union and membership in the European Union to be the most important and most reliable tool for their own peace, stability and prosperity long term. Now it is for Europe to show that this is a reality. So it is obvious that in this new geopolitical context, Europe has also reassessed the importance of its own unity and the importance of the enlargement policy. We have treated these applications very seriously, but not as business as usual. We have been working very hard, and we have done our utmost to deliver as fast as we can and respond to the Council, which has asked the Commission very quickly after the applications were received to come up with an opinion, because this is the first step of any process, that the Commission prepares an opinion on the applicant countries. We have made a rigorous and robust assessment. You will see in the documents that we have been applying the exact same methodology as we have been doing in previous cases, and we are relying on the criteria that are well established, the so-called Copenhagen criteria, supplemented in Madrid 1995, which are, first of all, a political criteria, meaning how the country ensures democracy, the rule of law, protection of human rights and minorities. The second criteria is the economic criteria, to assess whether there is a functioning market economy capable of resisting competitive pressures within the European Union. And third, the so-called acquis criteria, meaning the capability of applying our legislation, the EU law, as is on the ground. On the political criteria, I think the President has already explained everything to you, so I don't want to repeat that. And I think my task here would be to explain to you a bit this construction that we put forward, meaning European perspective, candidate status with conditions, and conditions to obtain candidate status. For Moldova, I think it is very clear what needs to be done. We need the public administration reform to go ahead and to be finished. And we need a public financial management system and a reinforcement of the public procurement system. These are fundamental elements of any well-functioning public administration. We need Moldova also to deliver on the judiciary, meaning to ensure the independence, integrity, efficiency, and accountability and transparency of the judiciary through the establishment of asset verification and effective democratic oversight. Of course, we have appointments to be made in the Supreme Council of Magistracy and so on. The third big area of delivery would be the fight against corruption, because we need proactive and efficient investigations. We need a credible track record to be established. The fourth is organized crime, where we need increased cooperation with the regional, with us, the European Union, and with our international partners to see to it that we have asset recovery, especially after the bank fraud that we have seen in the country, and we need delivery on the priorities set out by the Financial Action Task Force, also known as FATF. And finally, on fundamental rights, we need better involvement of the civil society, protection of human rights, particularly when it comes to the vulnerable groups, and the fight against violence against women. For Georgia, we are setting out also a comprehensive list of priorities on the basis of which we should be able to deliver a proposal for candidate status. On democracy, we would like to see the end of a political polarization that has characterized the country. And we need the cooperation of all political parties in the country and the delivery of the agreement that was reached with the facilitation of the European Union. This also relates to the judicial reform, because that agreement also covered that. And we need also progress on the fight against corruption, where the independence of the anti-corruption agency would have to be ensured. Fourth, we need to step up the fight against organized crime. We need rigorous investigations, prosecutions, and a credible track record again here. And finally, on fundamental rights, we need to guarantee the freedom and professional and pluralistic and independent media environment for the journalists in the country. So in conclusion, I think today is the day when we're making a proposal, and we do hope that next week the Council will follow fully our proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now go to your questions, and I give the floor to Ketevan.
Thank you very much for giving the floor. Good morning, Madam President and Mr. Commissioner. It's a very emotional day for all of us, and I want to use this chance and congratulate my colleagues from Moldova and from Ukraine. I represent the country, and you know that a majority of Georgian people wants to be with you in this organization and to be part of European family. And we hope that this day will come sooner than later. Can you tell us about time frame? We just heard these conditions for Georgia. Is there any time frame for fulfillment these conditions? And also, what is your main message, Madam President, for Georgian people? They are now very, very carefully listening to you, what you will tell them about our European future.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. So, first of all, it is a huge step forward for Georgia to get the European perspective. This is a big achievement. And the door is wide open. It is up to Georgia now to take the necessary steps to move forward, to come together, the whole country on the political side, and to show very clearly that you want to get active. And this also determines, of course, the time frame. It's up to you. The sooner you deliver, the sooner there's progress. And therefore, it is in the hands of Georgia to really speed up and be clear and move forward through the open door.
Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Dmitry Shkurko, National News Agency of Ukraine. Madam President, as there are a lot of speculations around that decision, I mean, could you specify, is that decision related to the fact that Ukraine now is in a war, or it is just because it's have its own merits to obtain that candidate status? And the second question, if I may, you have a positive decision both for Ukraine and Moldova. Does it mean that the two countries will be considered in the same basket like it was for a while with Albania and North Macedonia? Thank you.
I think my answer for your first question answers immediately also the second question. This whole process, that's very important, is merits-based. It's done by the books. There have to be, and if you look into the communication, they are we have detailed out what needs to be done. And therefore, Ukraine has achieved a lot. If you look at the progress in the last 8 years, the reforms that have been done, the improvements that have been done, the work that has been done together with us shows that there has been really progress. So merits-based, Ukraine is now recommended not only to have the European perspective, but also the candidate status. And of course, we all know more work needs to be done, but there too, it's detailed out, it's very clear, you know exactly what is necessary, and as I said, I think the country itself wants to do these reforms because it benefits from these reforms. So completely merits-based, and each of the three applicants decides themselves whether they want to move forward and how fast they want to move forward.
Thank you. Thomas.
Thanks a lot. Thomas Kutschka, Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung. First, two questions to the President. Just to clarify, when you say further improvements, reforms need to be made, I understand you to mean that they need to be made before accession negotiations can be opened up. Could you please clarify that? Or does it mean need to be made to obtain a full candidate status? And then the second question, there has been a report from the European Court of Auditors last fall that had a devastating analysis of what they called grand corruption in Ukraine. And in fact, they were talking not about progress, but about the country moving backwards. That referred mainly to the time frame between 2016 and 2019. So in your assessment, has Ukraine overcome all these shortfalls that have been analyzed in the report? And is the Commission able to measure that? Because that's the other point the court made, that the Commission wasn't even able to measure progress. And one question, if I may? Yes, very quickly, to the Commissioner. There have been many rumors that the questionnaires in Ukraine have in fact more or less been filled out by EU officials and not by the government itself. Could you please clarify that? Thanks.
So, the recommendation is clear. The recommendation is European perspective and candidate status. And we understand that the countries will do further reforms before they can move on. And move on depends on how they perform. There's a very clear process in our methodology, and the overall methodology has been reformed, I think, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. And there,
if you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We were just listening back into these comments made by European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen as she addresses Ukraine's membership or potential membership into the European Union. She does confirm that the European Commission is recommending that Ukraine should get EU candidate status. So that is the latest update from the European Union Commission President that was made just a couple of days ago on Friday, as we continue to monitor the latest on the ground in Ukraine, as the situation between Russia and Ukraine has officially entered day 116. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. More news on the other side.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you. Thank you for joining us. Welcome both to the members of the Major Economies Forum on Energy and Climate and to the leaders of other countries joining us today as we work to strengthen our collective response to the climate crisis. Thank you, Your Excellencies, for participating in the third meeting of the Major Economies Forum hosted by President Biden. And thanks to the participation of
And good morning, everyone. I'm Stephanie Weaver with Live Now from Fox, reporting out of Los Angeles. Thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox, and happy Father's Day to all of the fathers out there, including my father. I want to show you this pic here. Happy Father's Day to my dad, who has been a great impact in my life. Also, a happy Father's Day to my husband because he will be a father in just 5 weeks from now. And yes, that means that I am going to be taking a little bit of a break after today. I will be going on maternity leave because I will be giving birth to a baby girl in just 5 weeks. So congratulations to all of the fathers out there, and of course continue to follow us here on Live Now from Fox. Also, today the nation is honoring Juneteenth, a symbolic moment in American history. Juneteenth commemorates when Union soldiers brought the news of freedom to enslaved Black people in Galveston, Texas. And our very own Live Now from Fox's Rain Augustine spoke with a historian, a professor, about what Juneteenth means, the history behind it, and what other people can learn from this day. Let's take a look at that conversation. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue to celebrate Juneteenth. Let's welcome into our show distinguished professor and academic director at Bethune-Cookman University, which is a historically Black college and university, Dr. Randolph Bracy Jr. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, for our viewers who may be unaware about Juneteenth and they don't know the history and are unsure of why it's celebrated, can you explain exactly what this day is and why it's important to not only Black Americans, but all Americans?
Well, I'll take it from the academician point of view. First of all, it was George Santayana who once said, "A people who do not know their history are doomed to repeat it." You have a situation where Black folk were freed at the culmination of the Civil War in April of 1865. And what happened was they had the information to come down through the South and over to Texas, and ultimately at Galveston, Texas, in June of 1865. What you have is a situation because we live in a time and era where things are just so fast and like we're used to fast information, but you're talking about over 150 years ago. And so even with the culmination of the Civil War, with the signing of at the Appomattox Courthouse by Robert E. Lee and Ulysses S. Grant, and ultimately the coming down, that information happened in April, but it took to June for the information to get to Florida. Not to Florida, but to Galveston, Texas, which was the culmination, if you will. What is so interesting, I'm in Florida, and we got the news a little earlier than they did in Galveston. But Galveston is the culmination event, which ultimately you find that the history books record as June 10th, the day that the freedom was ascribed to the slave.
I love the way that you explain that. Why do you think that sometimes today, whenever we talk about Black history, there are many people who are unaware of what Juneteenth means? I mean, it was just last year when it actually became a federal holiday. What do you think is taking that progression so long for people to really embrace and be educated on it?
Well, first of all, people have vested interests. Now, you got to remember, many of the South were slave owners and the like, and they've been badly defeated. And that it was the kind of situation where you did not want for the information to get out as fast as it could. One of the things I learned, let me tell you what I did. I learned about Juneteenth approximately 70 years ago. I'm 78 now. And my grandmother had this little festival that she used to call all the children together, and it was kind of like a picnic and the like. And she would tell the story about how the Union soldiers came to a place called McClenny, which is kind of halfway between Lake City and Jacksonville. And this was one of those rural plantations that my grandmother was on. And she tells a story about this Union soldier with this piece of paper and what stood out for her was the fact that he had this blue uniform with these gold buttons. Now, if you can imagine, now you're talking about 150 plus years ago. And they were, and so when they started to read the freedom, many of them didn't understand. Many of them didn't understand, but then they began to shout slowly. Those that were somewhat literate began to say, "We be free, we be free." And so the point I make is that it came to Florida before it got to Galveston, but the record records now that Galveston is the place where history records June 19th.
And now, why do you think it took so long to get to Galveston? I mean, you talk a little bit about the timeline, but what was behind the delay?
Well, several reasons. One, you had the slave owners who were badly bruised. It was almost as if they did not want that part of history. Plus, now you got to understand that the mode of transportation, you know, you had the Mississippi River, which split the country. And you're talking about Galveston, which is in Galveston Bay. You're talking about a part of the Mississippi. And transportation, we tend to superimpose 21st century ideals about transportation on something that happened 150 years ago. News did not pass fast. For instance, when General Granger came to Galveston Bay, remember, you're talking about from April to May, with the cessation of the war, and to come to June, was it April? Pardon me for cutting my fingers, but April, May, June, that's 3 months. Yeah. And there was a vested interest for those that were to get that information out. And you also got to understand that there was still these strong vibes as it relates to the North and the Union vis-a-vis the South. One of the very interesting thing was Kirby Smith, Confederate general, was responsible for finally closing the door on this. And one of the things was that he was in the Statuary Hall in Washington, D.C. for the longest, Confederate general. But finally, he was replaced by a Black woman named Mary McLeod Bethune. So sometimes it takes, I think that expression says the arc of justice takes a long time, but eventually we rectify. And so one of the greatest things that ever happened in my lifetime was when my grandmother showed me this thing over there in McClenny, Florida, by We Be Free. And to see it happen in my lifetime, I'm delighted. It took a long time. And I could not have been no more than 7 or 8 years old. But to see it, and I just bless God for it. Oh, by the way, I'm a preacher.
Where were you when Juneteenth was made a federal holiday, and what were the emotions that you were feeling?
I was here on the campus of Bethune-Cookman, and I guess you could say I'm kind of like an elder statesman in the sense that people look for me to give positions on it. And I said, this is a wonderful time, a situation of jubilee, a situation of freedom, a situation where slaves were emancipated. You know, in the Bible, we have that situation where slaves, after a certain period of time, were to be set free. So finally, the United States of America, and I'm delighted that President Joe Biden, it happened on his watch. It could have happened a long time ago, but it happened on his watch, where it was signed in. I think Sheila Jackson Lee, who's out of Houston, Texas, she, along with James Clyburn, were instrumental in pushing, if you will, or urging the president to sign this information, this bill. See, one of the things about history, you know, now this might seem totally disconnected, but let me just make a point to you. You know, the world is talking about 1619. and talking about slavery started in Virginia with the slaves that came and were brought to Virginia in 1619. Guess what? The truth be told, guess what? Slaves were present in the state of Florida almost 50 years before 1619. And most people don't know that there was a slaveholding as to why. And so one of the things we have to do is we need to correct the history so that we get the accurate representation of what it means. Right now, all the hoopla is about 1619, but guess what? Right in the state of Florida. Now, I would hope that you would ask me, well, why is it if Florida had slaves before Virginia, why didn't Florida get it? Why is it not credited?
Why is that?
Very simple. If you look at the 13 original colonies, they stretch from New Hampshire down to Georgia, meaning that they were under the auspices of the English. Florida was under the control of the Spanish, of Spain. A lot depends on who writes the history. Florida was at war with England. As a result, Ponce de Leon brought slaves to Florida at least 50 years before Virginia. And so when you talk about the history, the Juneteenth, I think, and like I said to you, that Juneteenth, you have a situation where it was happening in Florida before it got to Galveston. But the history books record Galveston. And that's not to demean Galveston, because I'm delighted that they're doing it. I'm just glad that my grandmother was able to convey her fondest desires to see it happen.
So we started off this conversation with you saying we have to learn our history so that we don't repeat it. I think that this Juneteenth is a reminder for especially younger generations to learn their history. So if you could offer some encouraging words to people to really celebrate Juneteenth, in what ways would you recommend?
I would recommend that we as a nation realize there are some points in our history that might not be the greatest, but we are who we are. And I think that it is so important that the new generation would be inculcated and instilled and expanded and enlarged to be taught. You've got people that don't want to teach the history because it'll make people feel disappointed and disaffected. But that's not the real deal. Is to know the history and to have our children, be they Black, white, Asian, what have you. It's important that they know how this country was actually started. And rather than a glorified, glossed over situation, which really smothers the truth, really.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting from the West Coast. It is 11:18 here in Los Angeles. And today the nation is celebrating, or honoring rather, Juneteenth, a symbolic moment in American history. And earlier in the week on Friday, the Governor of Wisconsin delivered remarks ahead of the national holiday, so I want to play those out now here on Live Now from Fox. Once again, thank you for your viewership here on Live Now, and you can always watch Live Now on livenowfox.com.
Everybody here? Thank you. Well, what a beautiful day to celebrate Juneteenth. Thank you for joining us this afternoon and for the annual Juneteenth celebration at the Wisconsin State Capitol. To start our program today, I would like to introduce Claiborne Benson, founder and director of the Wisconsin Black Historical Society, to offer the libation this afternoon. Claiborne?
Thank you. Yes, order. Thank you very much. Thank you. And short comments, if I would, please. Greetings, everyone. Claiborne Benson from Wisconsin Black Historic Society. History tells us that Abraham Lincoln was quite nervous in the midnight hour as he was about to sign the Emancipation Proclamation January the 1st. He didn't want to go into the next day, simply because he knew this was an executive order. He was going around the Congress, and Congress sets policies for this nation long term. Freeing African Americans was definitely a no-no, but he did it anyway, and we're grateful to him for doing that. And so not many African Americans got their freedom with the Emancipation Proclamation. It wasn't until 1865, at the end of the war, when when General Grande was going through the South. He goes through Texas and he finds out that there's 250 enslaved African Americans still in slavery on Galveston Island off of Texas. And so he made it perfectly clear that the war is over and slavery was indeed over. African Americans rejoice. And that's really important to remember. I'm wearing this hat because I am representing John Jefferson, a native of Madison, Wisconsin. He is the grandson of Thomas Jefferson and Sally Hemings, and he is the commander of 8th Wisconsin, active in the Tennessee and Mississippi Valley area. And so he becomes very important to General Grande as he seizes Vicksburg and makes his way. And so I celebrate him and all the other thousands of African Americans who took up the fight when white soldiers decided that Juneteenth Day, the passage of Juneteenth Day, January 1st, 1863, meant no longer the end of the separation of the North and the South, but the ending and the creation of freedom for African Americans. And so John Jefferson, many thousands of other African Americans became soldiers. This being Father's Day, we want to give recognition to them who worked and did carrying bodies, providing food, being valleys, and a whole host of other tasks, yet they still served because they knew that for African Americans, freedom meant them having to fight. And we want to give recognition to those people. Also want to say that the governor, 1915, Governor Phillips, also celebrated the 50th anniversary of Juneteenth Day. 50 years, he created an exhibit and built it in Chicago and talked about the uniqueness of African Americans coming to the state of Wisconsin and how important that was. And so I will now do the libation, please. May I ask you to close your eyes and step back into time, to reclaim our ancestors, slip back into a dream, to your childhood, to your youthful years in your parents' laps, to your fathers and your grandfathers. Face them, name and unnamed. I say Ashe And so with me, repeat the word Ashe. That is just simply saying, so it is said. Catch a cloud and float over the motherland. Tower over the pyramids. Watch the ancestors and chart the skies, the stars. And watch the medicine and heal the sick. I say Ashe. Join the dancers as they praise over the harvest festival, for they return to the motherland, the cradle of civilization. I say Ashe. Dream, I say dream back to the Nile, to the Valley of Kings and Queens, until we see the tribal villages and image them reflecting you. I say Ashe. I say dream until. Dream, I say dream, hover over the ships as they docked in the harbors with our people chained, still chained. Linger over South Carolina and watch our people gather cotton. Hear the songs of our ancestors as they pick cotton and grow from sun up to sundown. As we sharecroppers, as we dream of moving north, buying our first homes, as we think about and witness our grandchildren graduating from high school and then to college. Float over Harlem and listen to Duke Ellington and the A Train. Go through Chicago and hear Dinah Washington sing Chicago blues as we watch our people migrate from the south. From the south to the north. I say Ashe. Awake and reclaim who you gain gifts of life. Share the head, the texture of the hair, the roundness of the buttocks, the rhythm of our feet, the fullness of the lip, the color of our hair. Wake up and hear the ancestors speak in your voice. Walk with the grace. Hear the voices and the cry of our people today, understanding and appreciating and respecting our growing freedom. And as they say to you, never forget our ancestors. I say Ashe. Thank you very much. Thank you, Governor. Thank you.
Good job. Thank you. So thank you, Claiborne. Very moving and very thoughtful comments. So I would like to start out today by first recognizing the Legislative Black Caucus, some of whom are here to join us today. Senator Johnson and Senator Taylor, Representative Stubbs, Drake, Balde, Haywood, Bowen, Okomde, and Myers. They've done a great job. They represent really important parts of the state, and they're just great leaders. So thanks you all for all the work that you do for Wisconsinites across the state. I also want to thank my cabinet secretaries who are here today, along with our newest member, Elmer Moore Jr., and all the community leaders and organizations that are here today. Thank you for your support, and thank you for being here. You know, as many of you know, for 157 years, our country has celebrated Juneteenth to recognize the day in 1865 when Major General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas, as you've heard before, declaring the end of slavery, ironically, 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation was enacted. A little history lesson. Right here in the state of Wisconsin, Juneteenth was formally recognized in 2009. 22 years after State Senator Spencer Coggs and Representative Marcia Coggs first introduced legislation to do so. As we celebrate the progress that we have made, albeit sometimes at a glacial pace, we recognize and acknowledge the work that we have yet to do. The global pandemic has further made disproportionate outcomes for Black Wisconsinites experience not only in the healthcare world, but also housing, education, childcare, and economic opportunity. And in addition to a nationwide, at the same time, reckoning with about injustice and the loss of Black lives. I know I speak for everyone when I say the past 2 years are a time in our lives where we're not going to easily forget, nor should we. These challenges we face have reminded us how delicate democracy is, how elusive justice can be, and that racism is a public health issue and a crisis that deserves our urgent attention and action.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting out of Los Angeles, bringing you some of the major headlines from today. Of course, today is Father's Day and also Juneteenth, but other headlines include the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention independent panel of advisors voted yesterday to recommend the first COVID-19 shots for babies and preschoolers, those under the age of 5, which paves the way for vaccinations to begin this week. Now, the CDC's committee of experts began debating the 2-dose Moderna and the 3-dose Pfizer vaccines on Friday and voted unanimously Saturday afternoon, 12-0. Now, this is one of the final steps left to get the shots in the arms of America's youngest children. The CDC director, Dr. Rochelle Walensky, gave the final send-off just a few hours later, so we could expect that kids could begin receiving shots just within days and this week. The FDA already giving authorization on Friday. Now, while young children generally don't get as sick from COVID-19 as older kids and adults, their hospitalizations did surge during the Omicron wave, and FDA advisors just determined that the benefits from vaccination outweighed the minimal risks. Now, studies from Moderna and Pfizer showed side effects, including fever and fatigue, but were mostly minor. So once again, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention voting yes to vaccines for children under the age of 5 years old, babies and preschoolers, and the CDC director giving that final sign-off just a few hours later. That was yesterday. In other news, do you eat a lot of fish? Well, you may want to start thinking about it, because a new study shows that, the fish intake may help you avoid dementia. A recent study by scientists with the Fatty Acid Research Institute found that those who ate high amounts of the omega-3 fatty acid DHA were, get this, 49% less likely to develop Alzheimer's disease in the future than those with low DHA levels in their blood. Now, the findings suggest that the importance of eating foods such as tuna, salmon, and walnuts, all high sources of omega-3 DHA, may be good and of course, may help prevent that dementia. Alzheimer's, of course, is the most common form of dementia. And so this study coming out recently that, upping your fish intake could reduce the risk of developing Alzheimer's disease. So an interesting study coming out this month. Also, the latest headlines coming out of not only the entertainment world, but also coming out of Hollywood. Ben Stiller, he has teamed up with the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees to show support for those fleeing Ukraine amid the country's ongoing war with Russia. In an Instagram post shared on Saturday, it was reported that he is currently in Poland, where he is working with the agency, saying, quote, "I've just arrived in Poland with UNHCR to meet families whose lives have been torn apart by war and violence in Ukraine," he wrote. He also went on to say millions have been forced to flee their homes, with over 90% being women and children. So that information coming out of Hollywood and other top stories from across the country today. Once again, just bringing you some of those major headlines from today. Of course, it is also Father's Day today, and also we are honoring Juneteenth, a symbolic moment in American history. But sticking to the topic of the Russia-Ukraine war, our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft spoke with Hal Kempfer, our Russia-Ukraine expert, to get the latest this week on the Russia's war in Ukraine. So let's take a look at that conversation here on Live Now.
Security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, good to see you, and thanks for being with us. And I just want to make clear, and maybe you can clarify this for some of our viewers, this is not an additional $1 billion that needs to be appropriated. This is part of the $40 billion that was already appropriated by Congress last month, and this is yet $1 billion more of what we know will help Ukrainians.
Andrew, it's a substantial contribution. I mean,
yes.
When you look at, there's a lot of ammunition there for the 155 millimeter howitzers, I should say. The other thing too is there's about 18 additional howitzers. That's a very substantial amount. That's about a battalion
18 additional
worth of howitzers. So I was quite impressed to see. Then there are certain things the Russians are supposed to do.
Security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, good to see you, and thanks for being with us. And I just want to make clear, and maybe you can clarify this for some of our viewers, this is not an additional $1 billion that needs to be appropriated. This is part of the $40 billion that was already appropriated by Congress last month, and this is yet $1 billion more of what we know will help Ukrainians.
Andrew, it's a substantial contribution. I mean,
yes.
When you look at, there's a lot of ammunition there for the 155 millimeter howitzers, I should say. The other thing too is there's about 18 additional howitzers. That's a very substantial amount. That's about a battalion worth of howitzers. So I was quite impressed to see that going in there. Now the two vehicle-mounted harpoon systems give them a capability, the Ukrainians, a capability they didn't have before. They can move around, particularly around that area around Odessa. And what that does is it reinforces Russia's naval strategy of stay away from the coast. Russia really can't do anything around Odessa, despite some stuff that shows up in various reporting. They have not made any progress on the ground. And the only way that they could really, do some sort of big push into that area would be an amphibious assault. They can't get their ships close enough to even use naval gunfire, let alone try to do an amphibious assault. And having those harpoon missiles, which you may recall a couple months ago, those were missiles that were not on the table. And specifically, they'd asked, the Ukrainians had asked for harpoon missiles. We weren't offering them. The Brits were offering them. And somewhere in that process, we've relented. Now we're sending harpoon missiles. It's really interesting to see what the discussion was, say, back in April, in terms of what we will and won't send, and then see what we've actually sent. So it's very substantial.
Hal, let's talk about the long-range weapon systems that were announced a couple of weeks ago that are going to be sent to Ukraine. Are they there? If they're not there, what is taking so long? Because we know Britain and Canada are sending their own versions of long-range weapon systems to help the Ukrainians on the battlefield. The Ukrainians say that, yes, thank you, but they're not getting there in time, and they want more of them. Of course, they would always say that in their position right now. So what is the status? And then let's talk about, are they being trained fast enough and properly to use them?
Well, from what I can tell, they're getting trained very quickly. They have this accelerated training program. To my knowledge, they're involved with that program right now. The latest I've heard, and there's a big headquarters in Stuttgart. It's a multinational headquarters. It's where European Command is headquartered. And what they're doing is they have representatives from all the donor, they call them donor nations, that are sending military equipment, other types of aid to Ukraine. And they sit there in one combined fashion and they coordinate everything that's going in there. What they're saying is that when the Ukrainians are trained and they have staged these, the HIMARS, and of course for other, like the Brits, the M270s, these multiple launch rocket systems, these very capable multiple launch rocket systems, when they have staged those at secret locations, and that's all they'll say, near the border with Ukraine, that once they give the high sign, they can have those in Ukraine in place within 48 hours. So there's obviously a very sophisticated plan in place to accelerate the training, accelerate the movement, and of course, once the Ukrainians are ready to take delivery, to make that happen very quick. When that happens, it will be a big change in terms of what they can target. The thing I'm looking for, counter battery fire, taking out Russian artillery and rockets. I think that's command and control is another big issue, but I think rockets and artillery is going to be a big target set for them.
Hal, today in Brussels, Secretary of Defense Austin, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs Mark Milley held a joint press conference after they had a productive, in their words, afternoon at a third meeting of the Ukraine Defense Contract Group. To which Mark Milley said, when asked about how the battlefield progress looks, he says, Russia's advances in the Donbass are very slow and almost World War I-like, despite the capture of nearly 3/4 of the key Ukrainian city of Severodonetsk. Do you share that assessment with Mark Milley?
I actually had to agree with him on that.
Okay.
Here's the thing on Severodonetsk, all right? 75%, 80%, I've heard it go back and forth. We were there 2 weeks ago. At least a week and a half ago, the Russians had taken 80%. All right. Then what happened was you had Ukrainian counterattacks that pushed them back, and the Ukrainians took at least 50% of the city back. And then the Russians threw everything they had at it. And that World War I analogy is probably more tactically correct than most realize. What they're doing is they're using World War I tactics of overwhelming artillery. Something that you would see out of trench warfare in World War I, where they would just pummel and destroy the wastelands of France, as they said in World War I. They just use this overwhelming artillery, and then they literally crawl forth to gain territory. It's arcane. It's not warfare that we've seen in, well, literally over 100 years. And that's what they're doing, but that's what they're reduced to doing. And part of that is the quality of the troops they have. They don't have great troops to rely upon. They're pulling troops from just about anywhere to throw into the battle. So the Russians are doing what they can, but even the Russians don't have unlimited artillery and unlimited artillery rounds. They can do this for a while, but most experts, and this has been said a lot, in the next couple of weeks will be very telling. It's not that the Russians are taking territory. It's with the amount of forces they have, how little territory they seem to be able to take. And within a couple, 3 weeks, many are saying, look, the Russians may be pretty spent by that point, and the Ukrainians will be getting all those Western arms that they're talking about right now. And you could see what we see in other parts of the country where the Ukrainians turn it around.
Yeah.
And the question is, can the Russians actually defend the terrain that they've taken? And frankly, what we've seen so far would indicate probably not.
Hal, you and I have spoken so often about historically how Russia knows how to play the long game. They know how to hold on and dig in, and they could be there, for years at a time. Are we finally seeing that unfold in the East, like we've been saying with the city of Severodonetsk? Are we finally seeing that? Do you think Ukrainian resolve, the West's resolve, is waning in the face of that?
There's a lot of concern. I mean, we could say, you and I talk, you're in the news, I talk on the news, and we've both seen where there's simply other stories. It's tough to stay focused. I've been commenting about warfare for a very long time, and I can tell you that, one time we did nothing but talk about Iraq all the time, and then after a while you just saw less lead Iraq stories, and then after a while it became an occasional story. I think everyone's having a tough time staying completely focused on Ukraine despite what's happening. The other thing is you're not seeing a lot of huge changes on the ground.
Right.
In fact, some of the big changes are things that have already occurred. So there's not the sort of breaking news, if you will, every day that we had for a while coming out of Ukraine. And there's breaking news in other parts, like in the US, and certainly with, that gets our attention. It's also happening in Europe. And there is a concern that over time, the body politic that really moved very quickly to support going in, sending weapons to Ukraine. I mean, places like Germany, I cannot stress enough the huge shift in political change in Germany. You have Sweden and Finland are very close to being members of NATO. I mean, these are tectonic shifts within Europe. But even with that, as this thing wears on, it will become, I hate to say, the new normal, that there's this big war over there. And you may not see the amount of impetus that we've seen so far.
I want to bring up something that you and I have talked about as well, and that is these, evidence and allegations that the Russians are stealing Ukrainian wheat, Ukrainian grain, and shipping it to the cheapest buyer in their own market. There was this report a couple of days ago that President Biden has announced that temporary silos will be built on the Polish-Ukrainian border in the West to facilitate grain exports, finally getting the grain out of the country to go and kind of stave off some type of, impending global food disaster and shortage. Is that a good idea? Do you think it will come around very quickly? And how are they going to do it? Is this going to be by train, do you think? Because that's also risky.
Well, train's risky, but also train is the way you move stuff over there. There is no great interstate freeway system in that part of the world, so you move it by train. So they have to move by train, but it goes back to that thing we've talked about before. The problem is Ukrainian railroad is a different gauge than the European Union. So they can move it to the border, but then they have to stop and they have to actually move the grain either in containers or some other mode, but they have to transfer it to another type of train that's on the European gauge. And that takes time. The silos, what the silos do, and it will take a few months to put them in place, even these temporary silos. So, it's a good idea, but it's obviously not going to happen as fast as anyone would want to see it happen, but it's a good idea. But what that does is it means you run the train up there, you come up with some sort of expedited way of dumping the grain into the silos. And instead of doing a train-to-train transfer type of thing, you dump in the silos, send that train back, get more grain, bring it back up again. So within Ukraine, you're moving the trains as fast as you can. And going to Ukraine to pick up the grain, you're running those trains as fast as you can. And what you're hoping is that you're basically maximizing the amount of lift on both ends that you can do with the grain. The whole supply chain for grain out of Ukraine really was going through the Black Sea. And that's been stopped cold by the Russian Navy. And whereas Russia makes noise that they're going to open up some sort of corridor, substantively speaking, nothing has happened there. And there's some really big naval mechanics who would have to be gone through in order for that to occur. So pretty good idea, but it's not going to happen overnight.
Okay. Last part and point I want to bring up, we got this report earlier today that, and this is from the State Department, that, quote, we are aware of unconfirmed reports of 2 U.S. citizens captured in Ukraine. The State Department says we are closely monitoring the situation and are in contact with Ukrainian authorities. Due to privacy considerations, they say they have no further comment. Hal, do you know anything about these 2 Americans, why they were there, who they are, and what a possible, rescue operation might look like if it comes to that?
Well, if I did know anything about a rescue operation, I couldn't say anything about it. But what I will say is this. Drake and Hune, Drake, a little bit older, 39 years old. He'd been in the Army, had served a very long time. Hune, younger guy, I think he's about 27, just left the Marine Corps, I think active duty in March is what I saw. Both were over there. A little bit different here. They had joined the Ukrainian Army. They were in a regular Ukrainian Army unit. They were not part of some foreign legion or something like that. They were actually over there as part of the Ukrainian Army. And there is a distinction. Russia and Putin call any foreign fighters over there, they call them mercenaries, and they want to treat them like spies. And that's why you saw with the two British nationals and the Moroccan that they had that little fake trial, and then they gave him a death sentence. Well, that's what they want to do. But these were foreign nationals that joined the Ukrainian Army. I want to point out, a lot of countries in the world have foreign nationals in their military. The U.S. has foreign nationals in their military. Traditionally, that's one of the ways you get U.S. citizenship. If you're from overseas, you join the U.S. military, you serve, and we accelerate getting citizenship for those who serve. So it's not an uncommon practice. Under the international law of war, under the Geneva Convention, they are lawful combatants. They are accorded all the protections a lawful combatant is supposed to get. If they are in the hands of the Russians, which is appearing to be true, it's not completely confirmed yet, but appears to be correct, then there are certain things the Russians are supposed to do. They haven't been doing them yet. And the question is this going to be yet another thing where the Russians flagrantly violate international law and basically flagrantly violate the rule of law in the international setting? So it's more than just the 2 Americans. There's actually some bigger issues here. I hope that they can find out where these guys are, and I hope they can mount some sort of rescue operation. Those are really tough to pull off, though, to be fair. So.
John Kirby was asked this at the White House briefing. He appeared at the White House briefing today. The news was just breaking, but he reiterated the fact that time and time again since the war began, they have, encouraged Americans to help in more effective ways, more safer ways. They have discouraged any Americans, feeling compelled to go over and join the Ukrainian war effort. These 2 individuals, of course, had that gumption and did just that. But of course, they issued that disclaimer, that warning, yet again today.
If I can make a distinction here, when I say make a rescue effort, the Ukrainians have to make that rescue effort. Even though they're U.S. citizens, the U.S. can't really do this, because to do that would be to enter, U.S. combatants into that war zone to conduct a military operation, which certainly could be perceived as the U.S. entering the war, which means that NATO would enter the war. So there are limitations on what we can do. We can pursue diplomatic channels. We can help the Ukrainians, but at the end of the day, they're Ukrainian soldiers, and the Ukrainians are going to have to figure it out.
No, that is a good point. Last point I want to get your thoughts on. President Biden has a lot of travel coming up this summer, some of which was just announced yesterday. At the end of June, though, he'll be in Germany for a leaders summit of the G7 countries, and then on to Madrid for the NATO summit. In July, just announced yesterday, he'll be heading to the Middle East for the first time in his presidency, Saudi Arabia, Israel, and the West Bank. What are we to make of all this travel? Are you confident that, something will come of this? I know all of those areas of the region and the world are different, but your thoughts?
Well, the EU is interesting. The G7 is going to be interesting, and I've put in context an EU side, and not to say the 2 are connected. You may have seen today that Macron met with the chief of state of Moldova, Moldova's thinking about, has said they would like to join the EU. That will certainly be a discussion item because Ukraine has also said they want to be it. And of course, Georgia, way back when, had said, with Finland and Sweden joining NATO and the prospect of, excuse me, these three countries potentially coming into the European Union, the world is changing very quickly. Now, Madrid is interesting because obviously there's an invitation out there for President Zelensky to visit. I don't know if he will. It was reaffirmed today that yes, that invitation is out there, but he has not left Ukraine while it's at war. So I don't know if he will go there. However, South Korea, Japan, Australia, and New Zealand are going to be at the Madrid NATO conference. And, that's a little bit far afield from the North Atlantic, if you know what I mean. And NATO is becoming a very different organization.
Yeah.
To the point where some of us are speculating, what would a new name be for this thing that's out there? You can't even call it the Northern Hemisphere because you got New Zealand and Australia in it. So it's this global thing. It's really interesting to see how this war in Ukraine has really shifted the strategic alliances thinking, the global connections in ways that we've never seen. And I would mention that those four countries that I just talked about are sending aid to Ukraine.
Right.
And I believe they have representatives in the it just slipped my mind. The group that Secretary Austin talks about.
Yes, the contract group, the Ukraine
contract group.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, but they're in there, which and I've done a lot of stuff with coalitions where we have a lot of different uniforms from different countries. I have to tell you, it's absolutely fascinating. I've never been in a coalition quite this broad before, where you're looking at something like this. So
yeah,
the world is changing, and this could be a very momentous trip.
All right, Hal Kempfer, thank you so much for having that marathon discussion with us here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we'll keep everyone updated if there are any more developments, headlines out of Russia's war in Ukraine. Hal, have a good night.
Okay, you too, Andrew.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver reporting out of Los Angeles, bringing you some of the latest headlines and, of course, bringing you the latest on Russia and Ukraine. In an interview published on Sunday, NATO's chief warned that the war could drag on for years. He also urged allies not to weaken support for Ukraine, even if the costs are high, including military aid and the cost of energy and food increases. So just some of the latest coming out of Russia and Ukraine. Ukraine news as well. Switching gears, the fight and the struggle to get baby formula continues to be and impact many Americans nationwide during this baby formula shortage, specifically for women and for parents that have babies who have allergies. And I spoke with a doctor this week about what parents can do if they are struggling to find formula for their babies who need a specific formula. Also speaking on the formula shortage in general, where parents can find it, and so much more. Let's take a look at that conversation. I'm joined by Dr. Stephen Miller, a pediatric gastroenterologist at Johns Hopkins Children's Center. Thank you for talking with me today. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's my pleasure.
You know, we want to talk about the baby formula shortage, but more specifically, babies with allergies. Do you notice that babies with allergies are being impacted the greatest during this formula shortage?
So babies who have a need for specialized formula, which includes babies who were preemies, babies who have trouble tolerating regular infant formula or breast milk, or babies with medical conditions like shorter guts, all of those kids have had more trouble getting access to their formulas during this shortage.
And do you see that there are specific types of allergies? What are those allergies that some of these babies do have that they require a different type of formula?
So when we're talking about babies with allergies, as a pediatric GI doctor, when somebody asks me about babies, I'm thinking kids who are less than 1 year old is where kind of the line is drawn, because that's where we draw the line between infant formulas and like toddler or kid formulas. So when we're talking about babies, we're talking about less than 1 year old. The type of allergies that are most common in that population are different from the kind of allergies that are typical in older kids. In older kids, you're talking about things like peanut allergy or milk allergy, where if a kid eats a food that causes the allergy, they'll have swelling around their mouth. They might have trouble breathing. They have something that's called anaphylaxis. Baby allergies to foods are not typically that kind of allergy. What they much more typically are is an intolerance that's called food protein induced allergic proctocolitis, which is also just called milk protein intolerance or milk protein enteropathy. What happens with these kids is that when they drink cow's milk based formula, or sometimes when they breastfeed from a mom who's been eating cow's milk, they will get diarrhea, more throwing up, and they'll sometimes have blood in their poop or a lot of mucus in their poop. This is by far the most common type of what people call allergies. And these are the kids who are having trouble getting the specialized formulas that they've been on that help relieve the bleeding, relieve the diarrhea, and relieve the increased spitting up.
Yeah, and I've talked to a couple mothers, and there's a couple scenarios at play. Some women are saying, my baby has allergies. I've had to drive 3 hours in order just to find the formula that I need specifically for my baby. I've also heard mothers saying that they can't at all find the formula they need. Or I've talked to mothers who say, I'm expecting a baby and I may need formula. Yeah. And I'm not sure if I need it or not, but if I do, I'm hesitant and have anxiety already thinking about the fact that if my baby does have allergies, that I might not be able to find it. What would you say to all of these mothers?
So for the expectant mothers, and for anybody who can breastfeed, now is a really good time to breastfeed if you can. Breastfeeding is not for everybody, and formulas are great. But especially at this moment, breastfeeding is a great option for those who are interested in trying it. Breastfeeding takes a lot of work. And sometimes for new moms or moms who are trying to do it, they need to seek out wise, skilled women in the community who have successfully breastfed before. They can go to La Leche League, or they can ask their pediatrician for a referral to a lactation consultant to be able to do that. For those people who have a lot of trouble breastfeeding, or who really want to get formula, or for those babies who are already on formula, then they have to figure out how to get that formula. So for the kind of formulas that we're talking about that are what we call extensively hydrolyzed formulas. So there's like standard infant formula, and then there's partially broken down infant formula, which is pretty similar. And then there is special formula where the cow's milk proteins are chopped up into really tiny pieces. And this is called extensively hydrolyzed or hypoallergenic formula. This is for the babies who poop some blood when they are exposed to regular baby formula or when their breastfeeding moms need milk. These kind of formulas, the common ones are Nutramigen, Alimentum, and Gerber Extensive, and then there's a bunch of others. The Alimentum was the one that was affected by the Abbott recall, where the powder form of that, there was a worry that maybe some kids exposed to it could have gotten a bacteria infection. And so they pulled it from the market voluntarily. Abbott did that. And after that happened, the supply of it dropped. So for moms and dads whose babies are on these specialized formulas to help the babies be the most healthy, the question comes, how do I get access to it? And that can be tough. There's a lot of different places that people can look. And I'm happy to give a list of those. I mean, briefly, talking to the pediatrician is a reasonable place to go, but oftentimes those doctors are going to have trouble. For families who, through income, have access to WIC, women, infants, and children, they can sometimes point families towards places to go. Food banks and formula websites can sometimes also be a decent place, as can shelters. Families can also look around at smaller grocery stores. So trying to find a supply, you can try to look at different places. The other move to make is to switch to a different kind of similar formula. If your baby is on Nutramigen, which is the kind of very chopped up baby formula that doesn't cause allergic problems where kids poop blood, then you can look for another equivalent extensively hydrolyzed formula. That means very chopped up. Or you could go to something called an elemental formula where the protein is completely chopped up and the chance of allergy is almost nil. To find lists of equivalent extensively hydrolyzed formulas or elemental formulas that are also equivalent, you can go to some different websites. Probably the best place to look is the North American Society of Pediatric Gastroenterology, Hepatology, and Nutrition, which is also called NASPGHAN. It's the organization that, as a pediatric GI doctor, I'm a part of. It's kind of a long, unwieldy name, but that's what it's called, NASPGHAN. And people can Google search for tools for infants affected by the formula recall. And then that'll take them to a page that provides a list. This is all of the extensively hydrolyzed formulas. This is all of the elemental formulas. And then they can search for equivalent ones to the one that their baby's on. It's always a good idea to talk to your doctor to make sure that there isn't a very particular reason that they need to be on this particular formula. But I think most doctors are recommending that people be flexible as to the brand and that they just go for the similar broken down level of broken downness that the formula has and get what they can get.
Yeah, and a lot of mothers who are desperate to find formula here in the United States are taking some of the allergy formulas because that's what's left on the shelf. And this is leaving some of those women that need specifically the allergy formulas in a bind because they just can't find it. Would it be a suggestion that women that are looking for formula try to hold off and not buy the allergy specific kind because there are mothers that really do need it? What would be your suggestion or recommendation?
Yeah, I mean, it's always tough in a time of shortage to want to think of others because you're worried about your own child. In general, we're recommending that people not stockpile this stuff, not get more than a 10 to 14 day supply, to leave some on the shelf for other people who need it. For babies who don't need hypoallergenic formula, there's a huge array of available formulas, including like store brands, you know, Walmart, Target, Walgreens, Kroger, Sam's Club, Costco, Amazon. They've all got totally decent standard infant formulas and partially broken down infant formulas that are easier to get than these really broken down ones like the Nutramigen, the Alimentum, and the Gerber Extensive. So yeah, our suggestion is if you can put your baby on a regular infant formula and not get this broken down stuff that some babies really need, do so. The one other thing to say is that in a situation where a baby, where a family cannot find this stuff at all, there are a lot of babies who have a little bit of blood come out in their poop when they eat cow's milk formula, but who are otherwise totally healthy. They're growing, they're fine. They might need a little bit of an iron supplement to make up for the loss, but who would be fine to be put on a regular infant formula for a few weeks. So there are some babies who, in consultation with their doctor, if the doctor says, well, if you can't find anything else, go on regular formula. There are some babies who have this allergic problem, but who can, for a few weeks while this situation works itself out, be on regular formula. And those families may have to make that hard choice.
Yeah, and maybe talk with their pediatrician and see if that might be a good option for them. Next, what, should mothers, do if they can't find it? What would be some last advice that you would give to parents currently in this situation or expectant mothers that, are worried about this? What would be your advice?
For the expectant mothers, it's do your best to get into a position where you can breastfeed and seek a lot of support for that, because almost everybody can do it, although some still can't. For those who are really struggling to get access to infant formula, the advice is to be flexible. Look on places like the NASPGHAN website to find out what the equivalent formulas are, and look towards smaller stores, towards big chain stores, to find brands that might not be the ones that you've heard of, but that come in sealed containers and are of good quality, because there's a lot of different infant formulas available out there. And if you can find one that is roughly equivalent, then they're all quite good.
For those mothers, and you've heard the reports, I'm sure, of some mothers that are mixing formula in order to try to make the right concoction for their baby. What would be your recommendation as far as that?
So it's never a good idea to water down formula more than is recommended on the packaging, because babies' kidneys don't work like kids and adults' kidneys. And that means that babies can't concentrate their pee as well. So if you water down the formula too much, that can cause the babies to have very low levels of things in their blood like sodium and potassium, which can really hurt the babies. It can cause seizures and other problems. So it's important always to still follow the instructions for mixing. As to making homemade formulas, that also can be unsafe. Now, for babies who are getting close to a year of age and who are otherwise quite healthy, if a family is in a situation where they absolutely cannot get formula, then it's reasonable to give some cow's milk, whole milk, for a week or two until they can get a hold of some formula. The advice is to keep it to not more than 24 ounces per day, and to give extra iron if you're going to be doing that. For the babies who have a real allergy, that's not going to be an option. And so they're going to have to find a way to get access to the more broken down stuff. But most kids, as they get towards a year, are going to be safe to make that transition. And so some families may choose to do that. One other really great source of much more in-depth information than we're getting into right now is a lecture by Jim Franciosi and Ilana Ben-Joseph, who are out of Nemours Hospital. And take a really deep dive into how families who are trying to search for these formulas can manage to find them.
You know, any last takeaways, any other messages that you want to provide before I let you go?
So this is a challenging situation for new parents, and being a new parent is amazing, but also really stressful. And this can definitely add on additional stress, especially for families who are struggling with getting access for a baby who has extra needs, like a baby who has milk protein induced enteropathy. For these babies, the advice to those families is to be flexible as to the brand and be willing to transition to, if you're on Nutramigen, try Alimentum Ready to Feed. If you're on Alimentum, try Gerber Extensive. And if you can't find any of those, there's a whole bunch of other off-brand hypoallergenic formulas that you can find on the NASPGHAN website or the Nemours talk. That's available for free on YouTube that you can use and that are pretty darn good. Talk to your pediatrician, but switching brands can allow you to keep your baby well nourished in this challenging time.
Dr. Stephen Miller with Johns Hopkins, thank you for talking with me today. I appreciate your time.
Thanks a lot. My pleasure.
And once again, a big thank you to Dr. Stephen Miller for that report. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we return, we'll have more headlines from all across the country with the latest White House press briefing. Keep it right here. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
I hear you. Okay. All right. As the president has made clear, lowering prices for Americans is the president's top economic priority, and today he will sign the Ocean Shipping Reform Act, passed on a bipartisan basis, which will help lower costs for American retailers, farmers, and consumers. He will be joined by bipartisan members of Congress and key stakeholders at the signing. In the President's State of the Union address, he called on Congress to address ocean carriers' high prices and unfair practices because rising ocean shipping costs, which are a major contributing factor to increased costs for American families. During the pandemic, ocean carriers increased their prices by as much as 1,000%, and too often these ocean carriers are refusing to take American exports back to Asia, leaving with empty containers instead. That's costing farmers and ranchers and our economy a lot of money. This bill will make progress, reducing costs for families and ensuring fair treatment for American businesses, including farmers and ranchers. The President looks forward to fulfilling this promise and signing this bill into law. Next, as a former chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee, the President is proud proud of the federal judges he has nominated and the unprecedented diversity that they represent. Yesterday, we continued that trend by putting forward Bradley Garcia, who would be, if confirmed, the first Latino to ever serve on the D.C. Circuit. The grandson of immigrants from Cuba, Mr. Garcia's credentials are already being praised out of the gate by legal experts across the political spectrum. He has represented clients in over 50 cases before federal and state appellate courts and argued 13 cases before federal and state appellate courts. And with that, Will, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, thank you. When was the last time the president was tested for COVID? And can you please give us more guidance on why the White House isn't announcing these tests unless they ask about them?
Well, the president has a regular testing cadence determined by his doctor. As we have said many times, if he were to be a close contact, as defined by the CDC, because that's what we follow, we would update his testing cadence accordingly and share that with all of you with transparency. Clearly, he has not had a close contact that would change that cadence, so it stays as a regular cadence that is in close coordination with his doctor.
Wouldn't we not know about the close contact until
if there were a close contact, we would share that. We would have the transparency and share that. He just has not been a close contact. Okay.
On another topic, is the White House concerned that European leaders might be pressuring Zelensky to make concessions? I'm interested in the visit by European leaders today. Was that a show of support, or is that an intervention by people that are looking for the war to stop?
So I would let the European leaders speak for themselves on their country's travel and their goals and agenda for that travel. Nothing has changed about what the president's view here is. He stated it very clearly in his New York Times op-ed not too long ago, and that it is basically nothing, and he said this even before the op-ed, which is nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine, and that Ukraine is a sovereign country. President Zelensky is the democratically elected leader of that country, and only he gets to determine how this war ends. He gets to determine how he defines victory, and he gets to determine how the outcome will be. Go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up on the military mission that captured this senior ISIS leader. Can you just sort of take us behind the scenes here a little bit? When was the president briefed? How long has this mission been under consideration? What more can you tell us about?
So I can say the operation was successful. No civilians were harmed. Nor were there injuries to coalition forces or damage to coalition aircrafts or assets. I would have to refer you to the Operation Inherent Resolve. They're the ones who ran this process, and they put out a statement, and I'll let them speak to that.
Can you tell us, though, any more about this individual and just speak to the continuing threat from ISIS, both abroad and here at home?
So here's what I can say, and again, I'm going to let the Operation Inherent Resolve speak to this. It was a senior ISIS leader. I can confirm that. I just don't have more to share from here. I'll let them speak to it more broadly.
And the ISIS threat?
I'll let them speak more broadly since this just happened, but we'll go.
Hey, Kareem, the stock market is dropping again today. How confident are you that the big rate hike yesterday will tamp down on inflation?
So here's what I will say is that we understand what American families are going through. As you know, this has been a priority, bringing down inflation and doing everything that we can from our perch to make that happen. We, as the president has said and he's written about, we are going to give the Federal Reserve their space to their independence to deal with the monetary policies as they have the ability to do, and it's important to do that. Many presidents before had not allowed that to be moved forward and that to happen. But because it is well established that countries with independent central banks have better economic outcomes over time, this part of our transition to stable and steady growth with lower inflation, that is the kind of economy that delivers for working families. And so we're just going to give the Federal Reserve the space companies to do what they need to do.
And then secondly, there are reports that the U.S. Innovation and Competition Act to expand production of semiconductors could be slimmed down. What do you think about this? Would you still support a slimmed down version?
Well, we appreciate, we know the House and the Senate have been working very hard to get a bipartisan basis through the conference process. So we're encouraged by the process in that, by the progress in that, and we support an effort to find common ground, to reach a final agreement. And so the President and Congress share the same goal, which is to have something done by this summer. And so we know that companies are making decisions this summer on where to invest next year, but we know that they're currently working really hard to make sure that this is a bipartisan process.
Okay. Two quick ones for you, or two subjects for you, Green. Thank you. What is there any change in the White House's involvement in this ongoing attempt to get back to missing Americans in Ukraine, or any coordination with the Ukrainian government trying to do so? And has the president either been in touch with or sought to speak with their families?
So we can't confirm these reports. We don't know where their whereabouts are. We are working very hard to learn more about this, about these Americans who are now missing. Our hearts go out to their families during this difficult time that they're going through. It's worth repeating, and we have said this many times, that it is not the time to go to it's not the time for Americans to go to Ukraine during this time of war. The State Department has put out numerous travel advisories warning Americans not to travel there, and urging Americans to leave immediately if you are.
You mentioned the president's the former chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee. He was involved in the confirmation of Clarence Thomas. There are reports this morning about his wife and her interactions with John Eastman, the attorney who was pushing the idea that Vice President Pence could do something to block the certification. And now the January 6th committee says they are planning to talk to her. Yeah. Does the president have any concern about Justice Thomas continuing to serve on the court, or would he perhaps suggest that he should recuse himself from any cases that come before it regarding January 6th?
So that is something that the court has to decide. That is not for us to comment on. I can say this: we have full confidence in the Select Committee, January 6th Select Committee, and it is for them to decide how they're going to move forward on their particular process that they're going through.
Does he plan to watch the hearings today or in the coming days?
Well, I think he has said this before, and I've said this a couple days ago. He's probably going to catch it here and there. He has a busy schedule. I'm sure folks around him, his senior staff, will update him as needed. Okay, Peter.
Thanks, Green. Why is the president saying that why is the president saying that inflation is worse everywhere but here?
Because what we have seen across the globe, first of all, inflation is a global challenge, as we have said. It is caused by clearly the pandemic, this once-in-a-generation pandemic that we are coming out of, and also most recently the war that Putin started in Ukraine that has caused inflation as we look at food and as we look at gas prices. So if you look at globally other countries, and if you look at where we are economically, when you think about the Group 7, the G7, we are in a much stronger place than we are economically than the rest. And also,
I did look globally, though. He says that inflation is worse everywhere but here. That's not true. The U.S. has worse inflation than Germany, France, Japan, Canada, India, Italy, Saudi Arabia.
Well,
so why is he saying that?
I think what we are saying is that when you talk about inflation, it is a global thing. And it is not just about the United States. This is something that everyone is feeling because of coming out of a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic, because of the war that Russia has started in Ukraine.
Okay, why isn't the president asking oil companies to drill more here in the U.S.?
Let me just give you a little bit of a rundown of why we are here.
I know his letter was a lot about refining and increasing refining, but that's a lot of oil that comes in from overseas. So why isn't he asking companies to drill more here in the U.S.?
Well, hold on. So here we go. So this is where we are. I'm going to give you a little bit of a rundown of why we are here and what's going on and why we wrote the letter. So due to decreased demand at the start of the pandemic, U.S. oil refineries reduced their capacity by more than 800,000 barrels per day. Now that consumers' demand has returned thanks to the president's recovery plan, oil refineries have still not brought refinery capacity back to the pre-pandemic level. So that is the problem, and that is what we're trying to address. At the same time, Putin's invasion of Ukraine put pressure on global supply, and gas prices have gone up by nearly $2 since before the invasion. So President Biden has taken historic actions to elevate this pressure, releasing record amounts of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and relaying the world to release oil to. That's at 240 million barrels of oil that he was able to do with his partnership. And so we are now at the highest levels of domestic production. So we actually have of crude oil since April of 2020, with an additional 9,000 approved drilling permits that remain unused, but refinery capacity needs to come back too. So that is what the problem is. We need them to actually refine the crude oil, which is not happening, and that's what we're calling on oil companies to do.
Why not just drill more here in the U.S. though?
Because we don't need to do that. What we need them to do is, with the oil that's out there, we need them to refine that oil so that the capacity could go up, and then prices would go down.
Okay.
Inherently go down.
And so I know the president once said that he was going to end fossil fuel. Is that now off the table?
No, we are going to continue to move forward with our clean energy proposal, our climate change proposal.
Is that the priority? Climate change over gas prices?
No, that's not what we're saying. I'm answering the question.
Is his priority lowering gas prices, or is it addressing climate change?
First of all, you can do both at the same time. What we're trying to deal with right now is how do we lower cost for American families. And one of the things that we are seeing currently right now with oil refineries is they are using this moment that there is a war in Ukraine to actually make a profit. When there are steps that they can take so that we can actually lower gas prices for families. And so the president has taken action, right? We talked about the strategic petroleum that he's done, tapping into
barrels. How much has that lowered prices?
Here's the thing, Peter. If the president had not taken the actions that he's taken in the past several months, the prices that we see now would be a lot worse. It's actually blunted some of the increase that could have been. And so the president has taken action. He has been a leader. Now he's asking Congress clearly to act in certain ways, and also asking for the oil refineries to do their part and not make money off of a time of war. That's what we're talking about here. Go ahead, Peter.
I want to follow up on a couple questions. First, the AP asked you, the first question out of the gates was when the president was last tested. We just didn't get an answer to that.
I did. It's a regular cadence. That's what we do. We will share per CDC when he is a close contact, and he has not been a close contact. If he were a close contact, we will let you know.
Again, I'm just confused because in the past you guys have always told us the date of the most recent test. So why can't you tell us the date of the most recent test?
Well, right now I'm telling you he has a regular cadence. I just don't have a date to share with you, but he does have a regular weekly cadence.
We trust that as soon as you find out today, your staff will share with us.
We will be transparent about that. But he does have a weekly cadence. I just don't have a day in front of you of when he was last tested.
As soon as you go back there and find out the date, you'll share with us, you're saying?
I'm not saying that. I'm telling you that he has a weekly cadence.
I guess that's my question. Why has that changed? Because in the past they always told us.
Well, we have always said it's a weekly cadence. We've always said that.
But Jen would say it happened on Tuesday. Just yesterday he had a test, or on Sunday he was tested, it was negative.
But he hasn't been a close contact. What we have said now is that if he is a close contact, according to the CDC, what close contact of the definition of a close contact, we will share that with you. And then that's when his testing cadence would change. His testing cadence has not changed. He gets tested once a week. I don't have the date in front of me at this time.
So he gets tested once a week. That's because in the past it's been more regular than that.
No, it actually has never. It's always been a weekly cadence of getting tested.
So he's only been tested once a week for the entirety of the time the president?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is what we normally do is he gets tested weekly, and that's been his cadence as when he's talking to, as in coordination with his doctor. There has been time where he's tested more than that because we've traveled. When we traveled, we all had to take tests as we're traveling, or other things, or when he went to the White House Correspondents' Dinner, we had to test as well. So sometimes it's not once a week. But I'm saying to you right now, it's a weekly testing cadence. That's what we do as it's coordinated with his doctor.
Okay. Please understand that we're requesting to know as soon as you can. Tell us when the most recent test was, acknowledging it's a recent test. Let me ask you, we saw the letter
Well,
that you wrote.
I'm already telling you he's get tested regularly in a weekly test.
But I'm saying our request continues. So the gist
and I'm telling you that he gets tested weekly. Okay,
so
go ahead.
Let me ask you about the oil companies, if I can, really quickly.
For sure.
We saw the letter that he wrote to them. They called for them to be in touch with the Energy Secretary to convene an emergency meeting on that topic. Can you have any update on when that meeting will take place?
We're finalizing details, and we'll be sure to pass that along as soon as we can. The president noted in his letter what he wants to do, and what he wants to make sure is that we create a forum so that the oil companies are able to put forth ideas. But he's willing to do everything he can using reasonable tools to get things done.
And he wants them to put forward ideas, but beyond that, I think, he wrote a letter and he said, hey, I'm calling on you to do this. You said, they need to be patriotic. In real terms, what power does the president have here? How can he compel these companies beyond, in effect, begging them, asking them to do anything?
Well, that's one of the things that we want to do, is have this meeting and hear from them and hear what the ideas that they come forth with, and maybe there's a way that we can help them meet that capacity. So he does want to create an environment, which is what the Energy Department is going to do, hopefully in the next couple of days, to sit down with the oil companies and try to figure out how do we do this in a way that both sides can agree on.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have two topics, but really quickly, just following on Peter, has the White House changed its policy on how much you will disclose to us about the president's testing?
It's not. I was asked, has he been tested? I'm saying that he gets tested weekly, and that's what we actually have said. I do not have a date when he was tested this week, but he is tested weekly, as it is, in coordination with his doctor. We've always said that. We have always said that he tests weekly.
Seems different than the past.
Well, you're asking me when he was tested. I'm saying that I don't have a date for you at this time.
But you're also saying you're not going to share with us the date.
Well, because he gets tested weekly, and we have said once if he becomes a close contact, we will share that with you. But if he's not a close contact, then you just know that he gets tested weekly.
If he has not had a close contact, you're not going to tell us the date of his most recent test.
I'm telling you, he gets tested weekly.
Okay.
Why is there hesitation though for that?
This is different than in the past.
Yeah, I don't get that.
We have previously been told when he got his most recent test.
I am saying to you, I don't have a date for you right now, but he gets tested weekly. As we've said many times, if he were a close contact, as defined by the CDC, we would update his testing cadence accordingly and share that with you transparently. That's what, if he's a close contact, we will share the date with you. He has not had a close contact, that would change that cadence.
Okay, I want to move on. The second is that we would like to know what he was tested.
I mean, that's what we've been saying for some time now.
There are reports the White House is weighing a series of executive actions if Roe is overturned, things like a national health emergency or fighting state efforts to criminalize travel for abortion. Can you confirm these things are under consideration? Are there other actions you're looking at?
So the administration continues to explore every possible option in response to the anticipated Supreme Court decision in Dobbs, which would take away women's rights guaranteed for nearly 50 years under Roe v. Wade to make their own choices about their reproductive health. If the Supreme Court overturns Roe, we will need Congress to take action to restore Roe. I don't have anything else to share on that.
And the president's meeting yesterday with Schumer and Pelosi, did that yield any new plans on how to fight inflation? And why wasn't this meeting on the president's public schedule ahead of time?
It was a private meeting that the president had. We don't advise all the meetings, just like his conversations that he has with members of Congress. I'm not going to go into detail what was discussed, but he has regular conversations with members of Congress.
Okay. On housing, Karine, given the rising interest rates for mortgages, can you say if the White House is concerned about housing affordability or a slowdown in the housing market? As you know, rates for the 30-year mortgage averaged nearly 6% this week, and that jump by more than half a percentage point was the largest one-week increase since 1987.
So we know that housing affordability is a central challenge for families. The president understands that, and this is why he's put forward the Housing Supply Action Plan, which includes steps to help boost housing supply and ease the burden of housing cost on families over time. So now with the federal actions constitute monetary policy, as we know, which is different. Monetary policy actions help bring inflation down as mortgage rates increase. Demand in the housing market should cool. This is part of our transition to stable and steady growth with lower inflation. That is the kind of economy that delivers for working families. But again, we have that's why the president put forth the Housing Action Plan as well, to help families as much best as he could. Yeah.
Karine, I know this has come up a number of times in recent weeks. A question about tariffs and when a decision specifically regarding China and exclusions might be made. And I guess I'm wondering, can you give us any sense of sort of what is under consideration and what possible timeline we might be looking at?
So we don't have anything to share or preview at this time. It is under consideration. We are discussing this. We just don't have anything for you to share at this time.
About what is being considered?
No, not at this time.
Hey, Karine, not to belabor this too much longer, but can you articulate a little bit when the White House is committing to releasing results of the president's testing? Because it's not only the cadence that we're asking about, it's when the last time he tested negative.
No, I understand, and so what I'm trying to say, and this is in consultation with his doctor. The president has a regular testing cadence. We have said before that he tests weekly, and again, as we've said many times, if it were to be a close contact as defined by the CDC, we would update his testing cadence accordingly and share that. We would share what that would look like and be transparent about that. He has not had a close contact. Because he has not had a close contact, we have not changed that cadence. And it's something that happens with his doctor. I do not have a date for you as to when he was last tested.
Has he ever tested positive?
No, he has not. Not that I know of. We would share that. I think that is something we would share because then that would change his testing cadence clearly if he had a close contact, and so we would share that with you and be transparent about that. We would be transparent about that.
Okay. Quickly, I wanted to return to something earlier in the week. You were asked whether the president believed that Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman was responsible for Jamal Khashoggi's death, and you didn't fully answer that. And I wanted to sort of give you another opportunity on that, but also ask if he disagrees with the U.S. intelligence assessment, which has reached that conclusion.
So let me just say this, as we've said many times here, the murder of Jamal Khashoggi was something that many of us around the world took very, very seriously. But I can assure you, but I can say that when the president walked into this administration, when this his first year, he made sure that we had that there was a report. The report was released, and in that report, it had the Khashoggi ban, which is a visa restriction policy. He wanted to make sure that that was out there, and let me tell you a little bit about that. It allows the State Department to restrict visas for individuals who are acting on behalf of a foreign government, use tools of repression against people abroad who criticize their government. This includes those who suppress, harass, surveil, threaten, or harm journalists, activists, or other persons perceived to be dissidents for their work. And we can tell you we've used that ban 70 times. The visa restrictions applies to countries worldwide. And so that was something that was incredibly important for the president to do. And look, when it comes to human rights, when it comes to that type of leader-to-leader conversation, this is a president who's a straight shooter and who will not shy away from having that conversation. So again, we issued an extensive report on Khashoggi's murder, and we instituted that ban as I just laid out, and so that was something that was important for the president to do, and you've heard from him, and he's talked about that.
But I'm still not hearing you say yes, he agrees with that assessment that MBS authorized the killing of Jamal Khashoggi.
What I can say to you is that, again, we issued this extensive report, and we've imposed sanctions or visa restrictions on over 70 Saudi individuals and entities, including the Saudi Royal Guard's Rapid Intervention Force. And as we have emphasized, then it was important to reorient but not rupture relations with Saudi Arabia. And so that was something that was important to do, but we released the report. We've used the ban multiple times, and this is something that we take very, very seriously when it comes to human rights. The president will not shy away from having those conversations, especially when he is on this trip.
The executive summary of this report says, we assess that Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman approved an operation to capture and kill.
And he released the report, right? This is a report. I'm telling you, this is something that the president took very, very seriously, and he released that report. So clearly, he would not release that report if it is not something that he believed in, right? So
yes.
I mean, I'm trying to answer the question. All right.
Follow up.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Corinne, on baby formula, back on May 22nd, Secretary Vilsack said that an abatement of the shortage will be seen within the next 30 days. We're coming up on that 30-day mark. You guys keep announcing regular announcements of these flights that are coming over, millions of bottles worth of formula. But when are American families going to see, this situation resolved, an actual progress where the shelves are full once again, and this problem go away?
So, as you know, the president has made this a priority, right? He has used his authorities to make sure that we can do everything we can to help get baby formula on the shelves, and that's what he's done with the DPA that he authorized, which has helped. And I can say that we announced the 7th Operation Fly Formula mission, which will transport. This happened yesterday, which will transport the equivalent of close to 550,000 bottles of Nestle specialty formula from Switzerland to Louisville, some of the most high demand formula in the United States right now. In addition, when working with domestic manufacturers to wrap up production, including by invoking the Domestic Production Act, as I just mentioned. If you look at Abbott, their supplies plan increased production by 25%. Rickett has said it has been able to increase its amount put to the market by 30%. Gerber has said it increased additional supply to the marketplace by 60% since the recall. So we are doing everything that we can, entering into a consent decree agreement between the FDA. So we're going to continue to work. We're going to continue to make sure that we deliver for the American families, get that, make sure that we get healthy formula. We have to remember how this all started, right? This all started because Abbott, there was a safety concern at Abbott. FDA acknowledged that, called them out on that, and then they had to shut down their facility in Michigan. And so we have continued to work with them to make sure, and the other manufacturers to make sure that we get as much baby formula as we can, and clearly with the operations that we're doing overseas.
We're coming up to the end of the 30-day assessment that he had said at the end of May. I mean, can you put a time frame on this now? Are families going to be scrambling the entire summer still?
I don't have a timeline for you on this, but what I can say is we're doing everything that we can from here to make sure that we get healthy baby formula for American families. We know how hard this is at this time. We know how difficult it is, but we have up production, as I just laid out, working with these different manufacturers. We have brought baby formula overseas. We just had a 7th Operation Fly Formula mission just yesterday, so this has been a priority for this president.
Thank you. I know you just said you don't have your own confirmation about the reports of these 2 Americans in Ukraine, but given that their families are among the people saying this happened, it does seem like something has happened. So given that 3 other foreigners who have been taken prisoner, have been sentenced to death, does the White House have a message to the Kremlin on the treatment of these 2 Americans should they have been captured, and specifically on whether you would like to send a message to Kremlin vis-a-vis death sentences?
So when it comes to wrongfully detained and holding hostage Americans as bargaining chips, represents a threat to the safety of everyone traveling and working and living abroad. The United States opposes practice everywhere, and we have been very clear about that. The welfare and safety of U.S. citizens abroad is among the highest priorities of the government, and so we continue to work aggressively in trying to get back some of the wrongfully detained Americans out there abroad. abroad who are being held hostage. I don't have anything more to say on that. When it comes to the other the two who are reportedly missing, we just can't confirm that at this time. And again, our hearts go out to the family, but it's not something that we can confirm from here.
There are, whether they've been taken prisoner or not, there are a bunch of Americans in Ukraine in combat and so on. Would there be consequences for Russia if they do to them what apparently they've already decided to do to 3 other foreigners?
I can't speak to that at this time, but I can say it is something that we are watching, that we call out. I just don't have anything to share on what our actions are going to be. Go ahead, Ed. Go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, thanks, Green. So the Federal Reserve is predicting that GDP growth for the next 2 years will be 1.7%, under 2%, under 2% for the next 3 years. So is this what the president considers stable and steady growth?
What I can tell you is that we believe that we are in a transition right now, coming out of a economic recovery, a historic economic recovery, because of the work that the president has done this past year and a half. And so we believe that we'll be in that transition. We're going into that transition of stable and steady growth, and we're going to continue to do the work that the president has laid out to lower inflation. And so part of that is letting the Federal Reserve do their part, they have the strongest monetary policies to really deal with this. We're not going to speak to that. We're going to let them be independent. But the way that we're seeing this is we are on a track to have that transition to be in that stable growth.
But are you just lowering expectations then?
What do you mean by lowering expectation?
For the economy going forward, for Americans to expect growth and see inflation come down?
Well, what we're saying is that we've had this economic growth, right? We've had this historic growth because of the actions the president took with the American Rescue Plan, the bipartisan infrastructure law as well, and all of the other actions that he has taken when it comes to the economy, which has been very important to meet the moment that we were in a year ago, which we can't forget. There were 20 million people who were on insurance benefit. When we first walked in, 3,000 people a day were dying from COVID. This was a very different time. And now what we're seeing is that transition of that economic growth is going to get more stable. We saw that with the jobs report that came out about 2 Fridays ago. And so that's what we're looking at, and that's what we're seeing. That's what our experts here are looking towards too. And so, but we're also going to continue to try to do everything that we can to lower prices and to lower cost for American families as well. Wait, let me come. I'm so sorry, MJ. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
Baby formula follow-up. The Abbott plant in Michigan has stopped production again because of severe flooding. It sounds like it could be another additional few weeks of delay. Is that something that the White House is monitoring? Do you all have an assessment of how much longer this could delay things?
So obviously, we know about the news from Abbott, and it's disappointing. It is a disappointing. Oh, okay. All right, we're going to disregard. But, we can't control their timeline. What we can do is continue to focus on what we're going to do, which is ramping up production, increasing supply, and making sure that American families only have access to safe formula. That is the focus for us. That is what we control and what we're making strong progress on through actions like the DPA, Operation Fly Formula. We just announced our seventh flight yesterday, and FDA's use of enforcement discretion. FDA has said that it's working closely with company to identify next steps to get the plant open and providing only safe product to the American people. That's the work that we're doing right now, is what we can control, and we're going to continue to make that a priority. That's what the president wants to do, and we're going to continue to ramp up production. We cannot, as far as the timeline for Abbott, that's for them to speak to.
And a different shortage question. There's a shortage of tampons, and just wondering if that is on the White House's radar. I mean, is that something that the White House is concerned, could turn into a full-blown crisis? And are there any other sort of essential products that the administration is watching closely that could come down the pipeline as another shortage crisis?
That's a great question. I would have to check in with the team on what they're tracking. I don't have a list for you right now, but I would just have to track it with the team.
Can I just do one quick follow-up to Peter's question about the letter to the oil companies? You know, you were saying yesterday that a part of the plea to these companies is that it is their patriotic duty to act and do something, especially at a moment when so many Americans are having a hard time with the high gas prices. I mean, these are for-profit oil companies we're talking about, right? So does the president have any, reason to think that these companies, because of a letter from him, will behave differently? And barring that, I mean, are there any policies, regulations that he can resort to make sure that he is sort of forcing their hand?
So the way the president sees this is he has to do everything that he can to make sure that he, in this particular scenario, try to make sure that we lower gas prices for the American public. He has taken actions, as we've listed out, when it comes to the ethanol 15, the homegrown biofuels, which is going to lower prices in more than 1,000 gas stations around the country. That's going to be really important. The strategic petroleum is going to be very important, and it has actually had an effect, but we're still, because of Putin's war, we're still seeing Putin's tax hike, we're still seeing $2 more of an increase per gallon since Putin started amassing his forces on the Ukraine's border. So what we are trying to do is, by sending out this letter, we want to try to start that conversation and get something done. They're going to meet with the energy secretary, so we have to see. We shouldn't say that it's failed yet or it's not going to happen, because a meeting is going to come forth in the next couple of days. They're going to have the conversation, and we are willing to help them, to help the oil companies in any way, hear their ideas and see what we can do. So we should let this play out and see where we are in a couple of days.
In that meeting, though?
The president, I don't have anything to preview about his schedule, about him being in the meeting. This is Granholm, as far as I understand. This is Secretary Granholm's meeting, and she will be moving forward with putting this meeting together. Great, thanks.
Human rights follow-up. Human rights follow-up.
Go ahead.
Does the White House have a comment about the decision of Florida officials not to request delivery of a pediatric vaccine?
Yes, we do. We heard about this, and we have a little bit for you here. So we have been talking to states for some time. In early June. So the process has been HHS opened up pre-ordering for vaccines for the possibility of kids vaccination. That ensures that if authorized by the FDA, these vaccines can be shipped to places like pediatricians and children's hospitals, places where parents would get health care for their youngest, or as quickly as possible. By being the only state, this is Florida, not pre-ordering, which means that pediatricians, for example, in Florida, will not have immediate ready access to vaccines. Some pharmacies and community health centers in the state get access through federal distribution channels, but those options are limited for parents. We encourage Florida on several occasions to order vaccines, so we've been aware of this, and we will continue to do so.
Bottom line, is this going to make it harder for parents in Florida to get vaccines for their kids?
If they're not pre-ordering, it will make it harder for them. That's why we continue to on several occasions, encourage Florida to do this.
Thanks, Green. Since it's the first time I'm getting a question from you.
Oh, no, I was, go ahead, this young lady.
Maybe I can go after.
No.
I just had a question about the president's trip to Israel. The administration has said that they're calling for a thorough and independent investigation of the killing of the American journalist Shireen Abu Akleh. What's your assessment of where this investigation is, and is the president going to raise that issue during his trip?
So I can say we're in close touch with both Israel and Palestinian authorities and are working to bridge cooperation between the parties. We have made clear our view to both Israeli and Palestinian officials. The administration's call for thorough, transparent, and impartial investigation of Abu Akleh's killing. We expect full accountability for those responsible. We have also urged that both sides share their evidence with each other, and we continue to call call on sides to maintain calm and avoid further escalation. As far as what will be on the agenda, what will be spoken about, I don't have an agenda to share with you. But as I've said many times from here, as we have said many times, is that the president will not shy away to having a conversation about human rights. That is something that's important to him. He said that most recently, and so that's what I can tell you, but I don't have anything to read out. I don't want to get ahead of his trip. Go ahead. Go ahead. I was trying to give her.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you very much for coming back to me, and thank you for calling
absolutely.
me. So this is the first time I've been able to ask you a question, so I'd like to ask you two, if that's all right. First is just a clarification on the new online policy task force that was set up that the Vice President is leading, and then the second one about a significant press access issue that's impacting a lot of us in this room.
Okay.
The first one on the online policy task force that the Vice President's leading, that's getting kicked off today. On a background call last night, we were told that it's going to be different from the Disinformation Governance Board in that it's going to focus on illegal conduct online. But the memo creating it was a little bit broader and mentioned, and I'm quoting from the document, quote, online harassment, abuse, and disinformation campaigns targeting women and LGBTQI+ individuals who are public and political figures. Could you clear up the disinformation charge of this?
So I would need to talk to her team. I was not on the background call, so that specific language that you're providing to me, I would just have to check in with her. I would also encourage you to check as well with her team. I can't say more because I wasn't on the background call.
Thank you. And the press access issue, for more than a year now, the White House Press Office has been having everyone in this room RSVP to presidential events in the East Room, the State Dining Room, the Executive Office Building. And then there is a process where people are selected and able to go into these presidential events where the president often takes questions. The Correspondents Association has tried in vain to figure out how this process works. And over time, it has kind of morphed into a bit of a blacklist where certain large media outlets, such as my own, are almost
blacklist.
I'm just saying I represent the fourth largest newspaper in the country, and I haven't been selected since November. So can you?
That's a jump to a blacklist. But I'm listening. Well,
I mean, it's not just me. Certain others.
Okay. I didn't realize that.
And the Correspondents Association actually wants this to be done away with. But I was hoping that you could. I know you're new in the position, but perhaps explain how the.
Can I look into
works?
it? Can I look into this? Because I actually don't know what the process that you're speaking of. I think blacklisting is a very strong word to use. We have been, we try to make sure, do our best to make sure that press gets to hear from the president directly. It is important for us. It is important for you all. It's important for the American people. And so that has been a priority. So let me look into this process that you're speaking of. Without having all the.
Getting an answer to the Correspondents Association.
You're talking about Steve Portnoy. I talk to Steve all the time. We're talking, I believe, if not today, tomorrow, we're checking in, and we'll have that conversation for sure. I'm sure he'll bring it up, and so we'll have that conversation.
Why do you keep doing this, saying that you will call on people you've never called on, but you don't really call
I just called on someone. Go ahead. You have the last question.
You did a great job as press secretary.
Thanks, appreciate that. So you took a question earlier about Clarence Thomas. And you said it was up to the court to decide.
Yeah.
And my understanding is not really up to the court to decide. It's up to him to decide. So the question is,
well, no. I think the question that I got was, do we think the Clarence Thomas should recuse himself? Is that the question that you're asking?
He's in the position of deciding whether he ought to recuse himself.
Well, then it's up to him. I'm just saying that I'm not going to comment from here. Really, was what. That's not for me to decide.
And just last one on MBS. I mean, is it the White House policy to not publicly identify MBS as being responsible for authorizing the killing of Khashoggi?
What I'm saying to you is that we take the killing very seriously. We put out a report. I just laid out what the Khashoggi ban actually did, just to be more the visa and what specifically the ban did, and also how we've enacted it. This is something that we take very, very seriously. That's why we released the report. You have heard from the president directly speak about the killing of Khashoggi. The president does not shy away of having conversations about human rights with leaders. He's had them many times before, and he will continue to do that. And this is, again, this is something that we take very, very seriously. Thank you all.
Thank you.
For being here. My name is Jose Sotolongo. I'm the director.
And that was the latest White House press briefing. We are going to be turning things over to our Phoenix bureau, but I want to say happy Father's Day to all of the dads out there, including my own father, showing you a picture here of my dad. Happy Father's Day, Dad, and also happy Father's Day to my father-in-law, Craig Weaver, as well. Also, happy Father's Day to my husband. Yes, I am going to be giving birth in 5 weeks, so he is a soon-to-be father, and that also means that I will be taking some time off after today. So I want to say thank you for your viewership here on Live Now from Fox. For a bit, I will be gone because I will be delivering a baby girl in the next 5 weeks, next month, so I will be taking some time off, but continue to watch us here on Live Now from Fox on the weekends, as Phoenix will be in control on the weekends, giving you the latest updates here on Live Now from Fox. We will go out to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but stick with us here on Live Now, where we continue to bring raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news from all across the nation. Happy Father's Day, everyone.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Cheryl Lee Discorbeth. Thank you so much for joining us on this Sunday, this Father's Day, and on this special Juneteenth holiday. We're tracking a number of headlines and top stories across the country today. We want to go ahead and bring those to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Well, people traveling through the airport are facing just a number of flight cancellations and delays. And you know, that's just a major headache, especially because obviously it's a holiday weekend. Now, according to the airline flight tracking website, FlightAware, more than 1,400 cancellations and more than 8,000 delays into or out of the U.S. This was on Friday. Now, JetBlue was the worst with 48% of flights delayed. Delta had the most cancellations for American carriers with over 240. Now, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg met with American airline CEOs with airline CEOs on Thursday to ensure travel efficiency. And get this, his own flight was canceled on Friday. Now here's more from our Fox 5 station in Atlanta on how these cancellations disrupted the holiday weekend.
Lots of travelers. It's a little frustrating, yeah, for sure.
Peter and Josani Wanta were flying from Detroit to Fort Lauderdale.
Going on this cruise we planned for a long time. It's for our 30th anniversary.
But something funny happened on the way to Florida.
Last minute, we were driving up and we got it on our phone saying your flight's been canceled.
Now they're stuck here in Atlanta for the night.
It's frustrating. It's a setback.
The couple is like thousands of other travelers around the nation. Airlines grounding thousands of flights over the last few days.
Extremely. Extremely frustrating.
And Keith McCullough, her husband Ashley, and kids flew in from Dallas, but their flights got pushed back for hours.
Delayed.
A number of air carriers cut back their summer schedules. More pandemic-weary passengers are flying. Airlines this time around blame bad weather in other parts of the country.
Got 2 out of my 3 luggage, and apparently my third one is on a whole other plane. We still have to go do a rental car and wait for my other luggage to come, and then maybe make it out of here by this evening.
Now, Father's Day is in doubt.
Throws a big wrench in it because we don't get to spend the quality time that we want to.
The Transportation Department requires airlines to rebook you on the next available flight with space. If that does not work for you, they must offer a refund, even if you bought a non-refundable ticket. At Hartsfield-Jackson, Christopher King, Fox 5 News.
Meantime, people across the country are celebrating the Juneteenth holiday. Now, for many African Americans, it's considered our Juneteenth, our Independence Day. Here's more from our Houston station, Fox 26.
Right here in Texas, down in Galveston, learned that they were FREE free. And today is all about celebrating how far the African American community has come and also recognizing those who paved the way. On Saturday evening, the Black National Anthem kicked off a major Juneteenth celebration at Emancipation Park. We are the souls. Several keynote speakers took the stage, including Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee and the city's mayor.
The celebration of Juneteenth is a celebration of Texas history and the celebration of America's history.
Juneteenth was declared a federal holiday in 2021, but for decades it's been celebrated and recognized in the African American community. Around 1,000 people of all ages attended Saturday's event, but we spoke specifically with the older generation who helped pave the way for young people today.
We've come a long way, but we still have a long way to go.
Galen Davenport lived through integration in the 1950s.
The thing about a lot of the young people now, they think everything is good because it's been kind of good for them because it came too easy to them because some of our forefathers did all the fighting and they feel like they don't have to fight anymore.
Camille Gaines also dealt with segregation and racism growing up. She says she's not satisfied with where the black community is as a whole in the 21st century.
I think it's going to take more than making Juneteenth a national holiday.
Gaines says she still sees young people today dealing with some of the same issues she dealt with in the 1970s.
Housing discrimination, health discrimination, you got food deserts.
And both Gaines and Davenport telling Fox 26 it's important for young people to come out to events like this Juneteenth festival, not to just have fun, but to be educated on their history so they can continue to carry the torch for change.
You know your history, you learn your history, and then you'll know the reasons why you got to keep moving forward.
This event will continue tomorrow on Juneteenth. It starts at 4 p.m., wraps up at 10 p.m., and it is a ticketed event. So if you'd like more information about how you can come and participate, head over to our website, fox26houston.com. We'll have that information listed for you there. At Emancipation Park, I'm Gabby Hart, Fox 26 News.
And thank you so much to Gabby Hart for bringing us that report. So tomorrow, Juneteenth will actually be celebrated, will be is considered a federal holiday, so that means government offices will be closed. In the meantime, the CDC panel has recommended the COVID-19 vaccine for kids under 5. Fox's Jonathan Seery has more.
A CDC advisory panel voting Saturday to recommend COVID vaccines for children under 5, which would make them the last age group to qualify for the shots. The recommendation comes after a separate FDA panel earlier this week gave the thumbs up to vaccinating young kids.
There are 18.7 million children that we just now authorized to get vaccinated.
Pfizer vaccinations would need 3 smaller doses, while Moderna just 2. Both vaccines were shown to produce antibody levels similar to those seen in adults in clinical trials.
These vaccines work remarkably well, and they're remarkably safe. So I can't think of a reason why we shouldn't be immunizing our young children.
Moderna says its vaccine is 51% effective in children 6 through 24 months and 37% effective in kids ages 2 to 5. Pfizer boasts overall 80% effectiveness in children under 5. The last age group to be authorized was kids 5 to 11. So far, getting shots into arms of younger Americans has been a slow process.
Each age range, I think we haven't done as well as the one previous. So, initially the teenagers, we did pretty well.
Doctors say parents will not be charged for the shots, even if they don't have insurance. States could begin providing immunizations as early as next week. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seery, Fox News.
All right, now earlier in the week, the Federal Reserve announced an interest rate hike by 0.75%. They are hoping that this will eventually bring down inflation. We want to go ahead and replay that announcement for you here on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon. I will begin with one overarching message. We at the Fed understand the hardship that high inflation is causing. We're strongly committed to bringing inflation back down, and we're moving expeditiously to do so. We have both the tools we need and the resolve that it will take to restore price stability on behalf of American families and businesses. The economy and the country have been through a lot over the past 2.5 years and have proved resilient. It is essential that we bring inflation down if we are to have a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all. From the standpoint of our congressional mandate to promote maximum employment and price stability, the current picture is plain to see. The labor market is extremely tight, and inflation is much too high. Against this backdrop, today the Federal Open Market Committee raised its policy interest rate by 0.75 percentage point and anticipates that ongoing increases in that rate will be appropriate. In addition, we are continuing the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet. I'll have more to say about today's monetary policy actions after briefly reviewing economic developments. Overall economic activity edged down in the first quarter as unusually sharp swings in inventories and net exports more than offset continued strong underlying demand. Recent indicators suggest that real GDP growth has picked up this quarter, with consumption spending remaining strong. In contrast, growth in business fixed investment appears to be slowing, and activity in the housing sector looks to be softening, in part reflecting higher mortgage rates. The tightening in financial conditions that we've seen in recent months should continue to temper growth and help bring demand into better balance with supply. As shown in our summary of economic projections, FOMC participants have marked down their projections for economic activity, with the median projection for real GDP growth running below 2% through 2024. The labor market has remained extremely tight, with the unemployment rate near a 50-year low, job vacancies at historical highs, and wage growth elevated. Over the past 3 months, employment rose by an average of 408,000 jobs per month, down from the average pace seen earlier in the year, but still robust. Improvements in labor market conditions have been widespread, including for workers at the lower end of the wage distribution as well as for African Americans and Hispanics. Labor demand is very strong, while labor supply remains subdued, with the labor force participation rate little changed since January. FOMC participants expect supply and demand conditions in the labor market to come into better balance, easing the upward pressures on wages and prices. The median projection in the SEP for the unemployment rate rises somewhat over the next few years, moving from 3.7% at the end of this year to 4.1% in 2024, levels that are noticeably above the March projections. Inflation remains well above our longer run goal of 2%. Over the 12 months ending in April, total PCE prices rose 6.3%, excluding the volatile food and energy categories. Core prices rose 4.9%. In May, the 12-month change in the Consumer Price Index came in above expectations at 8.6%, and the change in the core CPI was 6%. Aggregate demand is strong. Supply constraints have been larger and long-lasting than anticipated, and price pressures have spread to a broad range of goods and services. The surge in prices of crude oil and other commodities that resulted from Russia's invasion of Ukraine is boosting prices for gasoline and food, and is creating additional upward pressure on inflation. And COVID-related lockdowns in China are likely to exacerbate supply chain disruptions. FOMC participants have revised up their projections for inflation this year, particularly for total PCE inflation, given developments in food and energy prices. The median projection is 5.2% this year and falls to 2.6% next year and 2.2% in 2024. Participants continue to see risks to inflation as weighted to the upside. The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We are highly attentive to the risks high inflation poses to both sides of our mandate, and we're strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% objective. Against the backdrop of the rapidly evolving economic environment, our policy has been adapting, and it will continue to do so. At today's meeting, the committee raised the target range for the federal funds rate by 0.75 percentage point, resulting in a 1.5 percentage point increase in the target range so far this year. The committee reiterated that it anticipates that ongoing increases in the target range will be appropriate. And we are continuing the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet, which plays an important role in firming the stance of monetary policy. Coming out of our last meeting in May, there was a broad sense on the committee that a 0.5 percentage point increase in the target range should be considered at this meeting if economic and financial conditions evolved in line with expectations. We also stated that we were highly attentive to inflation risks and that we would be nimble in responding to incoming data and the evolving outlook. Since then, inflation has again surprised to the upside. Some indicators of inflation expectations have risen, and projections for inflation this year have been revised up notably. In response to these developments, the committee decided that a larger increase in the target range was warranted at today's meeting. This continues our approach of expeditiously moving our policy rate up to more normal levels, and it will help ensure that longer-term inflation expectations remain well anchored at 2%. As shown in the SEP, the median projection for the appropriate level of the federal funds rate is 3.4% at the end of this year, a percentage point and a half higher than projected in March, and 0.9 percentage point above the median estimate of its longer run value. The median projection rises further to 3.8% at the end of next year and declines to 3.4% in 2024, still above the median longer run value. Of course, these projections do not represent a committee plan or decision, and no one knows with any certainty where the economy will be a year or more from now. Over coming months, we will be looking for compelling evidence that inflation is moving down, consistent with inflation returning to 2%. We anticipate that ongoing rate increases will be appropriate. The pace of those changes will continue to depend on the incoming data and the evolving outlook for the economy. Clearly, today's 75 basis point increase is an unusually large one, and I do not expect moves of this size to be common. From the perspective of today, either a 50 basis point or a 75 basis point increase seems most likely at our next meeting. We will, however, make our decisions meeting by meeting, and will continue to communicate our thinking as clearly as we can. Our overarching focus is using our tools to bring inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Making appropriate monetary policy in this uncertain environment requires a recognition that the economy often evolves in unexpected ways. Inflation has obviously surprised to the upside over the past year, and further surprises could be in store. We therefore will need to be nimble in responding to incoming data and the evolving outlook. And we will strive to avoid adding uncertainty to what is already an extraordinarily challenging and uncertain time. We are highly attentive to inflation risks and determined to take the measures necessary to restore price stability. The American economy is very strong and well positioned to handle tighter monetary policy. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Howard Schneider with Reuters. Two related questions. Chair Powell, did you feel you boxed yourself in with the language you used at the last press conference on 50 basis point hikes in June and July? And would you please give us as detailed a sense as you can of what role you played in reshaping market expectations so quickly on Monday?
So, as you know, we always aim to provide as much clarity as we can about our policy intentions, subject to the inherent uncertainty in the economic outlook, because we think monetary policy is more effective when market participants understand how policy will evolve, when they understand our objective function, our reaction function. And in the current highly unusual circumstances with inflation well above our goal, we think it's helpful to provide even more clarity than usual, again, subject to uncertainty in the outlook. So, and I think over the course of this year, financial markets have responded and have generally shown that they understand the path we're laying out. Of course, it remains data dependent, and so that's what we generally think about guidance, and that's why we offer it. And of course, when I offered that guidance at the last meeting, I did say that it was subject to the economy performing about in line with expectations. I also said that if the economy performed, if data came in worse than expected, then we would consider moving even more aggressively. So we got the CPI data and also some data on inflation expectations late last week, and we thought for a while, and we thought, well, this is the appropriate thing to do. So then the question is, what do you do? And do you wait 6 weeks to do it at the next meeting? And I think the answer is that's not where we are with this. So we decided we needed to go ahead, and so we did. And that's really how we made the decision.
Gina? Thanks for taking our questions. Gina Smilik with the New York Times. I guess I wonder if you could describe for us a little bit how you're deciding how aggressive you need to be. So obviously 75 today. What did 75 achieve that 50 wouldn't have, and why not just go for a full percentage point at some point?
Sure. So if you take a step back, what we're looking for is compelling evidence that inflationary pressures are abating and that inflation is moving back down. And we'd like to see that in the form of a series of declining monthly inflation readings. That's what we're looking for. And by this point, we had actually been expecting to see clear signs of at least inflation flattening out and ideally beginning to decline. We've said that we'd be data dependent, focused on incoming data, highly attentive to inflation risks, the things that I mentioned to Howard moments ago. So contrary to expectations, inflation again surprised to the upside. Some indicators of inflation expectations have risen, and projections of this year have moved up notably. So We thought that strong action was warranted at this meeting, and today we delivered that in the form of a 75 basis point rate hike, as I mentioned. So what was the point of it really is this. We've been moving rates up expeditiously to more normal levels. And over the course of the 7 months since we pivoted and began moving in this direction, we've seen financial conditions tighten, and appropriately so. But the federal funds rate, even after this move, is at 1.6%. So again, the committee is moving rates up expeditiously to more normal levels, and we came to the view that we'd like to do a little more front-end loading on that. So I think that the SEP gives you the levels that people think are appropriate at given points in time. This was really about the speed with which you would get there. So as I mentioned, we 75 basis points today. I said the next meeting could well be about a decision between 50 and 75. That would put us at the end of the July meeting, in that range in that more normal range, and that's a desirable place to be because you begin to have more optionality there about the speed with which you would proceed going forward. Just talking about the SEP for a second, what it really says is that committee participants widely would like to see policy at a modestly restrictive level at the end of this year. And that's 6 months from now. And so much data and so much can happen. So remember how highly uncertain this is. But so that is generally a range of 3 to 3.5%. That's where people are. And that's what they want to see, knowing what they know now and understanding that we need to show resolve, but also be flexible to incoming data as we see it. If things are better, we don't need to do that much. And if they're not, then we either do that much or possibly even more. But in any case, it will be very data dependent. Then you're looking at next year, and what you're seeing is people see a bit more tightening in a range of maybe 3.5% to 4%. And that's generally what people see as the appropriate path for getting inflation under control and starting back down and then getting back down to 2%. So 75 basis points seem like the right thing to do at this meeting, and that's what we did.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Thank you for taking my question, Mr. Chairman. You have not used the phrase in a long time, monetary policy is in a good place, which is a phrase that you used to use often. Now that the committee is projecting 4% or 3.8% next year in terms of the funds rate, which is similar to where the market is now, the futures market of 4% funds rate next year, do you think that's a level that is going to be sufficiently high enough to deal with and bring down the inflation problem? And just as a follow-up, could you break that apart for me? How much of that is restrictive, and how much of that is a normal positive rate that ought to be embedded or not, in your opinion, in the funds rate? Thank you.
Sure. So the question really is, how high does the rate really need to go? And this is, the estimates on the committee are in that range of 3.5% to 4%. And how do you think about that? Well, you can think about the longer run neutral rate. You can compare it to that, and we think that's in the mid-2s. You can look, frankly, at broader financial conditions. You can look at, asset prices. You can look at the effect you're having on the economy, rates, asset prices, credit spreads. All of those things go into that. You can also look at the yield curve and ask all along the yield curve, where is the policy rate? So for much of the yield curve now, real rates are positive. That's not true at the short end. At the short end of the yield curve in the early years, you don't have you have negative rates still. So that really is one data point. It's one part of financial conditions. So I think I have to look at it this way. We move the policy rate. That affects financial conditions, and that affects the economy. We have, of course, rigorous ways to think about it, but ultimately it comes down to, do we think financial conditions are in a place where they're having the desired effect on the economy? And that desired effect is, we'd like to see, demand moderating. Demand is very hot still in the economy. We'd like to see the labor market getting better in balance between supply and demand, and that can happen both from supply and demand. Right now, demand is substantially higher than available supply, though. So we feel that there's a role for us in moderating demand. Those are the things we can affect with our policy tools. There are many things we can't affect, and those would be, the things, the commodity price issues that we're having around the world due to the war in Ukraine, and and the fallout from that, and also just all of the supply side things that are still, pushing upward on inflation. So that's really how I would think about it.
But this 3.8%, 4% get it done? Does it get the job done and breaking the back of inflation?
I think it's certainly in the range of plausible numbers. I think we'll know when we get there, really. I mean, honestly, that would be, you would have positive real rates, I think, and inflation coming down by then. I think you'd have positive real rates across the curve. I think that the neutral rate is pretty low these days. So I would think it would, but you know what? We're going to find that out empirically. We're not going to be completely model driven about this. We're going to be looking at this, keeping our eyes open and reacting to incoming data, both on financial conditions and on what's happening in the economy.
Thanks. Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, you've said that you like your policy to work through expectations, and now obviously this decision was something quite different from how you and almost all of your colleagues had set those expectations during the intermeeting period. And I know you just said that what changed was really the inflation data, the inflation expectations data, but I'm wondering on the inflation expectations data, was there something you saw that was unsettling enough to risk eroding the credibility of your verbal guidance by doing something so different from what you had socialized before?
So if you look at we look at a broad range of inflation expectations. So you've got the public, you've got surveys of the public and of experts, and you've also got market-based. And I think if you look across that broad range of data, what you see is that expectations are still in the place, very much in the place, where short-term inflation is going to be high, but comes down sharply over the next couple of years. That's really where inflation expectations are. And also, as you get away from this episode, they get back down close to 2%. And so this is really very important to us that remain the case. And I think if you look for most measures, most of the time, that's what you see. If we even see a couple of indicators that bring that into question, we take that very seriously. We do not take this for granted. We take it very seriously. So the preliminary Michigan reading, it's a preliminary reading. It might be revised. Nonetheless, it was quite eye-catching, and we noticed that. We also noticed that the index of common inflation expectations at the board has moved up after being pretty flat for a long time. So we're watching that, and we're thinking, this is something we need to take seriously. And that is one of the factors, as I mentioned, one of the factors in our deciding to move ahead with 75 basis points today was what we saw in inflation expectations. We're absolutely determined to keep them anchored at 2%. That was one of the reasons. The other was just the CPI reading.
So if you saw a movement like that again, another tick up in inflation expectations, would that put a 75 or even 100 basis point increase in play at your next meeting?
I'll just say we're going to react to the incoming data and appropriately, I think. So I wouldn't want to put a number on what that might be. The main thing is to get rates up, and then pretty soon we'll be in an area where we're, I think, as you get closer to the end of the year, you're in a range where you've got restrictive policy, which is appropriate. 40-year highs in inflation. We think that policy is going to need to be restrictive, and we don't know how restrictive. So I think that's how we'll take it.
Hi, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin from Axios. Thanks for taking our questions. The late-breaking kind of decision to go to 75 basis points, do you worry that will make policy guidance a less effective tool in the future? And should we think of that as a kind of symmetrical reaction function if we start to get soft readings on inflation or if the labor market starts to roll over?
To take your second question first, yes. I mean, I think we're resolved to take this on, but we're going to be flexible in the implementation of it. Sorry, and your question was guidance. So again, the overall exercise is that we try to provide as much clarity about our policy intentions as we can, because we think that makes monetary policy work better. It's always a trade-off, because you have to live with that guidance. And so you do it, and it helps a lot of the time. I frankly think this year has been a demonstration of how well it can work. With us having really just done very little in the way of raising interest rates, financial conditions have tightened quite significantly through the expectations channel, as we've made it clear what our plans are. So I think that's been a very healthy thing to be happening. So, and I would hope that it's always going to be, any guidance that we give is always going to be subject to things working out about as we expect. And in this particular situation, we're looking for something specific, and that is progress on inflation. We want to see progress. We want to see, inflation can't go down until it flattens out. And that's what we're looking to see. And if we don't see that, then that's the kind of thing that will cause, even if we don't see progress for a longer period, that could cause us to react. But we will, soon enough, we will be seeing some progress at some point, and we'll react appropriately to that too. But I would like to think, though, that our guidance is still credible, but it's always going to be conditional on what happens. This is an unusual situation to get, some data late during blackout, pretty close, very close to our meeting. Very unusual to one that would actually change the outcome. So I've only seen, in my 10 years plus here at the Fed, I've only seen something like that, even close to that, 1 or 2 times. So I don't think it's something that'll come up a great deal.
Thank you so much for taking our questions. Colby Smith with the Financial Times. On the clear and convincing threshold for the inflation trajectory, what is the level of realized inflation that meets that criteria? And how is the committee thinking about the potential trade-off of much higher unemployment than even what's forecasted in the SEP if inflation is not moderating, at this acceptable pace?
Sorry, the second part I didn't get.
What's the potential trade-off with higher unemployment than even what's forecasted in the SEP if inflation is not moderating at an acceptable pace?
Right. So what we want to see is a series of declining monthly readings for inflation, and we'd like to see inflation headed down. So, and right now our policy rate is well below neutral, right? So soon enough we'll have our policy rate. Let's assume the world works out about like the SEP says. The policy rate will be up where we think it should be, and then the question would be, do you slow down? Does it make you, you'll be making these judgments about, is it appropriate now to slow down from 50 to 25, let's say, or speed up? So that's the kind of thinking we'll be doing, and we're looking, ultimately, we're not going to declare victory until we see a series of these, really see convincing evidence, compelling evidence that inflation is coming down. And that's what I mean by, that's what it would take for us to say, okay, we think this job is done. Because we saw, and frankly, we saw last year, inflation came down over the course of the summer and then turned right around and went back up. So I think we're going to be careful about declaring victory. But again, the implementation of our policy is going to be flexible and sensitive to incoming data.
Are you more concerned now that to bring down inflation, it's going to require more than just some pain at this point?
So again, I think that I do think that their objective, and this is what's reflected in the SEP, but our objective really is to bring inflation down to 2% while the labor market remains strong. I think that what's becoming more clear is that many factors that we don't control are going to play a very significant role in deciding whether that's possible or not. And there I'm thinking, of course, of commodity prices, the war in Ukraine, supply chain, things like that, where we really can't, the monetary policy stance doesn't affect those things. So, but having said that, there is a path. There's a path for us to get there. It's not getting easier. It's getting more challenging because of these external forces, and that path is to move demand down, and you have a lot of surplus demand in take for example in the labor market. So you have 2 job vacancies essentially for every person actively seeking a job, and that has led to a real imbalance in wage negotiating. You could get to a place where where that ratio was at a more normal level, and you would expect to see those wage pressures move back down to a level where people are still getting healthy wage increases, real wage increases, but at a level that's consistent with 2% inflation. So that's a possibility, and you could say the same thing about some of the product markets where there's just excess capacity, and where the strong demand has gone into where they're capacity constrained, right? So you have effectively what we think of as a vertical supply curve or close to it. So demand comes in and it's very strong, and it shows up in higher prices, not higher quantities, not more cars, because they can't make the cars because they don't have the semiconductors. So in principle, that could work in reverse. When demand comes down, you could see, and it's not guaranteed, but you could see prices coming down more than the typical economic relationships that you see in the textbooks would suggest, because of the unusual situation we're in on the supply side. So there's a pathway there. It is not going to be easy, and again, it's our objective, but as I mentioned, it's going to depend to some extent on factors we don't control.
Hi, Chair Powell. Thank you for taking our questions. Rachel Siegel from the Washington Post. So the new projections show the unemployment rate ticking up through 2024. Is a higher unemployment rate necessary in order to combat inflation? And what is lost if the unemployment rate has to go up and people lose their jobs in order to control inflation? Thank you.
So you're right. In the SEP, we have unemployment going up to the median is 4.1%. There are, of course, a range of actual forecasts, and I would characterize that if you were to get inflation down to, on its way down to 2%, and the unemployment rate went up to 4.1%, that's still a historically low level. We hadn't seen unemployment rates below 4% until a couple of years ago. We'd seen it for like 1 year in the last 50. So the idea that 3.6% is historically low in the last century. So a 4.1% unemployment rate with inflation well on its way to 2%, I think that would be a successful outcome. So we're not looking to have a higher unemployment rate, but I would say that I would certainly look at that as a successful outcome.
Does that include people losing their jobs, or?
We don't seek to put people out of work. Of course, we never think too many people are working and fewer people need to have jobs. But we also think that you really cannot have the kind of labor market we want without price stability. And we have to go back and establish price stability so we can have that kind of labor market. And that's a labor market where, where workers are getting wage increases. Maybe the workers at the lower end of the spectrum are getting the biggest wage increases, as they were before the pandemic, where participation is high, where there's lots of job opportunities, where it's just the labor market we had before the pandemic that's what we want to get back to. And you see, disparities between various groups at historic lows. We'd love to get back to that place, but to get there, it's not going to happen with the levels of inflation we have. So we have to restore that, and it really is in service in the medium and longer term of the kind of labor market we want and hope to achieve.
Hi, Chair Powell. Matthew Bosa with Bloomberg. So as you just mentioned, the committee is now projecting a 0.5 percentage point rise in the unemployment rate in the SEPs over the next couple years. And it removed a line from its policy statement about thinking that the labor market can remain strong while it tightens policy. You just mentioned that is still your objective, though. So I'm wondering if you could explain why that line was removed from the statement, and also whether this means the FOMC is trying to induce a recession now to bring inflation down.
Not trying to induce a recession now. Let's be clear about that. We're trying to achieve 2% inflation consistent with a strong labor market. That's what we're trying to do. So let me talk about that sentence. Clearly, it's our goal to bring about 2% inflation while keeping the labor market strong, right? And that's kind of what the SEP says. That the SEP has inflation getting down to a little above 2% in 2024 with unemployment at 4.1%. So, and this is a strong labor market. This is a good labor market. And as I mentioned, there are pathways to do it. But those pathways have become much more challenging due to factors that are not under our control. Again, thinking here of the fallout from the war in Ukraine, which has brought a spike in prices of energy, food, fertilizer, industrial chemicals, and also just the supply chains more broadly, which have been larger and longer lasting than anticipated. So the sentence that we deleted said that we believe that appropriate monetary policy effectively alone can bring about the result of 2% inflation with a strong labor market. And so much of it is really not down to monetary policy. It just didn't, the sentence isn't, it kind of says on its face that monetary policy alone can do this. And that just didn't seem appropriate, so we took the sentence out.
And given the new projections for the unemployment rate, could you talk a little bit about what accounts for, such reduced confidence against, say, a month ago or 3 months ago that inflation will largely normalize on its own as these supply side issues get worked out? Thanks.
Well, yeah, I think you've seen, again, we've been expecting progress, and we didn't get that. We got sort of the opposite. So I also think the situation, really since the consequences of the Ukraine war become more and more clear, what you're seeing is the situation getting more difficult. And you look around the world, I mean, lots of countries are looking at inflation of 10%. And it's largely due to commodities prices. But all over the world, you're seeing these effects. And so, and we're seeing them here. Gas prices, all-time highs and things like that. That's not something we can do something about. So that is really, and by the way, headline inflation is important for expectations. The public's expectations, why would they be distinguishing between core inflation and headline inflation? Core inflation is something we think about because it is a better predictor of future inflation. But headline inflation is what people experience. They don't know what core is. Why would they? They have no reason to. So expectations are very much at risk due to high headline inflation. So the environment has become more difficult, clearly, in the last 4 or 5 months. And hence the need for the policy actions that we took today, hence our resolution to get rates up and ultimately get them to where we think they need to be in coming months.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. I want to ask you, you talked about CPI going to 8.6%. The retail sales surprised the market by falling, and then revisions to the previous months were down. Are you hearing from contacts about consumers slowing spending or changing their habits?
So we're of course watching very, very carefully for that, and looking at the retail sale, the big store numbers and all that kind of thing. And so, but I think the fair summary of what we see is you see continuing shifts in consumption. You see some things sales going down, but overall, spending is very strong. The consumer's in really good shape financially. They're spending. There's no sign of a broader slowdown that I can see in the economy. People are talking about it a lot. Consumer confidence is very low. That's probably related to gas prices, and also just stock prices to some extent for other people. But that's what we're seeing. We're not seeing a broad slowdown. We see job growth slowing, but it's still at quite robust levels. We see the economy slowing a bit, but still growth levels, healthy growth levels.
So then, as you are raising rates in this economy, how closely are you watching consumer spending, or is there another indicator that you're watching more closely?
It would be hard to watch anything much more closely than we watch consumer spending, but we watch everything. We watch business fixed investment, which actually has softened a bit, we're responsible for watching everything. But consumption is 60-some% of the economy, 2/3 of the economy. So naturally, we spend a lot of time on that. And again, there's a lot going on. There are a lot of flows back and forth, but ultimately, it does appear that the U.S. economy is in a strong position and well positioned to deal with higher interest rates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. Are you targeting headline inflation now or core inflation? In other words, how far would you chase oil prices if they keep going up, if that's going to be the component that drives expectations? Would you risk recession for a headline rate if the core rate is holding steady or starting to go down?
So we're responsible for inflation in the law, and inflation means headline inflation. So that's our ultimate goal. We, of course, like all central banks do, look very, very carefully at core inflation because it's a much better predictor, and it's a much better predictor of where inflation is going, and it's also more relevant to our tools. As I mentioned, the parts that don't go into core are mostly outside the scope of our tools, so we look at that. But you know, the current situation is particularly difficult because of what I mentioned about expectations. We can't affect. Really, I mean, the energy prices are set by global commodity prices. And most of food, not all of it, but most food prices are pretty heavily influenced by global commodity prices too, also other things. So we can't really have much of an effect, but we have to be mindful of the potential effect on inflation expectations from headlines. So it's a very difficult situation to be in. And we can't do much about the difference between the elements that make up headline that are not in core.
Could I just, as a follow-up, get a clarification on the SEP? When the members gave their forecasts, when were they inserted into the record? Were they revised after the CPI or Michigan numbers came out? In other words, does the SEP as we have it now reflect the same factors that led you to go to a 75 basis point move?
The SEP is of one piece. It reflects all of the economic readings. It also reflects the 75 basis point increase. This is important. So people had that in hand when their SEPs were submitted. So in other words, it's not in addition to what's in the SEP. The SEP, everyone's SEP reflects their thinking about this rate increase and what's going forward.
Hi, Victoria Guida from Politico. I wanted to ask about how you're measuring progress, especially since you've now started front-loading rate hikes more. You've talked about how you want to see inflation coming down over a series of reports, and I guess I'm curious whether you think inflation data itself is a really good indicator, or whether you might be concerned that it's a lagging indicator, or that it might send confusing signals given that, as you've talked about, there are sort of supply and demand aspects. And I guess my question is, do you think that inflation data will tell you when you've gone to where you need to go, or do you just feel like maybe it's better to overshoot than to undershoot?
So I think the role that we can play, maybe the way to get at it is to say that the role that we can play is around demand, right? So, and we'll be able to see the areas that we can affect are those that are associated with excess demand. And we'll be able to see our effect on, for example, job openings in real time. So, and that would tell us about wages. Wages are not principally responsible for the inflation that we're seeing, but going forward, they would be very important, particularly in the service sector. So, sorry, I'm not sure I'm getting to your question.
My question is inflation data itself the best indicator for when you're getting to where you need to go, or might it lead you to go too far?
There's always a risk of going too far or going not far enough. And it's going to be a very difficult judgment to make, or maybe not. Maybe it'll be really clear. But we're quite mindful of the dangers. But I will say the worst mistake we could make would be to fail, which it's not an option. We have to restore price stability. We really do. Because everything, it's the bedrock of the economy. If you don't have price stability, the economy is really not going to work the way it's supposed to. It won't work for people. Their wages will be being eaten up. So we want to get the job done. This inflation happened relatively recently. We don't think that it's affecting expectations in any kind of fundamental way. We don't think that we're seeing a wage price spiral. We think that the public generally sees us as very likely to be successful in getting inflation down to 2%, and that's critical. It's absolutely key to the whole thing that that we sustain that confidence. So that's how we're thinking about it.
Hi, Brian Chung with Yahoo Finance. I just want to expand, I guess, on what you just said now about the general public feeling like, you can get this done. When you talk about consumer sentiment being down, household inflation expectations being up, recession just broadly being dinner table talk, does the general feel among American households and also businesses square with your explanation of the economy, given that the description of inflation in the statement didn't change between May and June? Thanks.
So clearly, people don't like inflation a lot, and many people are experiencing it really for the first time, because we haven't had anything like this kind of inflation in 40 years, and it's really something people don't like, and they're experiencing that, and that's showing up in surveys and in all kinds of ways. And we understand that, and we understand the hardship that people are experiencing from high inflation, and we're determined to do what we can to get inflation back down. So that's really what we're saying. Clearly, it's an incredibly unpopular thing, and it's very painful for people. So, I guess what I'm saying is the really critical question from the perspective of doing our job is making sure that the public does have confidence that we have the tools and will use them, and they do work to bring inflation back down over time. It will take some time, we think, to get inflation back down, but we will do that.
Thank you. Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. You have talked about inflation a few times and mentioned oil prices, China lockdowns. But aside from rises in commodity prices such as gas prices, we're also seeing stickier measures of inflation increasing, such as the Cleveland Fed's median and trimmed mean CPIs. I mean, how persistent do you see those underlying measures of inflation, and how do you expect to, and where do you see those going in the near future?
Yeah. So, as I mentioned, I think in my opening statement, the inflation has started off in quite narrow, very directly pandemic-related areas, and it's spread now broadly across the economy and into the services sector as well. It was really in the goods sector at the beginning. In particular, you're seeing in travel now, if you've flown on a plane lately, planes are very full and plane tickets are very expensive. Some of that will be passed through of energy prices, but so you're experiencing services inflation. Shelter inflation is high. So the question, and you see the Cleveland measure going up, and many other measures are going up. So it's a time when we're not seeing progress, and we want to see progress, and that's really another part of why we did what we did today, and why the SEP looks like it does, is that we see it as appropriate to get the policy rate up to restrictive levels, which would be, in the thinking of the committee, somewhere in the range of 3 to 3.5% by year end, and then after that, you see what the rest of the SEP says. So I hope that's responsive to your question.
All right, we're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox. After that, we're going to have many more headlines to bring to you, including remarks from Governor Mike DeWine on a bill he signed into law that will make it easier for teachers to be armed in schools. That's up next. welcome back. Now, during the week, Ohio Governor Mike DeWine signed into law a bill that would make it easier for teachers to be armed in classrooms. Now, before the bill was signed into law, it was required that teachers have at least 700 hours of training. But now with this new law, they only need 24 hours of training. Now, obviously, this comes after the mass shootings in Uvalde, Texas, where a number of young students and 2 teachers were tragically killed. Let's go ahead and listen to his remarks.
BCI agents were called to the shooting at Chardon High School. Frankly, I will never forget being there, looking on the walls, looking at the inspirational words for students, and yet there are no students there, and that school had become tragically a crime scene. So let's talk about what has been done regarding school safety since then, what we're doing, what we intend to do. As Ohio's Attorney General, we work to help hundreds of schools with outdated school safety plans come into compliance with their statutory responsibility to keep an updated plan on file. Next, we developed a school safety task force that put focus on the impact of mental health on school safety and the importance of forming local partnerships to manage school emergencies. Next, our Ohio Peace Officer Training Academy, partnering with the Ohio Department of Education, trained thousands of educators and law enforcement officers on identifying and helping troubled youth at risk for violence and how to respond if an active shooter did come into the school grounds. While Attorney General, we also launched the School Safety Training Grant Program, giving millions of dollars to schools to help them with ongoing training needs. As governor, I took office with a plan to do even more for our children, starting with providing easier access to mental health services. Children's behavioral well-being is crucial for their long-term health. The work we laid out, 1, prioritizes prevention. 2, works to keep kids healthy and safe both physically and emotionally. And 3, supports families with early identification, intervention, and ongoing support. All of those things help our children in school. Let me go through some of the specific things that we have done. We've invested $84 million in children's hospitals across the state to expand their behavioral health centers. That is a work in progress. 2, we also worked with the Ohio General Assembly to create the Student Wellness and Success Fund. This fund was created in our first budget and continued in our second. It is now part of the school funding formula. This has been a $1.2 billion investment to provide funds for wraparound services for students, including prevention programs. This funding has helped launch 1,300 different mental health programs and train 6,500 educators and school professionals. And I thank the General Assembly, members who are here and not here, for their work on that. Since we made it part of the school funding formula, the Student Wellness and Success Fund will continue to help schools fund mental health and wellness programs to meet our students' needs. Let me just say that I urge today every school in the state of Ohio to re-examine how they are using these student wellness funds. We have great examples of how some of our schools are using these dollars to deal with mental health challenges. Great examples of success, great examples of innovative programs. And so I would ask every school board, every superintendent to take a look again at these wellness dollars. Legislature gave you flexibility, but I would ask you to examine those, particularly in light of the needs that our children have in regard to mental health. This money is available to help in this area and can have a real impact on helping our children. Next, when I became governor, Ohio did not have a state office focused exclusively on the safety of our schools, safety of our children. In 2019, we launched the Ohio School Safety Center and put it within the Department of Public Safety. Let me recap what this office does. It scans social media for school threats. And if they find them, they contact the school and local law enforcement. Second, it runs the state's free Safer Ohio School tip line. Some schools have their own tip line, and that's fine. This adds a state line for schools that don't have one. Next, it conducts free vulnerability assessments for schools to identify and help address any safety gaps. Next, to help with school security, I work with the General Assembly to launch our new K-12 school safety grant program to give schools money to pay for important security upgrades. In fact, we announced nearly $5 million in grants for schools just a few days before the tragedy in Texas. I want to take a moment to commend Ohio's school officials, our teachers, who have worked very hard to prevent, avert, and avoid tragedies. They do this every single day. It is a partnership with us. They're the ones who are on the front line, and we thank them for what they do. They do all this while also working diligently to give our children every day a good education. Every day, our educators are focused on the safety of every child who walks through their doors, and they deserve our thanks and appreciation. Working together, we've come a long way to improve school safety in Ohio, and we must continue this progress. We have an obligation to do everything that we can every single day to try and protect our children. Tomorrow, I intend to sign the new capital budget bill, which includes an additional $100 million for our K-12 safety grant program. I work with the General Assembly to secure this funding for public, private, and parochial schools. Let me again emphasize this. Any school child in the state of Ohio is in a school should be eligible, their school should be eligible for this money. And that is the way I asked the legislature to write it. That is the way they wrote it, and I congratulate them for doing that. These are all our children. This money can be put towards physical safety upgrades in school buildings, classrooms, perimeters, parking lots. The money will also go towards safety measures such as visitor badging systems, facility mapping, school radio systems, exterior lighting, door locking, and other things. We want every school in Ohio to have physical security measures in place, and the goal of this funding is to help our school districts with the cost of adding extra layers of physical protection. Let me also say that in discussions with the General Assembly, we agreed on the amount of $100 million. If we find, as we move forward, that is not enough money, we will go back to the General Assembly, and I'm sure working together we will be able to come up with additional money to complete the job if that is needed. Let me now turn to behavioral threat assessment training. We must also continue to strengthen our focus on the mental wellness of our kids. And we talked about earlier the number of things we've already done. It goes without saying there are teachers among those who know our kids the best and can often tell when a child is struggling. But identifying a child who could potentially become violent isn't easy. The assessment of behavioral threats is a skill and a practice that takes training. I want our teachers to have the very best training that is available. So, we'll be offering training on a behavioral threat assessment model that is considered among many to be the gold standard in behavioral threat assessment training. And Ohio's educators deserve nothing less than this gold standard. We'll first train many staff at our Educational Service Centers, ESCs, in this evidence-based process for identifying, assessing, and managing threats and threatening behavior before they escalate to violence. Once we train ESC staff, they'll then go on to train educators throughout the state. It is a trainer training the trainers. This will be free training for any school that wants it, to help them meet also the statutory requirement under House Bill 123 of the 133rd General Assembly. This bill mandates that every public school serving grades 6 through 12 has a trained behavioral threat assessment team in place by March of next year. Again, our school staff members, particularly our teachers, are the people who know our students best, so it just makes sense to provide them with this evidence-based training to identify behavior issues before they turn violent and to connect students to needed services before a crisis occurs. Our whole emphasis is on identifying students who need help. We're seeing too many suicides. We are seeing other mental health problems. And it's very, 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 very small percentage of those who have a behavioral health challenge that is not being treated may become violent at a later period of time. So this is a win-win in trying to deal with all of these challenges. I mentioned the Student Wellness and Success Fund earlier, that $1.2 billion investment for schools to use for wraparound services for students, including services to address mental health. Again, I encourage our schools to please take advantage of this funding to support your students' mental well-being. Now let me talk about House Bill 99. We're also going to significantly expand the work of our Ohio School Safety Center. Just a short time ago, I signed House Bill 99, sponsored by Representative Thomas Hall, which appropriates $6 million to expand the center, which again we created in 2019 as the first statewide office of its kind that focuses on nothing but the safety of school children and school staff. The funding appropriated through House Bill 99 will allow us to carry out Senator Frank Hoagland's vision to create a new safety and crisis division within the Ohio School Safety Center. This division will be primarily focused on developing and delivering school safety training for educators. The division will employ a chief mobile training officer who will be either a military veteran or a licensed law enforcement officer, according to the language of the bill, to oversee 16 new regional training officers. These regional training officers will focus on emergency management training in the Ohio Department of Education's 16 already established school safety support team regions. And although it's not part of the bill, I've also directed our Ohio School Safety Center to expand its local community liaison from 5 positions to 16. While the training officers will focus exclusively on training, we distinguish between the training officers and our liaison officers. While the training officers will focus exclusively on training, our liaisons will work with schools to secure resources and supports for emotional safety. They'll help with the school vulnerability assessment, that identifying physical safety gaps, and they'll also work with schools on cyber safety as well. So in total, we're adding 28 new staff members to the School Safety Center. That's 26 more people who will work every single day on nothing but the safety of our schools. Let me talk now in regard to House Bill 99 in regard to the arming of staff. And to do that, we need to go back and talk about a little history. House Bill 99, as you know, also addresses the option, and it is an option, of arming school staff. Although this bill was in development well before the recent tragedy in Texas, that heartbreaking school shooting certainly increased the urgency to enact it. Since many Ohioans learned of House Bill 99 in the wake of the Texas shooting, I think it is important to detail the history on this issue. Over the past decades, Ohio law has detailed who may carry a weapon into a school safety zone. Ohio law has permitted 3 general categories of individuals to be armed in school, all of whom are employed to protect students and teachers. They are as follows: law enforcement officers in the scope of their duties, number 1. Number 2, security officers employed by the local school board for that school. And 3, and I quote, any other person who has written authorization from the Board of Education or governing body of a school to convey deadly weapons. Again, any other person who has written authorization from the Board of Education or governing body of a school to convey deadly weapons, end of quote. Now, when I was Attorney General, I expressed my support for school districts to use that third option to designate individuals to carry a weapon and provide assistance in the event of a threat. I must also add, though, if you'll recall, that at that time I said if I was on school board, my preference would be for a police officer, school safety officer. That was my personal opinion, and I expressed it at that time, and I still follow that. I suggested at that time that schools look at former law enforcement officers or military veterans, or to have a staff member properly qualified so that someone with significant training would fill this role. While the law at the time, our understanding of the law, did not address training for this third category of individuals. I advocated that a curriculum be developed so those responsible with securing our schools would have significant and relevant training in this area and would be prepared for potential threats. The ability of schools to authorize specific individuals to carry a firearm on school grounds remained the general understanding of the law in Ohio until last year, when a ruling by the Ohio Supreme Court basically made this option impractical for most schools. The Ohio Supreme Court ruled in a 4-3 decision in the majority's interpretation of the two Ohio statutes in this area. And let me just say, those statutes, and there was a potential conflict between the statutes. One could have read it that way. I interpreted it a different way as the Attorney General, but it could have been read that way. And the Ohio Supreme Court, in a 4-3 decision, interpreted the law as follows. In the majority's interpretation of the two Ohio statutes in this case, in this area, a person authorized by a school board to carry a deadly weapon in a school had to have the minimum training of a peace officer, which would be more than 700 hours of peace officer basic training or 20 years of documented law enforcement experience. So therefore, beginning about a year ago, that really became what the law is in Ohio. This ruling had the effect of taking the training of new school board designees sort of off the table as a viable option for school safety, because the more than 700 hours of peace officer basic training is simply, I think most schools would find unrealistic for their teachers and other potential staff. Now, let me just say that those 700 hours of training are intended to broadly train law enforcement. And the vast majority of that training is not really relevant to school safety directly. For example, those training hours include driving courses, patrolling in a police cruiser, stopping vehicles in traffic, investigating traffic crashes, operating a radar gun. Those all are not really directly impactful in regard to a school situation. Requiring all these courses to allow for teachers and staff to be designated to help keep schools safe just wouldn't work for most schools. Not only did we need legislation to make training reasonable and accessible to school staff, but we also needed legislation to ensure that training was not just significant, but relevant to school safety and potential active shooter threats. In fact, the Ohio Supreme Court majority opinion, the 4-3 decision, acknowledged that the legislature could change the law in this area. And the legislature did respond with House Bill 99. We worked closely with the members of the legislature and other experts to carefully craft the law to ensure that anyone authorized to carry a gun on school property would have thorough school-specific training. Let me talk about that. But first, let me just say what this does not do. It does not require any school in the state of Ohio to arm teachers or their staff members. Schools are not required to do this. And we've also already seen schools that have made that decision not to do it. We've seen other schools that have made the decision to do it, and we've seen a lot of schools that have not announced anything. But there's no requirement to do that. Every school will make its own decision. And again, I would say that schools that have school safety officers in those schools and have done other things may very, very understandably make the decision that that is what they want to do, and they do not want to arm anyone else. What the bill does is essentially reverts back to the prior practice of allowing local school districts to make a local decision on whether or not they will permit certain school staff members to be armed on school ground. This is a local choice. It's not mandated by the legislature nor by the governor. Each school board will determine what is best for their students, their staff, and their community. It's important to note that before the Supreme Court ruling, Ohio law was not understood generally to require any safety training for school board designated employees to carry a gun. You remember, go back, there was a distinction on those two statutes between those who had to have the full training and those were people who were functioning in the school as a school safety officer. They had to have that full training. People who were not functioning primarily as a school safety officer did not have to have that training. Now, if a district chooses to arm staff members, the bill mandates up to 24 hours. The legislature said up to 24 hours of school-specific training for these individuals. This training will be focused training specifically tailored to those working in schools. This training will be carried out regionally by the new Safety and Crisis Division training officers we're now able to employ because of House Bill 99. This bill leaves it up to the Ohio School Safety Center to develop the training curriculum and determine how many of those 24 hours to require. I'm announcing today that I have directed the School Safety Center to require all 24 of those hours. I'm directing the School Safety Center to require the maximum number of hours provided by the legislature, which is 24. To name just a few topics, the bill requires our training officers to focus on de-escalation, crisis intervention, first aid, psychology of critical incidents, and it will include essential scenario-based training. Let me say this, scenario-based training is important, and it's something that I have emphasized in training for many, many years. It's important that we expand that. Further, those authorized to carry guns in schools must have a criminal background check each year under the bill, and they're required to take up to 8 hours of requalification training annually. So I'm announcing today that I have asked the Ohio School Safety Center and ordered them to require all 8 hours each year. The training developed by the School Safety Center will be comprehensive. It will be quality training. We certainly understand that some districts may want even more training for their staff, and let me talk about this because the bill provides for that. The bill does not prohibit a school district from requiring more, which is why I've also directed the Ohio School Safety Center to develop and offer training that goes above and beyond what's allowed by law in House Bill 99. And I'm announcing today that I am asking them to develop additional blocks of training. Those blocks of training could be 6 additional hours. It could offer a school 20, of course, the 24. It could offer a school of 30. It could offer the school of 36, of 40. We will offer these schools in various levels of training, and they'll be up to the school to determine that they will have to do the 24. Let me just close by saying I remain committed to supporting and expanding our mental health efforts and services, and will continue working with the General Assembly on this. This has to do with adults as well as children. In the meantime, our schools have a valuable resource in the Ohio School Safety Center for one-on-one consultation on implementing a comprehensive school safety framework. Not only will schools receive feedback on areas of improvement, but our staff will help the schools implement these improvements step by step. Our school safety teams will also facilitate training in both physical and emotional safety for all school staff to ensure they know how to identify concerning behavioral and physical vulnerabilities. All of the services they provide interact to create a layered approach to school safety, from physical safety of the buildings to ensuring staff are properly trained, to making resources available to care for the mental wellness of our kids. Ensuring that each layer operates in tandem with the others is so very important. Cooperation is important. And one of the things that we've always emphasized is the close working relationship between our local schools and our police forces and our mental health community resources as well. Also, school safety is everyone's business, not just the school professionals. If parents or citizens see something, they should say something. If they see something on the internet, if they get something home from one of their children in school that indicates a child in school is a problem, they should speak up. People need to speak up. It is the responsibility of everyone. I'm committed to continuing to do all we can to be a resource for our teachers, administrators, and other school staff to help protect our kids. I want to thank the General Assembly for their support of these school safety measures, particularly Representative Hall and Senator Hoagland, who are here today. Let me now welcome Lieutenant Governor Houston to say a few words. He will be followed by Representative Hall, then Senator Hoagland, and then we will take questions. Lieutenant Governor.
Thank you, Governor. I think as you can conclude from the governor's remarks that this is a lot more than just one piece of legislation, that there is a comprehensive strategy that involves law enforcement, education personnel, the administration, and many others to focus on a package of ideas and strategies for keeping students and teachers, school personnel, all of our schools safe. I want to emphasize the mental health aspect of this, of helping to identify students who could do harm to themselves or others. Building a system, as we have and tried to resource it, to help with schools with that can be the greatest service that we can provide in preventing harm for any student in any school. I just want to emphasize a couple of things that the governor said. This is optional, House Bill, House Bill 99 provisions for schools and school personnel. No one, no school, no teacher, no administrator should exercise their option to get the training and provide them access to self-defense tools in a school setting unless they're completely trained, prepared, and ready to go. I know that in some school districts, the community, the school itself, will decide that this is not something that they want to do. But I know that there are many schools in places like where I grew up that will embrace the opportunity. I've talked with teachers and administrators who do not want to be denied the opportunity to protect themselves and their students, and this law enables them to do that. That they don't want to be a victim, that they do want to be prepared to defend themselves. And I want to emphasize the relevance of the training involved here. I spent a day observing and participating in, to some extent, scenario-based training for schools. I learned a lot, and I know that that the training that's going to be put in place will help prepare for a variety of scenarios that can occur in those settings. That's why the scenario-based training is so very important. I will also state that our Innovate Ohio team has been working with the Department of Public Safety to continue to pursue more technology solutions to help make sure that only law-abiding citizens are getting access to firearms, and that those who are not allowed do not get access, and we'll be talking more about that soon. But I want to emphasize the fact that Governor DeWine has led a comprehensive effort on this for a very long time, both as Attorney General and as Governor. He's built a team who cares a lot about this, and today's announcement is just one more step in that package of helping to keep our schools safe so that we can focus on creating an environment where the maximum amount of learning can occur and our children, families, and teachers, administrators can feel safe in their school districts. I will now turn it over to Representative Hall.
Good morning. Thank you, Governor DeWine, Lieutenant Governor Husted, Senator Hoagland, and each of you for being with us today. I am so honored to be with you all today. Since introducing House Bill 99 last February, I present to you -18 version of the bill, the version that has been signed into law today. This is a bill that has been through some very contested committee hearings and 4 speeches. It is important to note lawmakers from both sides of the aisle all want the very same thing: to protect students and staff and schools all across Ohio, to ensure that no parent is afraid to send their child to school. After the horrific event that transpired in Uvalde, Texas, constituents and even many lawmakers were advocating for, and I quote, to do something. I am proud to be a part of this moment of, in fact, doing something that will without a doubt protect students and staff. After many conversations and collaborations, I am proud of the final version we have that is now officially signed into law. Through House Bill 99, we are empowering local school boards to make decisions to keep their students and staff safe. We are giving permissive authority while setting a minimum amount of training, but not a maximum. By establishing and working with the Ohio School Safety Center and the Ohio Mobile Training Team, I am confident House Bill 99 is the right solution for schools here in Ohio. This is by far the most important day of my legislative career, with getting such a historic piece of legislation signed into law. It is also a special moment to have my father with me, Kent Hall, who is a school resource officer and was there at my alma mater the day our community experienced a school shooting at Madison High School in 2016. He responded in 7 seconds that day to the lunchroom where the shooting occurred, and in these situations, we know that seconds matter. By allowing school boards to have this practice, we are empowering them to provide an additional option to their school safety plans. Today is a great day for the state of Ohio and a step in the right direction to protect students and enhance the school safety right here in our great state. I want to again thank the leadership of Governor DeWine, Lieutenant Governor Husted, my colleague Senator Hoagland, Senate President Huffman, Speaker Cupp, and our colleagues in both chambers. Today is Ohio doing something, and I'm grateful to see this bill get signed into law. God bless all of you. I will now turn it over to my colleague, Senator Hoagland.
Okay, let me sneak in here. Well, I'm not going to recap on everything that the governor, lieutenant governor, and representative already said. I'm pretty sure that they already hit the nail on the head for everything that needs to be said in that category. But I'd like to go ahead and, me being a military guy, kind of narrow it down into the next step here. So the mission, create a component that will enhance school security, ultimately saving lives. This mission belongs to DPS. Director of Public Safety is charged to employ these highly trained personnel. These individuals need to have a professional background developing curriculum, training, critical thinking, problem solving, and mentoring. Personnel that already have a resume, not somebody that needs to build their resume. We need a team of individuals whose sole desire is keeping Ohio children in schools safe. I expect nothing other than the best of the best to make up this MTT team. Our future generation is counting on this to be very successful, very much like the Air Marshal program that I had the opportunity to be part of. A program that took on the security burden for our airlines, thus allowing pilots to fly and support personnel to do their work and logistic personnel to focus on their mission. The selection of the training chief and all the training officers is extremely important. We need a set of fresh eyes on this problem, people that are willing and capable of carrying out this mission. This team of individuals will help school boards out with their selection of personnel, the development of their curriculum, and staying focused on what needs to be done for their schools should they choose to do this. We'll also help take the burden off the principals, the superintendents, to ensure that they give the best guidance and direction on putting together their safety programs. Empowering the faculty personnel with their decision-making process while under stressful conditions as though people like me that have been in. And I pray that DPS makes the best decision for our kids. Thank you very much. Thank you, Governor, Lieutenant Governor, and Representative Hall.
Be happy to take any questions.
Can a school district set a standard lower than the 24 hours and not go through the school safety?
Not if they want to arm and police them.
So in the bill.
The bill says it can't go above 24. I think, that's what the way the legislature wrote it. I'm taking the maximum. I'm saying it has to be that. We could have picked a lower number. I'm not doing that. I'm going further and saying that some schools may want to exceed 24 hours, and we will give them easy to understand units of what they will be getting if they go beyond the 24 hours. We think the 24 hours we can accomplish, a lot can be accomplished in that 24, but we want to give them the option to take it to a higher level. It's the same way with the 8. I took the maximum there. If you look at the language, it says, cannot exceed. I can't make it more than 8. I can't make it more than 24. But we can give options out there. Now, we can't require that, is what we're saying.
And can a school district go anywhere other than the school safety center for training?
Yeah, if it's approved. If it's approved by the school safety center, because, this is a big job, a lot of people. And so if they, the private sector can certainly get involved in this. But again, we have to approve their curriculum.
Whatever that is, aside from the safety center, to be approved, it has to be 24 hours.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they got the 24, and we have to approve the curriculum within the 24.
So they couldn't go to a separate training institution approved by the school safety center?
No, they could.
They could do that. But if they do that, do they still have to reach the 24 maximum that you said?
Oh, sure. They sure, no. That everyone will know that the 24 is the standard. So if you're a private nonprofit or profit, whatever, and you design a program, we're not going to approve it unless it's 24 hours, And we're going to be very careful and mindful to also give schools, as I said, options of other chunks. And again, that information will go out into the private sector too. I mean, this is a huge job. We are training trainers. So, well, excuse me, we're not, I'm mixing up the other thing we're getting to. But, as far as these individuals being trained, again, it is, we're taking the maximum, 24 hours. We don't know what the demand's going to be. So it could be there's a market out there, and it could be there's not a market for it. But, we will see.
Is the 8 hours that you're requiring annually, is that the concealed carry permit training, or is this in addition to that, and is that also done by the resource center?
Yeah, it's the same. It'll be the same thing. It's not. It shouldn't be confused with the. I mean, it might include some of the same things. It might not, but it shouldn't be confused with that. Different.
I wanted to ask about what we've learned in the past 24 hours, and that includes the U.S. Senate introducing a package of gun control measures and mental health aspects as well. I'm wondering if it's concerning to you that what we're doing here is making access to guns easier rather than harder, and that seems incongruent with what the U.S. Senate's poised to do.
Well, look, I don't want to quarrel with you, but first of all, we don't have a bill yet from them. We have a general idea. It doesn't look like it's gun control. There's a great deal of emphasis put in on mental health. I would simply say that, the things that they have outlined, if you're asking what my reaction is to it, we are always open to help in these areas. These are areas that we are already moving on and have been moving on, particularly in the area of mental health. If they want to send additional money in here, for mental health, that's fine. We'll have to see what the specific language of the bill is. So, that's fine, but they don't have a bill yet. So,
To follow up, the conversation, though, seems to be on restricting to access to guns. And with these two measures, constitutional carry and Senate Bill 99, we're essentially easing that access.
let me answer it this way. If you go back and look at these school shootings, the two bills that you're talking about don't have anything to do with them. What we're talking about is people who are outside the law. What we're talking about is people who are breaking the law. So these are criminals. So we have to make a distinction between the citizen, the good citizen, and the citizen who's broken the law. Who else?
Governor, if heaven forbid there's an incident that takes place in a school where, let's say, a teacher who's now going to be armed goes ahead and shoots the wrong kid, would you take any accountability knowing you could have stopped this by not signing this bill?
In life, we make choices. And we don't always know what the outcome is going to be. What this legislature has done, I've done by signing it, is giving schools an option based on their particular circumstances to make the best decision they can make with the best information they have. That's all any decision maker can do. I have said that this is an option. It's not required. Second, I've said consistently since the time I was Attorney General that if I was on a school board, I would do everything within my power to be able to find the resources to have a school resource officer in the school. Why? Well, for a lot of good reasons. One is a relationship. School children have the opportunity to see a police officer, whether he's whether he's in plain clothes or not, or she is in plain clothes or not. They have the opportunity to interact. That is generally a very positive thing. Second, school resource officer can be a mentor, can do that role. Third, school resource officer is someone who has training and who is in that school. So it seems to me and can react to a problem. So it seems to me if I was on a school board, that would be my preference. Now, some schools may make a decision that they want to blend that with making some strategic decision about someone else being armed in that school. If you go back to what I said when I was Attorney General, I said I would look for, if I was on a school board, I would look for someone with military training. I would look for someone who had some other background in that area. I will say this, that whether it's a school safety officer or whether it is a teacher, that the curriculum that we're going to lay out will be relevant to what they're doing. And so in life, we face choices, and everything that we do, everything I've talked about this morning, everything we've been trying to do, everything we've been doing, the mental health side, and we use the word, I use the word layering. We're trying to layer this in and give every school the tools that they need. Ultimately, that school is going to have to ensure the safety of the child. They're going to have to do the best they can. My job is to give them the best I can to help them do that. And what we've outlined today is a very aggressive plan to do that. And you'll notice I was very mindful about putting all this together because I think that to look at the signing of Senate Bill 99 and the potential arming of teachers as the whole thing is not accurate. This is a very nuanced approach. We have to do a lot of things. We have to do it every single day. Schools have to practice it. Schools have to be comprehensive in regard to that. It's a shame that's where we are today, but that's where we are. That's what we're laying out today.
To follow up, the argument of the way to stop a bad guy with guns is to give a good guy with guns. But we saw in
with all due respect, no, look, don't. With all due respect, don't give me a quote that's not my quote. I'm not going to buy, that's not what I said. I didn't say that. What I said is we're trying to give resources to. So go ahead, follow up. I'm sorry.
So that was a talking point that was brought up after the Uvalde shooting. And what I would say to you is,
Was brought up.
there were 77 minutes in between the time that the good guys with guns decided to go in there. So what do you say to that argument?
Look, as more facts come out in regard to that, and there should be clearly more facts come out. We want to know exactly what happened. I think that this is not, we had a great shift a few years ago in the best practices. And look, all we can do is try to get the best practices and the best ideas into our schools and into our law enforcement. The way law enforcement were trained to deal with a school shooting dramatically changed. The first thing was you treat it as someone who's in there armed, and you wait and you pull in your SWAT squad and you then go in. It became evident that in the majority of school shootings that doesn't work. It doesn't work because the deaths occur very, very quickly, and so the consensus. Strong consensus, and the way police officers have been trained for now a number of years is you go in and you eliminate the shooter unless there's some other facts that you're getting. You go in and eliminate the shooter. That clearly was not done in Texas.
Governor, two things. The first one is, will there be or is there a requirement of hours for a tactical live training with a actual firearm where people will actually need to hold it? Is there going to be a maximum or minimum time that somebody has to do that?
That will be determined by the school safety office, and we will be putting those out when they get those ready.
Okay, and the second one is for Senator Hoagland. Will your business be directly benefited by this bill, considering you own one that fits all the outlined potentials for training?
Absolutely not.
And why is that?
Because I said so. I own the business.
Okay, so will you be donating that money for mental health then?
Young lady, I don't know what money you're talking about.
So will you not accept people to train with your business then?
I think we already covered that.
It's a no, you're not going to be providing training to school districts?
No, my business is not providing training to school businesses or schools.
Anybody else?
Given your position, preference, I guess, for school resource officers, did you give any thought to legislation that would have taken a lot of these financial resources and allowed schools and dramatically increased the number of school resource officers for schools as opposed to arming the staff members? In other words, I guess, leave it to the experts, trained law enforcement personnel.
We looked at that and we did the math. It was, and you know, the option, we decided to go this way. There are, in the public school system, over 5,000 school buildings. And I don't know what the number would be in the parochial school and other private schools, but that was the decision that was made. So, life is full of choices.
Governor, I know that you've insisted that this will be relevant and thorough training, but I mean, can you honestly get enough training done in 24 hours? I mean, the high schoolers that these teachers are going to be protecting have to spend more time behind the wheel to get a license.
Look, first of all, schools are not required to do it. Second, teachers are not required to do it. We have had requests from schools to allow this to be done. There's also some, let me say, guessing that guns are already in schools. And look, we want to provide a regular mechanism to get training. And again, what legislature has provided is, I've required the maximum that the legislature allowed me to require. We are going to make it very easy for schools. If they say, I want that school person, I think this is the person that we want to have a gun. They want to have a gun. The school then can say, 24 hours is not enough. We want to take what our office will establish, the school safety office will establish as a higher unit, and they will be able to pick a higher unit. Yeah, go ahead.
I had a conversation with a school administrator post Uvalde, and they talked about the fact that it was a long time before help arrived, and how they wouldn't want Ohio law to deny them the ability to defend themselves and their students. And emphasizing again, there's no requirement that any school or anybody who doesn't want to participate participates, but there are a lot of voices out there who don't want to be a victim, who are capable of having the ability and the training to defend themselves and their students, and they want to have that opportunity. And this bill simply enables them the ability to do that.
Is there data that suggests that this type of training, the arming of teachers or other staff, would have quelled school shootings?
I don't think there's any data on a lot of things. What we're dealing with is anecdotally what we've seen in regard to school shootings, and the state of the understanding of school shootings has evolved and will continue to evolve in every single case. Every case is different. You learn from every case that occurs. I think the jarring thing to come out of Texas, besides the initial shock of the horrible, horrible tragedy, was the time lapse between the police officers. That's a new piece of information. Again, it's a new educational thing. There will be more facts come out. There'll be more timelines come out, I would hope. I hope there will be a thorough investigation of what happened down there, and we will learn from that. So, coming up with statistics, I don't think, you could do hypothetical models, but I don't know that you could come up with any kind of answer to that question. I think we are charged with giving the schools the tools that they need. We're also charged with not denying them tools that they think they may need. And we have to be very mindful about that. But we have to do it, since we have schools that want to do this. What we're trying to do is do this in a very mindful way so that we can give them meaningful training. And this is, as Senator Hoagland has said, it's a grave responsibility on public safety and on the school center.
Governor, it was said after the Dayton shooting.
I
have a question about the. Okay, so I wanted to ask about the red flag component of the Senate deal. Is that something that interests you, given that there could be funding to the state? And also, I was wondering if you think there's anything in your Strong Ohio package that's particularly relevant in light of all of these recent events.
Well, look, let's talk about that for a moment. Thank you for the question. We had in our initial proposal something that we did not call red flag, but it was a provision that we felt was clearly constitutional, clearly consistent with the Second Amendment, and that would have made it easier and provide a better mechanism for a determination by a court that someone was dangerous to themselves and or dangerous to the public, and through a due process system that we would set up in that proposed bill, we would have seen people family members, for example, which is usually what the case is, it's the family members who are the most concerned because they're closest to the person, to be able to go into a court of law and be able to have those guns taken away after due process. That was a proposal that we put out. It's a proposal that we still think is constitutional. We still think it's consistent with the Second Amendment. Since that time, let me just mention some other things. We had, one of the things that's been talked about is the straw purchase. We had, if you'll recall, in the package, a provision that basically said if you are involved in a straw purchase, either on either side of that deal, knowingly, that's what it is, we should increase the penalty in Ohio. We still believe that. I still believe that. I still believe that that's something that this legislature could pass and should pass. We also had a provision in there, and when we talk about school safety, we really are talking about the safety of children. And we're seeing a lot of children who are killed not in school, but in their own homes, on their own streets, and they're killed by violent offenders, and they're usually repeat violent offenders who are shooting randomly or shooting at somebody, and the kid gets in the way. We have a provision, Senator Kaler, or Representative Kaler, has a bill which we support, which is consistent with what we proposed at that time in that package after the Dayton shooting as well. I hope that the legislature will pass that. It simply puts additional penalties on someone who's a repeat violent offender, is using a gun and doesn't have any right to use a gun. So anyway, those are some of the things that we have that we would think would still be viable. We think this legislature could pass, and we would call the legislature's attention to it again. Those are all things that are very, very positive things, and there's some of them are in different stages.
Senate Bill 215 takes effect today. There's been a lot of confusion among law enforcement agencies, particularly as it pertains to the duty of an officer to ask someone now if they have a firearm that they're carrying.
Every police departments that
How to interact with this new law that takes effect.
police officers and departments that I have talked to have all told me that their protocol will simply change to make sure that the officer asks that question as far as the first several questions that are asked.
And they don't feel safe. Some of them, they've spoken out on this at multiple hearings. They don't feel safe having to ask that question. What do you say?
there by Representative Hall that today Ohio is quote-unquote doing something. Of course, that goes back to what was said after the Dayton shooting when there were members of the crowd that said quote-unquote do something. Do you feel that what you're doing today is exactly what those people intended you to do?
I don't know. My job is to try to do things, and we have done. I outlined them for you a moment ago. We have done a number of different things. What I didn't mention, for example, another one that we have done without legislation. Another thing that we have done is by talking to local law enforcement, we've gone from about 10% of the outstanding warrants that are entered into the national database to 85% now. There's a bill that I would like the legislature to pass, which would mandate, if this is a serious crime, that a police within a 48-hour period of time, or whoever is involved, would have to put that in the national database. Again, it's a bill that can pass. Again, it's a bill that should pass. But not having that bill passed, we still have been able to go from 10%, roughly 10%, to roughly 85%. And so now you have a situation where someone who is an offender who has an outstanding warrant in Cincinnati, when they cross the river or go into Indiana or they go into Kentucky, the situation now is if they go to buy a gun, or the situation was before, they went to buy a gun, the gun owner, store owner, had no idea that they had an outstanding warrant and could not be given a gun or sold a gun. Now, we moved from a 10% to 85%. So these are all positive things that we have been able to do. And
All right, so Governor Mike DeWine of Ohio elaborating on that bill that he has signed into law that will make it easier for school teachers to be armed in schools. Again, this comes after the mass shooting in Uvalde, Texas. We're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox. After the break, we will bring you special programming related to the Juneteenth holiday. Stay tuned. Look at everything. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Shirley DeScorbeth. We're taking a moment here to commemorate the Juneteenth holiday. For many African Americans, it's considered their Independence Day. That's why it's also called Freedom Day. Here's more from our Houston station, Fox 26.
Slaves in our nation, right here in Texas, down in Galveston, learned that they were FREE free. And today is all about celebrating how far the African American community has come and also recognizing those who paved the way. On Saturday evening, the Black National Anthem kicked off a major Juneteenth celebration at Emancipation Park. We are their souls. several keynote speakers took the stage, including Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee and the city's mayor.
The celebration of Juneteenth is a celebration of Texas history and the celebration of America's history.
Juneteenth was declared a federal holiday in 2021, but for decades it's been celebrated and recognized in the African American community. Around 1,000 people of all ages attended Saturday's event, but we spoke specifically with the older generation who helped pave the way for young people today.
We've come a long way, but we still have a long way to go.
Galen Davenport lived through integration in the 1950s.
The thing about a lot of the young people now, they think everything is good because it's kind of been kind of good for them. Because it came too easy to them because some of our forefathers did all the fighting and they feel like they don't have to fight anymore.
Camille Gaines also dealt with segregation and racism growing up. She says she's not satisfied with where the black community is as a whole in the 21st century.
I think it's going to take more than making Juneteenth a national holiday.
Gaines says she still sees young people today dealing with some of the same issues she dealt with in the 1970s.
Housing discrimination, health discrimination, you got food deserts.
And both Gaines and Davenport telling Fox 26 it's important for young people to come out to events like this Juneteenth festival, not to just have fun, but to be educated on their history so they can continue to carry the torch for change.
You know your history, you learn your history, and then you'll know the reasons why you got to keep moving forward.
And this event will continue tomorrow on Juneteenth. It starts at 4 p.m., wraps up at 10 p.m., and it is a ticketed event. So if you'd like more information about how you can come and participate, head over to our website, fox26houston.com. We'll have that information listed for you there. At Emancipation Park, I'm Gabby Hart, Fox 26 News.
And the Juneteenth federal holiday will be observed tomorrow. On Monday, that means government offices, schools, banks, and the post office will be closed. Meanwhile, LiveNOW's Rain Augustine spoke with a professor from Bethune-Cookman University on the significance of the holiday. Here's more on that.
To celebrate Juneteenth, let's welcome into our show distinguished professor and academic director at Bethune-Cookman University, which is a historically Black college and university, Dr. Randolph Bracy Jr. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, for our viewers who may be unaware about Juneteenth and they don't know the history and are unsure of why it's celebrated, can you explain exactly what this day is and why it's important to not only Black Americans, but all Americans?
Well, I'll take it from the academician point of view. First of all, it was George Santayana who once said, "A people who do not know their history are doomed to repeat it." You have a situation where Black folk were freed at the culmination of the Civil War in April of 1865. And what happened was, they had the information to come down through the South and over to Texas, and ultimately at Galveston, Texas, in June of 1865. What you have is a situation, because we live in a time and era where things are just so fast, and like we're used to fast information, but you're talking about over 150 years ago. And so even with the culmination of the Civil War, with the signing of at the Appomattox Courthouse by Robert E. Lee and Ulysses S. Grant, and ultimately the coming down, that information happened in April, but it took to June for the information to get to Florida. Now, not to Florida, but to Galveston, Texas, which was the culmination, if you will. What is so interesting, I'm in Florida, and we got the news a little earlier than they did in Galveston. But Galveston is the culmination event, which ultimately you find that the history books record as June 10th, the day that the freedom was ascribed to the slave.
I love the way that you explain that. Why do you think that sometimes today, whenever we talk about Black history, there are many people who are unaware of what Juneteenth means? I mean, it was just last year when it actually became a federal holiday. What do you think is taking that progression so long for people to really embrace and be educated on it?
Well, first of all, people have vested interests. Now, you got to remember, many of the South were slave owners and the like, and they've been badly defeated. And that it was the kind of situation where you did not want for the information to get out as fast as it could. One of the things I learned, let me tell you what I did. I learned about Juneteenth approximately 70 years ago. I'm 78 now. And my grandmother had this little festival that she used to call all the children together, and it was kind of like a picnic and the like. And she would tell the story about how the Union soldiers came to a place called McClenny, which is kind of halfway between Lake City and Jacksonville. And this was one of those rural plantations that my grandmother was on. And she tells a story about this Union soldier with this piece of paper and what stood out for her was the fact that he had this blue uniform with these gold buttons. Now, if you can imagine, now you're talking about 150 plus years ago. And they were, and so when they started to read the freedom, many of them didn't understand. Many of them didn't understand, but then they began to shout slowly. Those that were somewhat literate began to say, "We be free, we be free." And so the point I make is that it came to Florida before it got to Galveston, but the record records now that Galveston is the place where history records June 19th.
And now, why do you think it took so long to get to Galveston? I mean, you talk a little bit about the timeline, but what was behind the delay?
Well, several reasons. One, you had the slave owners who were badly bruised. It was almost as if they did not want that part of history. Plus, now you got to understand that the mode of transportation, you had the Mississippi River, which split the country. And you're talking about Galveston, which is in Galveston Bay. You're talking about a part of the Mississippi. And transportation, we tend to superimpose 21st century ideals about transportation on something that happened 150 years ago. News did not pass fast. For instance, when General Granger came to Galveston Bay, remember, you're talking about from April to May with the cessation of the war, and to come to June, was it April? Pardon me for cutting my fingers, but April, May, June, that's 3 months.
Yeah.
And there was a vested interest for those that were to get that information out. And you also got to understand that there was still these strong vibes as it relates to the North and the Union vis-a-vis the South. One of the very interesting thing was Kirby Smith, Confederate general, was responsible for finally closing the door on this. And one of the things was that he was in the Statuary Hall in Washington, D.C. for the longest, Confederate general. But finally, he was replaced by a Black woman named Mary McLeod Bethune. So sometimes it takes, I think that expression says the arc of justice takes a long time, but eventually we rectify. And so one of the greatest things that ever happened in my lifetime was when my grandmother showed me this thing over there in McClenny, Florida, by We Be Free. And to see it happen in my lifetime, I'm delighted. It took a long time. And I could not have been no more than 7 or 8 years old. But to see it, and I just bless God for it. Oh, by the way, I'm a preacher.
Where were you when Juneteenth was made a federal holiday, and what were the emotions that you were feeling?
I was here on the campus of Bethune-Cookman, and I guess you could say I'm kind of like an elder statesman in the sense that people look for me to give positions on it. And I said, this is a wonderful time, a situation of jubilee, a situation of freedom, a situation where slaves were emancipated. You know, in the Bible, we have that situation where slaves, after a certain period of time, were to be set free. So finally, the United States of America, and I'm delighted that President Joe Biden, it happened on his watch. It could have happened a long time ago, but it happened on his watch, where it was signed in. I think Sheila Jackson Lee, who's out of Houston, Texas, she, along with Clyburn, James Clyburn, were instrumental in pushing, if you will, or urging the president to sign this information, this bill. See, one of the things about history, you know, now this might seem totally disconnected, but let me just make a point to you. You know, the world is talking about 1619 and talking about slavery started in Virginia with the slaves that came and were brought to Virginia in 1619. Guess what? The truth be told, guess what? Slaves were present in the state of Florida almost 50 years before 1619. And most people don't know that there was a slaveholding as to why. And so one of the things we have to do is we need to correct the history so that we get the accurate representation of what it means. Right now, all the hoopla is about 1619, but guess what? Right in the state of Florida. Now, I would hope that you would ask me, well, why is it, if Florida had slaves before Virginia, why didn't Florida get it? Why is it not credited?
Why is that?
Very simple. If you look at the 13 original colonies, they stretch from New Hampshire down to Georgia, meaning that they were under the auspices of the English. Florida was under the control of the Spanish, of Spain. A lot depends on who writes the history. Florida was at war with England. As a result, Ponce de Leon brought slaves to Florida at least 50 years before Virginia. And so when you talk about the history, the history, Juneteenth, I think, and like I said to you, that Juneteenth, you have a situation where it was happening in Florida before it got to Galveston. But the history books record Galveston. And that's not to demean Galveston, because I'm delighted that they're doing it. I'm just glad that my grandmother was able to convey her fondest desires to see it happen.
So we started off this conversation with you saying we have to learn our history so that we don't repeat it. I think that this Juneteenth is a reminder for especially younger generations to learn their history. So if you could offer some encouraging words to people to really celebrate Juneteenth, in what ways would you recommend?
I would recommend that we as a nation realize there are some points in our history that might not be the greatest, but we are who we are. And I think that it is so important that the new generation would be inculcated and instilled and expanded and enlarged to be taught. You've got people that don't want to teach the history because it'll make people feel disappointed and disaffected. But that's not the real deal. Is to know the history and to have our children, be they Black, white, Asian, what have you. It's important that they know how this country was actually started.
And thank you so much to Dr. Bracy Jr., Dr. Randolph Bracy Jr. from Bethune-Cookman University for that very insightful information. Meantime, another way to celebrate Juneteenth is by supporting Black-owned businesses. Here's more from our team in Chicago, Fox 32.
You can't ever go wrong with some Michael Jackson in the morning. And we're talking about Juneteenth celebrations that are getting underway today as the country marks Freedom Day this upcoming weekend. One way to celebrate is by making sure to support Black-owned businesses. That's what we're talking about this morning. Dr. Lisa, the founder of the Fresh Stalls, is with us this morning with 5 ways to celebrate and support Black businesses. Thank you so much for being here with us on GDC.
My pleasure and honored to be here this morning.
Before we get too much into our conversation about Juneteenth, would you just talk about why you founded the Fresh Stalls and how toys are affecting children? I feel like when I was growing up, it was kind of like an oddity to see dolls or to have a doll that looked like me, and you're really changing that for kids these days.
Absolutely. That's our vision and our mission. And it all started because I saw one little beautiful Black girl say she didn't like playing with black dolls because the skin was nasty. Nasty. And then she literally touched her own hand as indicate her skin was nasty. It broke my heart. I left teaching, left being a professor, and started creating dolls with no experience.
Well, you have done very well to go out on a whim like that.
Well. We're very happy.
And we love to see it. You know, you have 5 simple ways to support Black-owned businesses like yours. Let's talk about them. So you start with shopping at your favorite Black business this weekend or beyond. Talk about more.
Absolutely. The first thing we have to do is support economically. So visit your Black-owned business and support them. Make a purchase.
And giving high ratings to Black businesses on social media. I think that's a biggie, you know, as time goes on, more and more people, when you're looking online, you'll see like 5 stars or 1 star or no stars, and you kind of pass by some of them if they don't have some good ratings.
Absolutely. And sometimes small Black-owned businesses do not have a marketing budget. So their marketing is primarily going to be on social media. So when you go on and give a 5-star rating and give a comment, like, why do you really enjoy shopping here? What's special and unique about that Black-owned business? Share that on social media. It goes a long way.
It certainly does. The third one is buy your gifts from Black businesses and tell people where you got them from. Don't just, save the information for yourself.
Absolutely. Share the wisdom, right? So yeah, buy gifts for your friends and family. Tell them where you got them and let them know that this is one of your favorite shops and encourage them to also purchase from them.
Yeah, and you also say give friends and family gift cards from Black businesses. A lot of times we do them for major retailers, but forget, there's some small Black-owned businesses we could support this way as well.
Absolutely. That's actually key, because if you give a gift card, your friends and family get to go to that establishment and discover all the amazing things about it for themselves. So it's wonderful to give gifts, but it's even better to give gift cards, because then they can meander around with the gift card to buy whatever they want.
Yeah, you just gave me some ideas, actually. We were talking about Father's Day a few minutes ago. I'm like, I'm still needing to buy a gift. That's what I'm going to do. Okay.
I'm a little behind, too. I'm a little behind.
I'm telling on myself here. And then the 5th one, ask the business how you can help support them. We come up with ideas all day, but sometimes they might have something different, right?
Absolutely. And, so ask them. And it's actually a two-way street. I mean, we at the Fresh family, I often encourage our fans to tell us, what do they want? What kind of dolls do they want to see? And they share that information. So likewise, if you're visiting your favorite Black-owned shop, if you know that there's something that could help their business, tell them. They're going to want to know, because you as the customer are the best source of information. It's a partnership between the consumer and the Black-owned business. And together we make a dramatic positive impact in our communities. So please continue to share that information about what they can do to be better.
Dr. Williams, we appreciate you sharing with us this morning. Again, Dr. Lisa here with Fresh Stalls. You have really helped to empower, I think, our community in so many different ways, and we appreciate what you're doing.
You're so kind. Thank you.
Take care. Have a great weekend.
Bye-bye.
So some really great ideas from our team, Fox 32 Chicago. Stay tuned. We'll have more after this break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. NASA airing a documentary on its black astronauts, and it's quite inspiring. Here's some of that.
And after talking to a local area astronomy professor, I was fascinated by his work. I thought that that would be an excellent way to contribute to being a STEM professional.
When I was a really young kid, probably 6th grade, my mother gave me this age-appropriate, non-OSHA certified chemistry set. And I mixed these two dissimilar chemicals and created the most incredible explosion in my mother's living room. I burned a hole in her carpet. And my mother she was small, but she had the power to knock me off the... But it was that moment that I realized that I could be a chemist because I'd already done it. All I needed was a lab coat and goggles. So chemistry was something that I learned at an early age, and I love sports. But I never saw myself going into the NFL because I don't know, for whatever reason. But I did see myself as a scientist. So STEM was always something that was very critical to me.
It's funny, I think it all starts with chemistry because my mother was a chemistry teacher. And as I got older, the chemistry set kept getting bigger and bigger. I didn't burn a hole in her carpet, thank God, because I might not be here if that happened. But that was always interesting to me. And I grew up in Baltimore during a time when Apollo was big, so I just kept seeing these larger and larger rockets being designed. And design always interested me, and I always thought I was going to be a design engineer. That's what I was going to be.
So as a kid, I didn't really know who I thought I would be when I grew up. I just kind of, did my thing and, did my work. And one day, when I was about 9 years old, my twin sister and I, we brought home our report cards. And back then you had a report card and you had a row of all your grades and you could see immediately, okay, you had all A's or B's or whatever. And, Janet and I, we were pretty obedient kids, and we knew that if we brought home anything less than an A, our mother was not going to be happy. And yeah, she knew how to throw a shoe or whatever to make sure you stayed in line. But, one day we brought our report cards home, and my older brother goes, wow, you guys can probably become aerospace engineers or even an astronaut. And my 9-year-old brain said, well, they'll never pick me to be an astronaut, but I can definitely become an aerospace engineer. And so at 9, I had set my sights on becoming an engineer, an aerospace engineer. I didn't even know what it was.
I guess the first version of who I saw, that I could become was my father. My father was a police officer in Pomona, where I grew up. And so I just really was blown away by the way people responded to him, and so I looked up to him, but other people clearly didn't. So I wanted to be a police officer like my father. I also looked up to Marcus Allen, Los Angeles Raiders running back, and I wanted to be like Marcus Allen. So sports were important. My father and his influence were important. And then I saw a shuttle launch on TV and thought I would love to control that thing and drive one of those. And so the interest in tinkering and machines and speed and power and sports, and also just wanting to be a good person like my father, those things all wove together and in one way or another led to me being here.
So I was listening to the others talk about what inspired them, and what inspired me was what inspired a lot of American kids back in the 60s. I grew up watching the space program. I learned very early that I liked science and science fiction, so I always like to say that I was an original Star Trek fan, and so that got me exposed to space on television. But in real life, I watched the program develop, the Mercury program, Gemini program, Apollo program. And in 1969, when I turned 13 years old, I watched Neil and Buzz Aldrin land on the moon, and I said, I want to follow in their footsteps.
Here, men from the planet Earth, first set foot upon the moon, July 1969, AD.
And as I looked around at NASA, to the point that we're talking about race, I didn't see anybody who looked like me. I didn't see any women. In fact, the first people that they selected to be the creme de la creme, you know, the top astronauts were white guys, all white guys. And so I remember saying to myself, even though I don't see anybody who looks like me, I'm still not going to let that deter me from deciding on what I wanted to do.
Did race ever play a role in the idea of who you could be?
Did race ever play a factor? I would say one major area where race played a factor was in high school. So as I'm kind of starting to develop this plan on how do I become those things, and I knew college was in my path, but I didn't have any, neither of my parents went to college. So, you know, we were having to figure this out together. And the Naval Academy came to my house and said, do you want to play football at Annapolis? And I was like, nope, no thank you. And West Point came, said the same thing. And I said, nope. And Annapolis actually came back and says, would you like to wrestle? And that was really my main sport. I love football. I wanted to be like Marcus Allen, but I was a better wrestler. And you want to come grapple at Annapolis? And I said, no, thank you. And so I don't know if any of you have seen the movie Boys in the Hood, but the father in that movie is Furious Howes. And the conversation that he has with his son is something very similar to how I felt. It was that there wasn't a place for me in the military. And so I go to college, I go off to college, and one of my mentors, I'm in his office waiting for him to come in. He's one of the few black faculty members at my university. And he comes into the room, and as he steps in, he is in this full regalia, the black suit with the gold around the wrists and the hat. And I was like, wow, sir, when did you enlist? And he said, I'm actually an officer in the Navy Reserves. Boom. The next version of what I could become. And that, to me, was, there's so many lessons I pulled from that. But the power of exposure and seeing yourself in something.
Hello, everyone. Victor Glover here, checking in during my 6-month mission aboard the International Space Station.
When we were growing up in the 60s, it was interesting to see some of the greatest feats of humankind on the television, the black and white television, but turn the channel and see some of the greatest challenges that we had in the United States at the time. So, watching Martin Luther King at the same time we're going to the moon, it was incredible. Talking to my mom, and who was a teacher, who said, would always ask us, what do you want to do when you grow up? What do you want to do when you grow up? And kind of pushing us. And I remember going to her and saying, Mom, I know what I want to be. I want to be an astronaut. And she said, that's nice. And started to turn around, but then again she turned back. She said, but if that's what you want to do, you can be and do anything that you want.
Good times.
As a kid, I became interested in airplanes, and I liked making model airplanes and reading books on airplanes, and I was fascinated by airplanes, and so that proved to be what I find later on to be my passion.
You know, I don't know if I had a vision of who I wanted to be when I was younger, but I will tell you this. I think I was born to be an engineer, and I think specifically I was born to be an electrical engineer.
I remember being in, I think it was 7th grade. We had this assignment before we could take off early to go to recesses. You had to write down where you saw yourself in, I don't know, 10, 15, 25 years. And I simply wrote down on my little assignment sheet that I want to be able to look up from where I was working and see the curvature of the Earth from space. And I plunked that down on the desk and headed off to recess.
My mother was my main inspiration. They discovered art when I was in preschool, and she had me in every art class that ever was. And she got me a library card when I was 4, and we had conversations, and she would talk about astronomy and orbital mechanics and space.
I grew up in the segregated South, so I am a son of the South, if you will. Blacks and whites went to separate schools and had separate facilities and everything. But in the mid-50s or so, there were lots of programs on television that talked about life in the military and actually promoted the military. So that's where I saw the Naval Academy. I fell in love with the uniforms more than anything else, and the beauty of what's called the Yard. It's the campus of the U.S. Naval Academy. And it didn't hurt that all the pretty girls from all over the Northeast came there on the weekends looking for husbands.
You sort of assume that astronauts never had hard times. Yes, I've had hard times too.
At some point in everybody's life, they're going to have that moment where they're going to have to step off the ledge. They're going to have to just make that push out into the void. And it's always going to be a extreme gut check.
But I think the important thing is to keep your goal in mind. And my goal was to succeed and eventually become an astronaut, and to be patient enough in order to hang in there. In other words, don't quit.
Don't ever let anybody tell you that you can't do something, and always have an alternative plan if things in your life kind of go awry.
You never learn a damn thing with your successes. And so the idea of failure is probably the best thing that can happen to people who want lasting success. Because on the next time around, you think your way through a better way, a more creative way to get through to your success. And then it forces you to be creative.
Well, I feel very honored to be the first Black astronaut to fly in space. And in that role, one of the things that I wanted to do is not only be a role model for African Americans on the ground, but also be a leader in helping pull other Black astronauts into space with me.
It is hugely important to see people who look like you and who can inspire you, especially in fields that you want, because it shows you, I mean, right there, the people that are there that you can touch, that you can feel, that you can reach out to, that you can talk to, that, you know, if they can do it, then there's a chance for me to do it too.
When I was first thinking about becoming an astronaut, I asked my father, can Black people become astronauts? Remember, this is just a few years after the Civil Rights Act of '64 had been passed, and there was still a lot of segregation. It didn't go away overnight. And he looked at me, he says, not only can you be an astronaut, there have been people, Black people. There was at least one Black pilot who was selected to be an astronaut. But the fact that he had gone out there and had blazed that trail meant to me as a 5-year-old boy that there was no limit. Nobody's going to stand in my way. The only way I was not going to become an astronaut is if I decided not to become an astronaut. And I needed that role model out there to inspire me.
I have a connection to all the African-American astronauts because in some way either we were in the office together and so we share experiences from that, or they came before me and I met them. And it's just a small sorority/fraternity, and we try to support each other, and we get together every once in a while and talk, and so it's a great group to be a part of, and I appreciate each and every one of them.
And the heroes themselves.
I want to frame this as this is all about you guys because you're our future. And again, he said, ask us anything, but the transparency and the authenticity is so important that you guys go back because you're the leaders.
What would the next big culture shift, what would you like to see? What would you want it to be?
When I think about what Elon Musk is doing, and Jeff Bezos, these billionaires are spending a lot of money on these new platforms that's going to enable us to have that life, to have that economy in space. But then when I go to our communities, our Black and brown communities, and see what the kids are doing and seeing whether they're prepared for that future, that's when I'm going to go, oh, we got a lot of work to do. Because if we're not there, and we're going to be stuck on Earth, right? So they're going to leave us behind. So my vision is that we don't get left behind as a people.
I got to tell a quick story. So yesterday, I was in National Car Rental getting my car.
Yep.
And this little lady was right here. I was like, hey, she saw my NASA shirt on. She said, NASA. Oh, is there this thing tomorrow at Space Center Houston? I'm like, yeah, are you coming? Oh, no, I didn't fill out the application. No, I didn't do it. I said, and she was supposed to be off yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm.
She was there, I was there, and she is here today. Because she was supposed to be here today to hear this. Chemistry major, gonna rule the world one day, maybe be Elon Musk too. You don't know, right?
Right.
But this is where it starts.
Like, we're talking a lot about what we see for the future and like shaping a lot of the stuff for the future. And there's so many schools, so many elementary schools that don't have a lot of funds and et cetera, but people like you come in and they talk and then my life has changed. Now I'm an astronaut. You know, that's crazy. For me, I've always wanted to be a scientist. I've always wanted to work like in NASA. I've always wanted to do, this has been my entire life. Like when I was 2 years old, I drew a permanent marker on the wall, all of my friends, and they were all astronauts, et cetera. And I've always known what I wanted to do with myself. So it was beautiful that I felt like the universe came up with the confirmation, like, hey, well, you're a little bit nervous about starting classes back up, but here goes Leland. And he comes in with all this positivity and like, yeah, you should do it. And I did.
Honestly, coming from places where I came from, I never see anybody aspire to work for NASA to be an astronaut or to be in these fields. So seeing people, these heroes, reaching these heights, it lets me know, hey, you know what, I can do this. It's possible.
I often find myself, sometimes having a lack of motivation. I often tell myself I can't do something. If something gets too difficult, or if I just get frustrated, or if I fail too many times at something, it's like I often just see myself kind of like almost giving up. So it's all like, for y'all to be in such, leadership and strong positions, accomplish so much within y'all time, like, how do y'all stay motivated?
So one thing that I think about, which can kind of seem like a burden at times, but it can also be the power to keep going. Like, I love thinking about the civil rights era and like the fact that when you see them getting off those buses, going to the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom, say the whole entire thing, they had bags in their hands. They didn't make those sandwiches. There was a party making sandwiches, and then there was a different group of people that took the sandwiches to the people, and then there was a different group of people directing them to get on the buses. They were organized, right? And that work was done so you could sit in this seat. And when you think about that, our legacy runs from the very beginning up to you right now. It's your job to keep it on. And sometimes that can seem like a burden, but it's also a privilege. We are connected to all that. We come from greatness.
What are the emotions that come to your mind when you think about Juneteenth and the role that you play today?
Oh, wow. So Juneteenth is a way that we honor the fact that right here, not far from us, after the Emancipation Proclamation was signed, we had slaves that were still enslaved. And it was 2 years after that process that they were able to actually attain the freedom. And so Juneteenth is now received a lot of attention, but it was something that wasn't widely celebrated. And so one, I'm encouraged to know that it's become something that is gaining national and maybe even global attention. But it also is a reminder that, we have come a long way, but we have a long way to go. The person who started the Journal of Negro History and then started Negro History Week, which is what we now celebrate as Black History Month. When he started it, he wrote in the journal, he said, we need not celebrate Negro history. We celebrate the Negro in history. What we need is history void of racial, gender, and religious bias, because it's our story, all of our stories. And so I'm just encouraged that we have a chance now to be a part of telling that story.
So, Victor, I'm going to ask you, what strategic steps are needed to offer more persons of color in more active roles?
There's a lot of things we could do, and we don't have time. We could take all the time we have today to talk about just what we can do. But one thing that we must do is those of us who are already in this enterprise, we have to go and, it's not just like encouraging you. I love this saying. We say that we have space for you. Listen, we need you. We need you. When the baby boomer generation retires, the science and technology jobs that are going to go away, if you look at the university students in undergrad and graduate school right now, we don't have enough of you in science and tech to fill those jobs. So we need you. It is a national security imperative for you all to become the best you can be so that we can keep doing what we do.
And so we have an audience with students, and I know that they want to hear about your space time. So what was your most challenging time in space? Can you tell us that, Stephanie?
Probably my most challenging time was during the STS-120 mission. We were building the International Space Station, and so we were bringing the Node 2 module to the International Space Station.
Solar array deploy starting on my mark. 3, 2, 1, mark.
And it's a smaller module. It's a connecting module on the end of the U.S. laboratory, but it allows our partner laboratories to have a connection point on the space station, our partners from Europe and Japan. And during that mission, we had installed that module, and it also required reconfiguring the electrical system. So we had to move one of the solar arrays from a central position to the end of the truss on the space station. And in order to do that with the robotic arm, basically have to fold up the solar array, move it with the robotic arm, and then extend it, re-extend it. And during that extension, we had a dynamic event.
Houston Alpha on the big loop. We detected some what appears to be a wraparound or some damage, and we're zoomed in on it on camera 24 right now.
So similar to what you may have heard about Apollo 13, where when we're in space, we have limited resources, we have limited materials, we have to fix whatever happens with what we have on board. Because of this relocation, it was hard for spacewalkers to reach, so we had to do something that we had not practiced before with the robotic arm and the boom sensor system that we used at the time for the orbiter. We hooked those two together, put the spacewalker at the end, and then sent him out to the work site with what we had fabricated on board, these cufflinks to tear across, to drape across the hole, to give the panel system additional rigidity so that we could continue the extension. So I say all that to say we worked together with our mission control team to come up with a solution, but we had to use the resources that we had in hand, do robotics and spacewalking operations that we had not performed before, and rely on each other's and our skills.
It's a good day's work right there.
I'm going to go back a little bit because it ties into the story she just told. And so I go into test pilot school, and we, as a class, have to go to a conference. And at this conference, the keynote speaker is Pam Melroy. And Pam Melroy, who is, I believe, the second female shuttle commander, stands up and tells that story. She tells the story about the cufflinks. They use the cufflinks. And she tells that story. And that's the day I decided, all right, I'm throwing an application in. So I also think it's neat how our stories do link together, like you just said, and I think that that's beautiful, this legacy here that continues to grow and evolve.
I found myself immediately thrown into a leadership situation for which I was unbelievably well prepared, but I didn't know it, because my idea of what I was going to have to do as a leader, as the leader of NASA, the leader of human spaceflight, the leader of science, the leader of space stuff for the whole world. If you've ever heard of, there is something called the imposter syndrome. It's a feeling that people get, I get all the time, that you don't belong where you are. And it's really important for you to recognize that you're suffering from the imposter syndrome, because it is a syndrome. It's not real. You do belong where you are, but you have had people put doubts in your mind for so long. And I had grown up in the segregated South, where I was taught to believe that things like being the NASA administrator or like being the president of the United States were not things to which I should aspire. That's not what black people did. Where I thought I didn't belong, it turned out that not only did I belong, but I tended to, some people will say I excelled.
I mean, if you're really passionate about doing something, what you do, you end up finding out who does it really, really well. And because I had difficulty, because there were a lot of things I didn't know about art, but I had to think my way through it. A tragic story, the guy called me aside and asked me, don't bring any more of those things here. So now I had to be creative. Oh, really? So I went straight to the bank and I borrowed $60,000 and built a foundry. And I didn't know how to build a foundry. So I went to the people who make foundry equipment. And then when I got to the molds, I didn't know how to make a mold. So I went to the people who sold mold material because I have to do it myself because the larger community won't do it for me. So I've done that throughout my entire art career. You know, if they close a door in my face and I go open it.
I am inspired. I am very hopeful that in the future there will be more women of color in space to the point where we cannot name the number, right? The number is irrelevant.
As I said, my mother was a librarian, so I grew up loving books and poetry and stuff like that. And my favorite poet is a woman by the name of Nikki Giovanni. She wrote a poem many years ago, and it's called Quilting the Black-Eyed Pea. We Are Going to Mars. And this was before we started talking about taking trips to Mars, because in it she tells, you know, why people like me are ideally suited to lead the path to Mars.
Quilting the Black-Eyed Pea, we're going to Mars. We're going to Mars for the same reason Marco Polo rocketed to China, for the same reason Columbus trimmed his sails on the dream of spices, for the very same reason Shackleton was enchanted with penguins, for the reason we fall in love. It's the only adventure.
And that's the way the trip to Mars is going to be. We're going to be holed up in our spaceship, and the first few days we're going to be able to look back at our planet Earth and we'll see this little blue dot. And after a couple of weeks, that little blue dot's going to almost disappear. And there'll come a time somewhere in that 8-month journey when it doesn't make any difference which direction you look. You're not going to know where you're going, and you're not going to know where you came from, because it's all going to look just kind of, woo, it's going to be black.
And also now joining us is Dr. Robert Satcher. And he has logged over 259 hours in space and is currently a doctor in surgical oncology at MD Anderson. So thank you for joining us.
Well, my story is, of course, I grew up in Hampton, Virginia, and there's Langley that was there, and was inspired, you know, to want to try to be an astronaut pretty early on from watching Apollo missions, and of course didn't see anybody that looked like myself during that. Wasn't until the shuttle era, and you know, some of my co-astronauts here that sort of blazed that trail. When I was in college is when I sort of first, you know, thought that I could do it. Had the chance to meet Ron McNair. He also, you know, went to MIT for his graduate studies, and he was there giving a talk. And so that was the first time that I sort of said to myself, I was an undergraduate at MIT, but first time I sort of said, yeah, you know, maybe that's something I can do. So yeah, that was a very inspirational moment.
We did talk about, you know, the fact that representation matters. And so two of our space heroes that actually sacrificed on behalf of all of us, their spouses are here today, and I want to recognize them. I want to recognize Cheryl McNair, and I also want to introduce Sandy Anderson. She's the spouse of Mike Anderson. So thank you both for being here. And Jeanette, want to bring you into the conversation.
All right, well, my journey is very similar to everyone's here, but there's always these different nuances. You know, we were talking earlier about, you know, you're going to have things to get through, and I think all of us had similar experiences. And, you know, you grew up in segregated areas, and things happen, but I always focus on how do you handle those things when they do occur, because they're going to occur. You know, there's a verse in the Bible that always says that, you know, in this world, you're going to have tribulation, but take heart. I've overcome the world. And so that just tells me that troubles are going to come. And so how do you handle those? And, you know, having a sense of self and knowing who you are and what you're capable of and not letting people feed negative energy into your life is hugely important. But also being a proactive person rather than being reactive has been things that I've stood on for my entire career. I'm like a Black female and aerospace engineer. There was no one that looked like me in aerospace engineering, but that never even dawned on me until I left there. These are the kind of things that I always love to tell students. You know, there's going to be times when you have to figure out who you are, and it's in those tough times that you actually really realize what you're capable of.
I really appreciate that, because a lot of times as a person, you get stuck in this place of fear to do something. I don't know if I'm going to fit into this space. I don't know if I should be here. I don't know what I should be doing or how I should be doing it. And you don't do it. you just sit. And it's easy to do that when you don't have people around you. You're not meeting people who are doing things.
I think you hit the nail on the head right there. It's all about supporting one another. You know, there's enough threats outside of the tent to fill a whole day. So we have to support each other all the time. If we do that, I don't know how to stop it.
Like, I often limit myself just because, basically like my surroundings. I just thought like the world, like I thought this was my world. And like one thing I'm learning too is how like, you know, a lot of stuff may come up and you may be in a situation where you may not know where you are or you can't even find yourself, but we can't give up. Like, we just can't.
I mean, I always knew I wanted to do more than just be there and watching cars go by and stuff. And you know, I didn't allow that to, you know, define my imagination in terms of, I mean, I sit there staring up at the sky and imagining what it would be like to go there. So I don't think I've ever said that.
Wow, so many great, inspiring stories there from a number of Black scientists over at NASA. We're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox. We have a little bit more here for you on the Juneteenth holiday. Stay tuned. Well, we hope you had a wonderful Sunday afternoon, also a happy Father's Day and happy Juneteenth holiday. Before we leave you for the night, we want to leave you with a small clip of Wisconsin having a flag-raising ceremony in Madison, Wisconsin to commemorate the holiday weekend. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Have a good night.
and CEO of My Process Incorporated, a nonprofit that creates outreach and develops curriculum to help young people go through their life processes. In addition, Dr. Moore Ware is a public servant who works for the United States Department of Agriculture, Forest Research as a research scientist. So it is my honor to welcome Dr. Moore.
Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring, ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the skies, let it resound loud as the rolling seas. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us, facing the rising sun of a new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won.
Deploying clean energy, and the importance of scaling up adaptation support for vulnerable countries. We made commitments and launched initiatives that brought the world much closer to keeping the 1.5 degrees Celsius warming within reach. We also agreed that this is the critical decade for accelerating our efforts to be able to reach net zero in time to spare our people and our planet from the worst consequences, the most serious consequences of the climate crisis. Your presence here today signals your collective commitment